Okay.
Are you gonna count down?
My cool intro that I made is done playing. Wasn't that a cool intro? Have you ever seen you've seen the cool intro, Negan, right?
No.
Go watch it in the beginning of the stream. I made it, and then the guy with the blue shirt helped a tiny little bit, too.
Yeah, you know,
he was the gay guy at the end.
You guess which one.
Yeah, you guess which gay guy. All right, let's see. Let's open up the chat. So cool, right, Arnie? I have the greatest intro. It's professional. Way better than any other podcast ever has.
Shab, are we gonna christen this high crimes with a drinky drink? I've got my shot glass here that says "Get high."
Let me get a beer. All right,
in
the name of Negan and Timmy and Troy and the people supported today. Boom.
The stream has been brought to you by Timmy and Negan and the people who supported today.
Can't forget Troy Doe. He had to move lettuce for me. Okay, he did some lettuce just for me.
Dude, that man moves a lot of lettuce.
He complains about his arm hurting, so he must be moving a lot of lettuce. That stuff's
Dude
not
is
that
slinging
heavy.
lettuce. He's slinging green.
You like catch him on the side of the street with a coat full of different types of lettuces. Yeah, what you want, romaine, iceberg? What you want?
Iceberg.
What you looking for?
I'm back. I just watched the intro. I'm sorry.
If you're feeling spicy, I got kale and bok choy.
Ooh.
I'm totally in the mood for this.
You like my intro though? I made it. It was basically all me, cool. and then Dirt helped at the end. He did the voice. He made it better than it was.
Oh yeah, that was good. That was probably my favorite part, was the voice, like saying, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have a good evil laugh. What can I say? It comes to me naturally. I'm evil.
I knew I liked you.
Oh. Okay, so tonight we're gonna watch a murder thing that involves a little girl. So that makes it really funny. I mean horrible. Sorry, wrong word.
Well, it's that the title of your video says when a teen killer realizes a little girl tricked them.
Yeah,
Shab,
that doesn't mean she didn't die. Okay.
You made a funny before the disclaimer, Shab. You're supposed to let people know this isn't your average true crime podcast where we do our due deference to respect every individual. You know, some people cope with horrible situations by making you laugh, and that's what we're here to do, while also showing you something deeply dark and disturbing.
On the stream, he's like blacked out. He's like a little invisible because he's so dark. But here's Jack. Were we gonna say Negan?
I caught an individual and a situation in that, Dirk.
An individual situation.
Look, I'm just a situation living my individual. You know what I'm saying?
So this is episode 27, correct? We're almost at level episode 30. We almost evolved. We almost leveled up. So all right, this episode is an hour and 30 minutes long, so this is gonna be a little bit of a long high crimes. So okay, and yeah, like Dirt said, we make jokes on this show. Okay, like South Park. Okay, we're like South Park in human form or something. Get over it. Lots of jokes.
Someone for a long time. It's like an urge, and it was kind of a time that I could get it out. You are that sick fuck. Steve was pretty much excited. It definitely wasn't his first time.
Dude, I didn't know he was gonna cuss. Did he say the cuss word?
Yeah.
It's okay, Shab. They changed the rules. You don't need to. You can cuss after like 40 seconds now.
Is this
shit.
Is this audio? Is this audio of like the confession or whatever, or the interrogation?
Yeah, they usually do some spoilers for context at the beginning.
Okay, yeah. Is this when they found me talking about Shabisky?
Yeah, this was you talking about me. What did you say about me?
It was like, yeah, it's awesome. You'll get used to it, Chris. It gets addicting, but we'll take care of it.
When an inconceivably brutal crime rocks the small town of Mount Vernon, New Hampshire, police and residents alike are desperate to stop the monsters before they can strike again. But as the haunting case begins to unravel, they soon realize that no one could have prevented the truly evil acts that were about to be set in motion. As it would turn out, a group known as the Disciples of Destruction would stop at nothing to make their twisted
The
dream.
Disciples of Destruction. A bunch of
Double D.
bunch of white dudes with their heads shaved. We're not the KKK. We're better. We're disciples
Oh
of destruction.
God.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Slim
We're like
Shadys.
we're like some characters out of a comic book or something. We're cool. They all
Yo,
they,
dog, I
Bro.
got my new tattoo. I got TDD on me. The Disciples of Destruction, yo.
Should we try to guess their names? What if we're right?
Yes.
What if they're, I think I see a Kyle. I'm pretty sure
The first one is definitely a Mikey.
Mikey, dude. There might be a there, okay, so that's a solid guess. It may not be the first one, though. I agree. To me he looks more like an Austin, but there very well may be a monkey, a Mikey amongst these four.
yeah. I think the one in the middle is a
last-
monkey.
Oh my
The last-
Definitely, definitely an Ethan in there.
Yeah,
Or maybe a
dude.
William.
Number 3 looks like a Ethan to me.
No, number 3's like a Greg. Number 2 is like a William. And number 4 is like a Mikey.
All right, chips are down. Let's see what their names are.
Scooby, this is a motorcycle gang minus the motorcycles and minus
And
the muscles
the gang.
and minus the gang. It's mostly just about gang banging.
Yeah,
Of
it's just
violence,
4
horror,
dudes.
Just 4 dudes that just got out of middle school and they're like totally badass. Okay, if you
Dude,
can't
they're just
tell.
looking for a sick reality.
Dude, I'm like
Getting
totally
colored.
badass.
We met each other in juvie. He used to blow me all the time.
I'm part of the TDOD dog for life.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Crow's
And
thinking outside the
gore.
box with a Doug. A Doug,
Doug?
amongst us.
I think Mark. I'm feeling Mark.
Mark, Shabisky's on for Mark. I'm settling my chips on Austin or Kyle.
And the funny thing is I copied and pasted different names to put in the like the tags for this stream and stuff, and I don't remember what the names were. So I like read them, but I don't remember. I read at least like this guy all the way to the left's name, I think.
a sick reality.
That's hilarious.
And yet,
Sick
not everything went according to their plan. The killers soon learned that one of their victims was actually still alive.
I'm
Easy.
one of those type of gentlemanly chivalry sort of
Chris,
guys,
nobody
but
thought to say
don't-
Chris.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, because he said it earlier in the opening.
Yeah, one of them is Chris, isn't it? Yeah.
hate girls, let alone
That's.
go
I
out.
think that's
But
the
which
one that.
one-
I think it's the one all
which
the way to
one's
the left.
Chris?
I think it's the one that was all the way to the left is Chris. The better looking of the ugly gang, I think.
I think the one talking is the third one.
Yeah, he looks like a snitch to me.
Horror and gore, a sick reality. And yet, not everything went according to their plan. The killers soon learned that one of their victims was actually still alive.
I'm one of those type of gentlemanly chivalry sort of guys that you don't even hit girls, let alone go out and treat them badly. If the girl's in the hospital, obviously she probably got injured or something.
Chris,
So,
it's funny you should mention that because I want to let you know she is going to survive. Fortunately.
that's good.
Yeah, that is real good.
Home to around 2,000 people, Mont Vernon is most notable for its quaint and quiet reputation. With little to no crime, it was never expected that the tranquil town would be the setting of one of the most shocking murder cases that the nation has ever seen. Among the community lived the Cates family,
This better be
including
fucking good.
42-year-old Kimberly, her husband David,
I've seen some
and their
sick
daughter,
shit.
11-year-old
Oh,
Jane.
dude, one of the episodes we did, so I mentioned it, the dude killed his mom, and he lost his virginity to his dead, wait, hold up. First he smashed a hammer into her head, and then he like played with her brains, I think,
Ed
a
Kemper?
little bit. I don't know. I did an episode on it. He lost his virginity to his dead mom's corpse.
Yeah, did it happen like in the 50s or something like that?
It wasn't that long ago, no.
Oh, okay. There's a serial killer named Ed Kemper, and that was his first victim was his mother, and he had
Yeah,
sex with her corpse.
This dude literally bashed his mom's
Well, with her
brains
head.
in with a hammer, and then, to disconnect what was left of her nerve firings, stuck his hand in the brain hole, and then proceeded
Yeah.
to lose his virginity to a corpse.
Yeah, I forgot. He stuck his hand in the brain hole to try to, like... Oh, my God. Yeah, that was probably the craziest case we've covered.
Yeah, if you want to see a fucked up episode of High Crimes, look through our past thumbnails and look for the one that says, I lost my virginity to my mother's corpse.
Yeah, that one's a good one.
Amy.
It's still on
They
YouTube.
resided among a beautiful...
What?
It's still on YouTube with a title like that?
Oh, no, that was the thumbnail.
Yeah, it was the thumbnail.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, it's not like it says what happened. He lost his virginity to his mother's corpse. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think those are words that should be, like, banned, like, altogether, you know? It is a pretty crazy sentence, though.
Yes,
neighborhood located on
Yeah.
Crow Road, where the growing forestry made for a peaceful stretch of land. Kimberly was a pediatric nurse and David was an engineer. But the most fulfilling job that the two shared was being parents to the bright and outgoing Jamie. They were a happy family, but sadly, they could not have foreseen the horrors that were in their near future. It wasn't uncommon for David to travel on occasional business trips, leaving Kimberly and Jamie at home, but he'd installed an alarm system inside of the house that would contact the local authorities in the unlikely event of an emergency. And to further their peace of mind, Kimberly had also made an agreement with one of their neighbors, promising to keep an eye on each other's property. Although, due to the town's low crime rate, the idea that residents of Trow Road could be targeted victims of crime was never considered. Before David left for his trip on Saturday, October 3rd, 2009, the house's alarm system had unexpectedly malfunctioned, rendering it inoperable. Despite this, the family remained unconcerned. But as David walked out that door for yet another work trip, he couldn't have ever imagined that the world he knew was about to be tragically ripped away from him. It was another typical weekend for the mother-daughter duo, where they made plans to shop at their local mall the next day and possibly stop by Jamie's karate studio. At least, that's what Kimberly had messaged to David before she and Jamie went to bed around 8:30. Jamie would often sleep in her parents' bedroom while David was gone, and this weekend was no different. From the hotel in Maryland, David messaged his family a good night. Around 4 in the morning on October 4th, 2009, a chilling 911 call was made to a local dispatcher. The voice was that of a little girl, soft and quiet and very hard to hear. But what the dispatcher could make out was the whimpering cries of a terrified child begging for help. Unable to gain a clear understanding of what the little girl had been saying, a police officer was immediately sent to the address of 4 Trow Road. Upon arrival, the officer briefly searched the exterior of the home while waiting for the other squadrons to show.
Has anyone else ever heard of an address with the house number being a single digit?
No, I was just getting ready to ask that, so it must be like a private community or something.
Maybe, yeah, that's a good point. Because I'm like, what the fuck? One?
Yeah, because there's a private community where I grew up, and their houses are individual.
I ain't never lived in one of them gated communities.
It seems like if you live in a small town, it makes sense that that kind of thing would happen, maybe more likely.
Yeah, I guess. I've just never heard of that.
Being a normal person in a city, you go live in a new house, you're at, 1486 Crownberry Road or whatever the hell, because there's a shit ton of houses all around you, and this is probably a real small town. They're number one.
Before he was able to make a full circle of the property, he noticed a slight movement out of the corner of his eye, coming from inside of the house. Inching closer to the home, he peered through a kitchen window, where he located a vague image. Someone appeared to be hiding behind the counter. Locking eyes with the petrified little girl, the officer was overcome with a wave of horror at what was before him.
It'd be so crazy to be a cop.
The girl was lying on the floor, her entire body coated in blood.
What'd you say?
It'd be so crazy to be a cop and have permission just to go up to a house and creep through and look in the window and be like, what do I see in here? What's going on?
Yeah.
That's so crazy that that's a job that we need people to do.
Yeah, hey, there's you would think
I couldn't do it.
you would think he'd come with multiple cops being that it sounded like a weird call like that. I don't know.
Fuck yeah.
And a portion of her foot had been severed.
Oh
Someone
my
had
fucking
maimed the
God.
vulnerable child. Breaking down the front door, the officer
Cut the
finally
foot
gained
off?
entry inside, where he found the
portion.
little girl, shaking and paralyzed by fear. Horrifyingly, she was attempting to scream and yell. However, nothing was coming out. When she could finally speak, she quickly gave her name, Jamie. The officer immediately carried Jamie outside, where he asked if any other people were in the house. She responded by saying that only her mother was in the bedroom. However, in a heartbreaking plea, she begged him not to leave her side. The officer comforted the young girl, stating that he needed to search the residence for anyone who may be hurt, and promised that she was safe. Just outside, another
Fucking
officer
liar.
made their way to the petrified Jamie, where they could see that not only had her foot been severed, but she had suffered multiple lacerations to her head, legs, arms, and torso. When asked how she received the injuries, she responded by saying, "Some guy had a knife and another one had a bat and he hit my mom." Horrified, the officer asked if Jamie had any idea of who the perpetrators were, and although she couldn't identify any of her attackers, she recalled that one had been bald. However, she also told the authorities
One.
one of them said,
Try
"Get the
four."
jewelry." She then told the police that she
Wow.
survived by pretending that she was dead. Soon, additional help had arrived, and it was then that they discovered all of the appalling contents waiting within the home. Authorities were able to follow the blood-stained footprints across the hallway carpet that led all the way back to the master bedroom. What they found upon entry could only be described as a chamber of horror. Not a single member of law enforcement could fathom the massive amounts of blood that had encompassed almost every inch of the room. And then they found something even more disturbing. The officers could barely stomach the absolute atrocity that was before them. Lying on the blood-soaked bed was Jamie's mother, Kimberly, who had been savagely murdered. Severely wounded Jamie was immediately rushed to the hospital, but there was no telling whether she would survive.
Can
Following
you
the
pause it?
sickening discovery,
I thought whenever the cop like sat her down and said that she was gonna be safe, that like he was by himself or whatever, and that's why I said bullshit. Because I thought like she was gonna get like brutally like killed after the cop went into the house, like the
Goddamn.
killers. Yeah.
the authorities were left with a mountain of questions. Most
Skeptical Jesus
importantly,
makes a good point in the chat. He says, "Good on her for being able to pretend to be dead while you have half of your foot cut off."
No joke.
Fucking A.
they needed to uncover who had unleashed such an evil attack upon a mother and her child. In an attempt to establish the motive, they began to search the house, and they discovered that various items of jewelry had been taken. In addition, they found that the basement window had been broken into, with the screen laying neatly on the ground. Along with this, the air conditioning unit that had been placed in a window above the deck was missing, yet another potential entry point to the home. South of the residence, tire tracks could be seen along the dirt pathway, and foot imprints were located within the front yard. As word of the brutal attack spread, the tight-knit community was plagued with fear. But what became even more frightening was the haunting whispers making their way to Mount Vernon from the nearby town of Brookline,
Can
only
you pause
20
it
minutes
again?
away.
They so these people, these dudes like entered the house from all different points. Like that'd be
It
scary,
looks-
yo.
It looks like they one entered one part, one entered another part.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like two went in the basement, one went in the air thing, and the other one went
Am
through
I
the other window.
tripping? I thought. Okay, you know what? There was 4 people they showed, but I was
Yeah.
with the story
So
they were
2 going
explaining. It
one.
just seemed like 2 people went into the house, but I don't know. Maybe it's all 4 went in.
Yeah, who knows?
So far, that's what
And
I'm
maybe-
getting is 2
maybe
people
one of
entered the
them-
house, but I'm not.
Maybe one of them was bald too, and then like the story got out that the girl said that one of them was bald, so the 3 others like shaved their head to try to.
They're probably
cover up
all
their
bald.
fur.
She was probably just trying to state anything she could remember, and she saw a bald. You know, maybe the other guy had his head kind of covered or something. You know,
or
maybe
they're
he had
wearing
a beanie
hats.
on.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're part of a gang, little dumb gang, and their gang, part of it is probably like, oh yeah, we're white cracker bitches with shaved heads.
This is the jewel heist. We're
so cool.
Jewelry heist.
We don't know how to get a job and like start a career and stuff, so let's go steal stuff and beat the shit out of people who do have that. Yeah. It's like,
yeah,
right.
We'll steal the jewels and diamonds.
It's like, yeah, that's genius. We won't have to actually work for anything then. Have it, you know, yeah. We don't have to do anything except just take it. That's the motive. They all wanted to wear women's jewelry. yes. They didn't break in for money and stuff. They just wanted to wear women's jewelry, and they didn't have any. That was the problem.
They shave their heads so that they can wear wigs.
Yeah, that's that's what. Yeah, that's why they have shaved heads. They all like to wear wigs. It's true. These are like we had our like first. I feel like first tranny school shooter recently. Now we have our first tranny gang.
Yeah.
It's things are moving up, you know, like that's the world's changing.
We gotta represent, yo. We
Yeah,
gotta get our action too.
Yeah.
Apparently, a resident had been visiting a friend's house on Sunday, October 4th, and was introduced to a pair of young men, also from Brookline. Initially, the gathering seemed to be a harmless occasion, but that would quickly take a dark and unexpected turn. Within a short amount of time, the new friends had divulged a sick and twisted secret. They claimed that they had just killed a mother and her child, while another set of friends watched.
Yeah, like the fact that they tried to kill the child, it's like, why wouldn't you, if you're gonna do something like this, you shouldn't do it, but you would think at the very least, just like, let's run in with our faces covered so they can't identify us and just like lock them in a fucking closet, throw some shit in front of it, and then steal the shit. I don't know,
Nah, bro, we're the disciples of destruction.
Yeah.
We'll kill anybody who gets in our way.
Yeah, we'll cut the little girl's leg off. It's like, why couldn't you just like fucking shove the stupid little girl in her room and shove a locker or something in front of it? Like, fuck that little girl, we're gonna steal the shit. You know, like at least it would be like a billion times more morally righteous for them to do that than be like, oh yeah, we're just gonna cut off the little girl's leg. That like I don't know, it's just silly. Like I can get a lot more just like wanting to steal stuff, that petty like loser ass kind of mentality, but to cut off the little girl's leg and kill her mama in the process, it's like you could have just tied them both up, you know, and at the very least they'd have a chance of surviving of somebody coming along and finding them or something. I don't know.
If I was gonna rob somebody, I would like ensure them, like, if you do everything I tell you to, you're gonna live.
Yeah, like it's crazy that their moral compass is so fucked up that, you know, like, it's already bad enough stealing, but it's like you're just gonna kill this little like 4-year-old girl. Let's chop her fucking leg off. It's like, what? Like, I'll tell
them like this is gonna work out for the both of us in the long run. But
just think, like, I'm thinking too, like, through this process, it's like they could, and not saying they should have or anything, but they could have knocked them out, just knocked them unconscious and done this.
Yeah, at least bitch smack the mom or something.
Well, no, I mean, if you knock them out unconscious, they're still going to probably live, but they're going to be unconscious and not going to be able to identify you and all that. I don't know. It's just silly that they take it that fucking far over like stealing.
I bet you one of them was like cutting the girl's foot off, and the only reason why I was like partially cut off or whatever is because like they got scared in the moment, like you know what I mean?
I don't know.
Dude, Skip makes a good point. You're going about the wrong route. They're not the disciples of reasonability. They're the disciples of destruction.
Yeah, they have to cause destruction wherever they go, even if it's the little 3-year-old, 4-year-old girls. Damn it!
Patrons sat in disbelief as they listened to what they thought had been a scare tactic from the two, or a cruel joke. But as you'll come to find out, the truth behind this harrowing case would only emerge after a
So what it sounds like to me is they started up a gang. they said to the other, like, 2 of them were totally down to do this crazy thing. The other 2 were, like, half down for it and went along, and I'm guessing the other 2, or at least one of the other 2, were the snitches, and they were the people that were, like, they weren't cutting late. Like, they said, I think they said 2 of them were doing it, and then the other 2 were watching. Like, maybe that's where I got the 2 from, where I was thinking 2 people were doing the shit.
Series of horrific findings.
Seems like to me too.
It's possible that
the other two weren't really down like they thought, like the first 2 thought they were.
Admitting the crime had worn off, so the assailants were attempting to relive the attack and experience that rush again by describing it to friends. They likely enjoyed the attention and shock from the others and were potentially
It's disgusting too that they want to relive it too like that.
They
it's
tell
like,
people?
Yeah, it's like
bragging.
Yeah, well, I know, but it's like something like if something horrible happened to you, you don't really want to relive it. To them, it's this great thing that happened to them. I want to brag about it. That's just fucking crazy. Yeah, this little girl, I sawing her leg off. Like, yeah, so cool.
That there was no evidence.
God, I thought I knew cool until I met you. You're cool.
Evidence linking them to the crime, suggesting that they may have believed that they were smarter than police. However, they weren't smart enough as authorities caught wind of the chilling rumors and were in a mad dash to track down the mysterious young men. They would turn out to be 19-year-old Christopher Gribble and 17-year-old Stephen Spader.
Oh, nobody said Steven either.
Steven, that's definitely a cracker name.
Dude, nobody said... We had Doug, but not Steven.
I'm Steven. Hi.
Steven, Chris. Or Christopher, even though that was a dead giveaway.
Dude, he does look like a scumbag Steve.
Hi, I'm Steven. I'm part of the Disciples of Dick Sucking. Or whatever.
Oh my god.
We're totally cool. We cut off little girls' legs and shit. We're gangsters.
Day after the horrific crime, they were each...
I grew a soul patch.
The Disciples of Dick Suckers. Yeah.
Brought in for questioning. It was rather odd that Christopher, of all people, had been asked to talk with the police, considering his background. A long-time Eagle Scout, Christopher was a proud member of the Mormon Church.
What a fucking... Oh my god. Long-time Eagle Scout. Oh my god. Did he get his...
He's a proud Mormon.
Did he get his cutting off children's leg badge yet? Oh, he just did that one. He just got that one.
He learned that at Mormon church.
Yeah. This is crazy.
I can see him in prison now, like, hey there, T-Dog. I don't want no problems now. I just want to do my time in peace. I just want to do my time in peace, brother.
Dude, imagine in prison, like, you know, for the most part, the prisoners do not like child toucher. Yeah, and ooh, could you imagine what those people will do, like, hearing that he cut off a, like, 4-year-old's fucking leg?
She was older than 4, wasn't
or 5 or something. I don't know what she was.
No,
she's a little fucking like kid. Don't matter. She's a little fucking kid.
Yeah,
like, exactly. But she wasn't like a basically a toddler. She was a kid. She was like almost a preteen. Like she was smart enough to pretend.
I think at the most she's like 10. It's like 8 to 10 or something. She's not very old.
Yeah, they'll say it again. They'll say her age.
Yeah, I don't know if they even said her age.
Working towards his goal of becoming a missionary.
Oh yeah, I didn't even read that part.
About missionary.
I said it 3 times. He's Mormon, bro.
Oh, I thought you said that. Okay, so he's longtime Eagle Scout. He's part of the Mormon Church, with all people going around acting all happy constantly and stuff. He was part of the Goody Two Shoes Club. And now he's cutting off little girls' legs. Things have really changed.
He's a disciple of destruction. He forsake the Mormon religion, turned to the devil, and became a disciple of destruction.
It's just proof that Mormonism is evil.
The reason why we know this about is because that's probably what his lawyer said in court, like, to represent.
Yeah, he's a proud member of the Mormon Church. He's
to make it look good.
Fuck this dude. You're so right though. That's because this is probably submitted as why he's a good boy.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck this shit, dude.
I think it's pretty interesting because most people that do the kind of crap he did and people to that take it as far as he did, I think wouldn't be just some average like white
So
dude in
he's
the
the one
Mormon
that
church.
did it?
He's one of the people. We'll see exactly what he did, but I think he is the main culprit, kind of thing here. I think so. He was the one.
Ringleader.
He's the
We'll see.
leader
We got
of the ring.
Of high crime to find out, to figure out.
Yeah,
Been
let's
homeschooled
watch.
from an early age, where his parents worked tirelessly to instill the proper values. This had also coincided with Christopher's time in the Boy Scouts, where he'd given back to his community, supposedly building a shed for the Brookline transfer station, a drop-off site for waste and recyclables. Although things weren't always as picture-perfect as they seemed. It was no secret that Christopher had struggled with the social portion of his life, where making friends became an almost impossible task. The few
Until
that he
he
did
met
have
the
recalled his
disciples of
awkward...
No
Destruction.
shit. Look at those teeth.
Until he met Shabisky.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
dude,
well,
are you Destruction? Are these your
I'm
disciples?
the real leader of the disciple of destruction, dick suckers.
God,
Okay,
dude.
the disciple of destructive
Oh my
dick
God.
suckers. We're
The
taking
case
over.
reopens.
Yes,
The case reopens.
I told them to do all this. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It was a joke. God, stop crying, Taylor. God.
demeanor and
Something
tendency to
about
ramble
serial
during...
killers' eyes.
Yeah,
There's
it looks
something
like
about their eyes.
looks like he's doing something like I do, just a silly face or whatever. It's nothing
Yeah.
crazy. He knows his picture's being taken. Probably
He doesn't
so he's-
understand lighting, is what it is.
No, I
lighting's
mean
for
like
gays.
it's something. It's like the look in their eyes. Like I don't know if it's because we know he did something horrible. But I
Yeah, maybe.
feel like
I
if
think
I
it's
just
that
seen this
simple.
picture, I'd be like,
yeah.
I think every now and then somebody really looks like the picture and stuff. I think he just looks like some average white dude, white kid. You know, I don't think
lights are on, but nobody's home.
He just looks like the average white dude. I could have went to school
Average
with.
Mormon.
Yeah, that's the average white dude I would have went to school with and wouldn't given any second thoughts about. Like, oh, there's, you know, whatever the fuck he's
I mean,
Chris. Who
no.
cares? You know,
He looks like a Mormon, right? He's pretending to be happy.
he's white.
Oh my god.
He fits the white. He's pretty
Mr.
pale.
Bill. He looks like a Mormon. Looks like a Mormon
Fits
to
the
me.
bill. And he's smiling.
Looks
Mormons do that too much.
Not
Fucking
only a
dorks.
Mormon, but an Eagle Scout.
Whoa, dude! I wish I was an
Night,
Eagle Scout.
Taylor.
God,
Taylor says she has to go.
why?
Adios. Que tengo
She's gotta
noche.
go to bed.
Hasta
Think you're better than us,
mañana.
Taylor? That's
No, she knows it. She knows you're better. Or she's better.
All right.
Let's keep watching.
Have a good night, Taylor gang. See you tomorrow.
conversation. On top of this, social cues were somewhat of a foreign concept to the Eagle Scout, making for a rather difficult childhood. Human beings have a fundamental need to connect with other people. When someone is unable to or has great difficulty forming even platonic relationships, this can be a red flag for a personality disorder. Nonetheless, he carried on with his aspirations of one day becoming a Marine and enrolled in the U.S. Army Cadet Corps group in Nashville.
That's what good people do. When they have this urge to kill, they just take it to the army.
Oh my
you know,
god.
just take it to the army. Kill for good.
You know, if you're a Marine and you do a crime, I'm pretty sure you get sent to a certain prison in the United States.
Guantanamo Bay.
They do have
No,
like a different
it's-
court system and stuff.
Yeah, like your punishment's worse because
Yeah.
you're representing the U.S. government and shit. Yeah, like if you're honorably discharged, like if you're not in active duty and then you commit a crime, you're gonna get a harsher thing because you should have known better.
Fuck.
New Hampshire. There, he won the Academic and Good Conduct Honors Award. Unfortunately, the excellent student would find himself failing out of the training course in 2008. It was around this time that Christopher's friends and family noticed an odd shift in his behavior, and you'll soon find out exactly why that is. The date is October 5th, 2009, only
That's
one
my
day
birthday.
after Kimberly's
During your birthday, this horrible thing happened they're about to explain. Yay!
Yeah.
He has been found.
Fuck,
The
dude.
detective reads Christopher his
God
Miranda
damn.
rights before jumping right into the much-anticipated interrogation. The following never-before-heard interviews have been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a licensed professional counselor.
What time do you get up Saturday morning?
Probably 10 something.
Okay.
Me and Steve had planned to go around and look at some yard sales.
Okay.
The pair of friends had supposedly visited a couple of local yard sales, but were unable to find anything worth purchasing. Following the
Yeah, they went to some
We were
thrift
just-
stores.
Yep, they were thrifting. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah. I was trying to see if I could find some new shirts that fit me.
Oh my
Then
god.
we seen a neon sign that said yard sale, so we just kept following the arrows around town. That's a good
Trubisky.
time.
Did you know that it was my birthday in 2009? And that's why you sent your disciples of destruction to throw this terrible
To come
celebration?
attack my family.
I told them, I said, you go attack that family. I said, and Steven and Chris, they're little bitches. They do everything I tell them, so.
Oh my god.
I'm kidding,
dude.
I'm
That's so
kidding.
fucked up. That's-
God. Timmy, stop laughing at my joke.
successful shopping spree, Christopher drove
Turn your camera back on.
Stephen back home.
Timmy,
But
where'd you
this wouldn't be the
where'd you
last
go?
that they see of each other
Feels
on
like
this
it's
day.
been
As you get closer to Saturday evening now, you guys making plans? Saturday night, weekend night, you're gonna go do something?
We were gonna just all chill like at Walmart or something.
Mm-hmm. Who do you chill there with? Who do you
What
hang
the
out with?
fuck?
Me, Steve.
We're just gonna chill at like Walmart
Dude,
or
no.
something. No wonder
On a-
they
on a-
went and did this shit. Their life was boring. God damn.
Look, I'm telling you, when I got out of high school, they closed down the movie theater, bro. And when Walmart was still 24 hours, yeah, you're damn right we'd be fucked up rolling through Walmart at 3 a.m.
I did the same bullshit. I would go in
small town
Walmart
bullshit.
and I would raid. It would be like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I would be inside the $5 movie bin with like my feet up in the air, just like looking at every single fucking movie.
So I'm gonna say solid alibi, except for there won't be on the Walmart tapes.
So,
It'd be embarrassing in the middle of the day doing that in the $5 bin. Like you're like searching for treasure or something like that. So
3
we would
a.m.
always
though.
go really late at night. When the people are like walking funny, like when those people come out.
The people are walking.
hey, I only walk funny because I took it in the rear, okay?
Steve, Billy, Quinn's a friend of ours, but he couldn't get
Billy
Quinn.
and Quinn.
out.
Quinn?
We did.
Oh, no.
Hey, I said William.
You
no wonder Quinn did this shit. Who the fuck names their kid Quinn? The fuck kind of loser ass name is that, Quinn? The fuck?
Yeah, that's like the female version of Quan.
Ew. Quinn.
Do some quans.
I would have done it too if I was. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I keep. Shab told them not to drink milk, and they do crimes. Yeah, I told them not to drink milk, and I showed them some Alex Jones videos, and next thing they did this. I told them the whole disciple of destruction thing was just about like we weren't supposed to actually do anything. I'm too pussy to do that.
He tried. And,
They went
he
crazy.
ended up having to stay home.
Okay. Is that what you guys actually end up doing?
Well, we went over to Walmart, but Billy,
Cheers, Trubisky.
I guess, had
cheers.
stuff to do, so he didn't get there till later.
When the detective questions Christopher about whether that's actually what they did, Christopher avoids answering the question directly, which is a red flag for possible deception.
I mean,
He may
well,
be trying to
went to
buy some
Walmart.
time to think about what he should say. In addition, he mentions
What a surprise! What a surprise that the group of dumbass disciples of dick suckers couldn't come up with a good alibi. What a surprise! Yeah, we were like at a really
Walmart.
yeah, we're at a very well surveillance area hanging out. That's the lie I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, we were hanging out there all night while those people were getting murdered. We were definitely there. Like I don't know. It's just stupid. They can't think of a decent alibi. Their alibi is like the worst.
I have a question about this.
Huh? What?
About this. Is there a video on here where the titles, the guy says he's smarter than he's more intelligent than the police, and they show his whole interview?
Sounds
like
about
the
right.
video of his.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, and he's just like screaming, and he's like, "I'm warning you, I'm bipolar."
Oh
And,
yeah, that was the dude. Yeah, there was the two dudes and then the little girl, and one of them hooked up with the girl.
Did you do an episode on that?
Yeah, we did that.
Oh, okay. See, like I've seen this channel before. I just didn't realize it. The guy that sounds like the Eminem, meet Creed, 27 years old. Like,
yeah.
Two new people, 17-year-old Quinn Glover and 18-year-old William Marks, also known as Billy, who'd been part of a friend group with Christopher and Steven.
William.
Although Billy and Christopher had only
Negan
just
wins
met.
the name lottery.
Yeah, now everybody empty your wallets into Negan's hands. Okay.
So I can pass it along to Shabisky.
Yeah.
A week prior.
In fact, skip the middleman. Click the Streamlabs link.
And then
Yes. Yeah, we do have a $50 goal up there. Help with the goal, guys, or I hate you. Okay.
At least some tree fitty.
At least tree fitty.
Billy met up at some point.
I think we did. I'm pretty sure it was this Saturday when we did.
Okay.
Christopher uses a selective memory statement of I think, and then a qualifier of pretty sure, which are additional red flags for possible deception. The event he's describing was only 2 days ago, so it's something he should remember and be certain about. He may realize that if he wants to play it off as though he has a bad memory, then he needs his memory to be poor on days that don't involve crime and murder. However, the detective will likely be able to confirm or deny Christopher's recount of events based on possible surveillance footage or eyewitness statements, which Christopher may be realizing now.
And this is sometime around
Arnie told me
midnight
to stop
that
pausing.
you meet Billy.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
And what else do you want us to do?
We're talking about the
How long
thing,
we-
though.
you
It's
guys
not like we're
did
talking
before
about
point.
Pokemon.
Well, we
Look,
stayed.
if you want to watch the video, the link's in the description. It's there. I mean, I thought you wanted to hang out with us and watch.
Yeah, what the heck? You don't like us, Arnie, just because I'm gay? And just because Dirt looks like a girl? Okay?
We're providing commentary on
Ah.
this. If you don't fucking like it, you don't have to fucking stay here, you piece of shit, Arnie. Let's watch this shit. Let's do as Arnie says and watch
I
it.
didn't really put it to them very much.
Yeah.
I remember we were hanging out, but I don't remember doing much of anything.
Someone who's being deceptive is more likely to give evasive answers. They want to
They
leave
give a
open the
knife,
possibility
yeah.
to change their story.
Huh?
Is that the knife?
Here's my knife, y'all.
Oh, I thought he had a controller in his hand.
Yeah,
You thought that
me
too? Yeah.
Yeah.
All of us with our gaming brains. I'm
It's
thinking
a headset.
I'm thinking he has his headset and his
Do you
controller.
change your mind now? Do you change your
Okay,
mind
he's
about
a psycho. Yeah. He's like, here's me posing with the knife I like to cut myself
Hey,
and other
this is-
people with.
Hey, y'all know that
and little
little
animals
girl?
sometimes.
This is the knife I'm gonna use to cut that little bitch.
Oh God! Oh God! Okay,
God.
dude, I wouldn't doubt it. He's posing with this like it may have very well been the knife that caused some of what we listened to.
when I look at this man's eyes, I see a disciple of destruction.
The disciple.
If needed, such as if a detective presents evidence that they were actually somewhere different than they said. If a suspect gives a definite alibi with no room for alterations.
Dude, did everybody that was watching think he had a controller in his hand?
Dude, one in the chat if you thought it was a controller.
Yeah, because, like, I totally thought it was a fucking controller.
I was like, yeah, he just looks like a normal Mormon boy. And
I'm
now
going
I
to the
see-
chat just to hit once. Because I'm not gonna lie, dude, I for real thought that too.
It's
It
a
is a gas station
it
knife,
is.
Crow.
It's nothing
Maybe we're all
special.
just too stoned. Maybe we're all just too high.
Danny thought it was a controller.
Yeah. Like, let's see, we're 14 minutes and 16 seconds in. This was the picture they showed.
Although things
Oh,
weren't
But you can't-
that's
We're
a goddamn
done.
blade,
We're
dude.
done.
Yeah, you can
We're
see it
done.
now, but I did think it was the top of a controller when I first saw him.
fucking.
Oh yeah, like
ways
the
as
stick.
picture perfect
Like
as they
let's say the
seemed.
stick part.
It
yeah.
was no secret that Christopher had struggled with the social portion of his life, where making friends became an almost...
I don't remember doing much of anything.
Someone who's being deceptive is more likely to give evasive answers. They want to leave open the possibility to change their story if needed, such as if a detective presents evidence that they were actually somewhere different than they said. If a suspect gives a definite alibi with no room for alterations, then it'll be much more difficult to adjust the...
See that some dork is here.
Drunken Crow, would you like to know my intrusive thought that I just had just now as I was about to pour my next shot? What if in some twisted or alternate reality, one of the killers that we watch on this show comes back and gets out of prison and they watch one of these videos and sees us laughing like we are now at this
It's
fucking
very
goober,
plausible.
and they're like, I'm gonna show these goddamn idiots.
Murderers do get out of prison. Like they call it
Dude,
25 to life.
That's a complaint I've made on these episodes over and over again, is that like when, especially, you know, like we're covering this dude, he's a young dude. He's probably gonna get back out at some point and be walking.
And he's gonna come looking for you,
believe
Shab,
that
after
people
he
can-
sees this stream.
Do you believe that people can
You
recover?
want to see the
I think they can. But I don't think he will. Like, if I were to bet my money whether he's going to, because like, the average person that we cover.
I think he can learn his lesson very, very quickly, and regret everything that he's ever thought.
Maybe I think that there's for the most part, when talking about people like this, there's a problem mentally. There's a chemical imbalance or some sort that
An upbringing.
that regardless of how much you throw them in prison, it's not gonna keep them from wanting to cut another person's foot off or something, like, you know. So yeah, I think that people like this, it's horrible to do to the people. To the public, to ever put this person back in the public, like, that's silly. Should
we have like second society where like it's like a reformed, like just a whole new second class citizen where it's just reformed prisoners, and we just put them in like
colony.
It's better to create some new thing for these kind of people that are supposedly getting better or whatever to be in, than put us at danger by throwing them in the same.
Politicians, Chad. Let's push it.
Think how fucked up that is. Imagine you have a little girl right now. She walking around. That guy one day will be let out, and he'll be able to just go to his local gas station, pay $5 for another thing, and go to any house he feels like again. Maybe you'll see some little girl, like you know, and stuff. I mean, it's just crazy. They're putting, you know, us little girls and any people in the city or whatever, they're in the public, they're putting us at danger by putting someone like this back into the world. Like, I think it's crazy.
Well, let's make a movie about it where we make a second society, and then maybe in 30 years someone will be inspired to make political change.
Whose cat is getting fucked?
Dude, I'm sorry, this motherfucker's an asshole.
Do I look like I fit into the Disciples of Destruction?
Yes, dude. Were you the... Dude, were you the leader?
I could have been.
I can't see you.
You can't see him? Can't you see me?
I can only see you and your screen, but I can't see anybody else.
You can't see dirt.
You should be able to see
dude,
dirt.
I can see Crow, and Crow looks like a disciple of fucking destruction, dude.
It's true.
Oh my god, Crow.
So he's the 5th member of the DOD.
Story later on.
I literally did this yesterday, and I don't know. It's like karma or what.
Don't let dirt around your little daughter, okay? He's gonna cut her leg off or something. Don't let him around.
Dirt. I didn't shake my head and look like a disciple of destruction. Why are you throwing my name in that shit?
You do look like a disciple.
Me too.
No, he's talking.
You just said dirt.
She's talking. Yeah.
Huckleberry.
Huckleberry. All right, let's continue. We've only made it 14 minutes in on
Christopher may feel like he needs to be cautious about what he says in case one of his friends gives a different account. Next, he states...
Yeah, because they're so fucking stupid that they went through the process of committing such a horrendous, crazy, over-the-top crime and didn't even think to talk to each other and go, hey, you know what? We should, like, you know, talk about what our... what's the word I'm thinking? What's the word I'm looking for? God, I can't think. But you would think they would have thought this through, like being they were going to murder two people. That was the plan, or even after they did it, you'd think they would like think to thoroughly talk this through and come to an understanding of what their story is gonna be. But they have the fucking brains of like a dead squirrel, so that didn't like come past them, I guess. It's like, yeah, we'll just say we're at Walmart, a very an extremely surveillanced place that's going to, obviously be able to
Prove that we weren't there.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like it's the stupidest fucking thing ever. You can't think of anything.
That they made their way to another friend's house. 19-year-old Autumn Savoy.
Autumn!
At Autumn's, Christopher recalls that they watched the popular show Dexter, and he begins to
That's what
describe
did
his
it.
fascination with the series.
The basic principle, I think, is he's like addicted to like blood and stuff. He really likes blood, and I guess he kills people too because of that, which probably sounds really bad in a homicide investigation thing.
Dude, I like Dexter, so maybe people should keep an eye on me.
I haven't seen the last season that came out a couple
Don't
years
do it.
ago.
Don't do it. Don't watch New Blood either. Just don't do it.
No, we're gonna watch it all on.
What's
for
New
movie
Blood?
night.
Oh,
Yeah.
Shad, have you seen New Blood? Have you seen the spinoff?
What's
Oh,
that?
you should watch it.
I haven't
Since you love
seen any
Dexter,
of it.
so it's fucking fun.
Oh, New Blood is the spinoff. Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah, you should watch it. Because you know what? I'll be on. Oh, dude, I'm not even gonna spoil it for you. Just watch it. It's all out. It's done. Watch
You
it.
spoiled it already by telling me the name. Like, what the fuck?
Shut the fuck up.
Being honest, like we find it
Spoiling
really
way
entertaining
too much.
because he works as a blood expert for the police department, and he goes out and he finds
I
people that
love
they either
blood.
can't get evidence
Hey,
on.
can
One
you guys,
time, like
hey, Shad,
one time. Hold on. Huh?
can you give me a second? I gotta go develop some pictures.
Okay.
Develop them pictures. We'll be right here waiting for you.
Some nudes. He's talking about him having. He's like, yeah. One day I was at my mom's and I looked in the trash can and I saw one of her bloody tampons and I knew.
Oh my
I
god.
knew. I knew that blood was for me. I knew that I was gonna be the next Dexter. So I got me and all of my honky friends, and we shaved our head, and we made a stupid name. And look at us now. Look at us. Okay, hold on. Let me bring the chat back up. I try to do one thing and Discord kicks me. Yeah? That's what you get for not helping with the goal, Drunken Crow. Okay?
Dude, is Gribble Dale... Is it Dale Gribble?
Yeah, Dale
From
Gribble.
King of the Hill?
Yeah, Dale Gribble.
He's a Gribble.
What's that mean?
Chris Gribble.
Chris
That's his
Gribble.
goddamn
Dale
name.
Gribble.
He's a-
His dad's Dale. Yeah,
Yeah,
my son. He
Wait,
don't
no,
cut off the
that's
girl leg
Boom-
and stuff.
That's Boomhauer, son.
Oh, that's
Talking about
Boomhauer. Wait, Gribble, Dale.
Yeah, Dale is the one with the sunglasses. He's an exterminator.
Okay, yeah, he's just the rednecky kind of guy. Yeah, he's like,
Dale
yeah,
Gribble.
yeah, my son cut off the girl's leg and stuff.
Or somebody who's done something really incredibly evil.
Dude, we're such douchebags. I hope
Dude.
the family
They're the
of
douchebags.
yeah. I hope that little girl watches this video, okay? And she sees
I
you
hope we make her
laughing dirt. She hates you. I
No,
hope
you know
that.
what, Shab? You know what I hope, Shab? I hope this little girl watches this video all grown up now and she sees you laughing at this piece of shit who's such a horrible motherfucker and she
What
laughs
if it
with
was
us.
Taylor?
Fuck this.
What if
kid.
that little girl's Taylor?
Oh my god.
And like that's why she
Let's
left.
see if she has her feet. Let's be like, show us your feet, and she shows one feet. the other one, and then she shows us just a stump. Boom, knew it, bitch.
The murderers, well, they know. And he goes out and he
knew
shows
it,
them in
bitch.
this ritualistic fashion, but it doesn't really like show him killing them or anything.
What comes off as somewhat creepy is Christopher's interest in the character and the fact that he's going into such detail about the show. It seems that he doesn't think this will make him look at all suspicious, even continuing to state that they watched several hours of the show before he and Steven slept in his car, which the detectives find to be rather odd.
If there's one thing I want on the record in my police interrogation is that I just can't get enough blood.
Yeah,
me and my friends sleep in a car together.
Yeah, this reminds me of, like, I think it was the last one we covered or something, where the guy went and murdered somebody, and then when the police are asking him what he did, part of his story was like, oh yeah, I sat in my car and cried for like 3 hours. and just stayed in the car thinking for like 3 hours. It's like, oh, you really thought this through, didn't you? Like, it's just like these dumbasses. Yeah, we were at Walmart picking each other's assholes in the game aisle. Like, oh, good.
Yeah, we played Nintendo.
There's no way the cops are gonna find out you weren't there. No way.
How come you guys didn't sleep in the house?
There's only like 2 couches inside.
Yeah.
And so I just hung out in the car because it holds in heat pretty well.
The pair had supposedly left Autumn's place around 7 or 8 in the morning.
Drunken, you gotta help get this goal started, okay? Or else no more cloaca. I'm so in it shut. Okay? You won't have one of those anymore. What?
No more cloaca.
No more cloaca.
Oh, what is the source of your issue, dude? Like, have you updated Discord? Is that number one? I mean, Discord updates itself on PC. Fuck.
I've uninstalled it like 2 or 3 times. I've restarted my computer. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I can hear you now.
Any connection issues on any other services?
Not that I'm aware of.
Show the camera. Just show everybody. Look what we got.
Do you use a proxy?
What the fuck is that thing?
Whenever you look at adult things, do you use a proxy?
Why is she doing that to him?
Look at it.
Dude, your cats are weird. Mine gets bigger. Yours is for some reason getting smaller. That's weird.
Well, you know, it wasn't my cat, first of all.
Why is she torturing it? I hate Danielle. I hate Danielle. Stop it. Give it kisses. Stop hurting its neck. Stop it.
No, that's how cats pick up their young.
This one's a boy.
Yeah, but Danielle's not a cat. She doesn't get it. Okay.
Look at him. He's good.
He's good. So how do you feed that thing? Are you breastfeeding?
What's his name?
Yeah, I'm breastfeeding.
Nice.
What's its name?
It doesn't have one because it's got 6 siblings and they need homes. Anybody want a kitten? I've got some.
Let's name it Chris Steven.
Yes, put it in the mail.
Chris Steven. Put it in the mail.
We'll name it Chris Steven.
He's for sale.
Don't they do that?
I can buy Chris Steven.
I don't want to. If you really want a cat and would rather not meet me to come get it, if you want to pay the shipping fee and you want to prove that you have a good home, yeah, hit me up. I got kittens.
Yeah, because my next door neighbor has a cat, and I've been thinking about getting a kitten.
I mean, if you want to pay the shipping fee, I'll send it. If you're serious about it, discuss further. Let's talk about murder. That's enough kittens for this carnage.
Yeah,
dude.
enough.
This isn't Gene's stream.
Yeah, enough hurting kittens next.
Yeah,
there'll be more kittens for the carnage tomorrow. Stay tuned.
We got to get back to the murder. I was starting to lose my erection.
Back to the happy story.
God.
Before Christopher drove Stephen back to his house, they met again later that afternoon at 1:30 and visited more local yard sales. It turns out that they were in desperate need of money, and, just as their luck would have it, Christopher stated that they were able to purchase a decent amount of jewelry for only $20 from one sale in particular. Now, we will find out exactly what they did with the newfound merchandise, while getting to meet our...
Wait. Hold on. They aren't so fucking stupid, are they, that there wasn't any jewelry in their lives or whatever before this event, and then they went and robbed a bunch of jewelry, and then when they're talking to the cops, they say that they just got jewelry at a garage sale. That's not how this story went. That's not how stupid they are, is it? Hold on. Why can't I hear Dirt? Can't hear you, Dirt.
I'm just gonna say it. Danny's so offended that Skeptical Jesus just called this the animal abuse podcast. Like kittens can't be scruffed. That's fucked up, dude. You can scruff a hedgehog.
Oh,
it's fine.
Dude, they
you
even do it to hedgehogs, Khabib. They're pieces of shit.
That's
they don't
how the mothers carry them. They would prefer to be carried.
Well, you're not a
away.
mother.
Look at his baby blue eyes.
Aww.
Danny is mom.
No.
He's just a baby. He's smaller than his head, dude. He's just a baby.
Little tiny gizmo.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
But it sounds to me. It sounds to me like that's how stupid his story is. Where they probably didn't. No.
They did.
If he
Did they
didn't
get
like
caught?
it, he would scream.
Did they get caught with the
If he
jewelry?
didn't like the scruff, he would scream.
He's screaming on the inside right now.
He's screaming on the inside. That's what he said.
I can see it. I can see it in his eyes. He hates you. He says he wants more milk and less scruffing.
Biscuit has never done anything questionable with a cat.
Yeah, except flip. I like flipping mine sometimes.
He does flip
Did these guys get caught with the jewelry?
I don't think that's the thing is I don't think they had the jewelry. I don't think that the cops had the jewelry at this time, and I think their dumbasses to try to cover for it. Yeah, to try to. I think they're just giving it out right now without having the jewel. The cops don't have it or have seen it. I don't think, and they're just trying to cover that by saying they got it at a garage sale. So they probably.
So the cops were like, "So what'd you do Saturday?" They're like, "Oh, went to Walmart, went to a garage sale, picked up some jewelry."
So that's their stupid idea around it. Like they're gonna think, "Oh, they'll just think someone else sold us or stole it, and then we got sold it at a garage sale. We're innocent. See." We bought it for only $20 at garage sale, because that's what people who break into houses and steal jewelry do. They sell that jewelry even though it's worth thousands of dollars. They just sell it for $20 at a garage sale. It was all worth it in the end.
What they do is they take it to another state and then pawn it off.
Yeah. I mean, my point there is that, like, even if they took it to a pawn shop, they're gonna, like, I'm sure that they were in a nice house and stuff.
It's
more than $20.
Do the paperwork.
Well, no, I'm saying
like
it's but I'm saying it's $20.
They don't care.
Yeah, but I'm saying $20. No, nobody's gonna break into a house and do all that crap so they can sell hundreds or thousands of dollars worth of jewelry for $20. It's like. All that for $20? Like, no, stop it. Where was the garage sale? Oh, Canada. I don't know. I don't remember. Like, I don't remember which house it was.
Additional suspect, Stephen. The detective asks similar questions to that of Christopher's interrogation, where Stephen gives the same story.
I just went downstairs and discovered that someone at the mall, you and somebody else went down there and pawned some jewelry. Is that right?
I didn't. My friend did. Chris did.
Chris did. You were with Chris and you guys went there. Mm-hmm. Somebody recognizes you as being there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like you said, go to another state. They probably, like, went to the nearest place to sell them because they're fucking dumber than dog shit, you know? Just like the cops found quickly, like, it looks like where they were selling it or whatever. It's like, yeah, you guys are just horrible at this. You're horrible criminals. I would have been a way better criminal. What's that? Is that alcohol?
I was there.
Okay.
We went down
alcohol.
to go pawn some stuff at the jewelers.
Yeah, I
got
give,
your cat's name on it.
I give Danny's animal abuse 10 out of 10, definitely.
Yeah, Whiskey says he gives your animal abuse 10 out of 10.
Yeah, you're a pro at it, Danny.
You're a pro.
He pissed on his cat, so.
Yeah, at least we never piss on our cats.
Hey, I pissed in my bong too, but you don't ever talk about that. Okay?
I talk about you pissing in your bong and slurping it and sucking it down frequently.
Danny, go watch the video. It's nice.
You ever seen Shabisky's P-bong video?
I don't want to.
It's how he blew up. It's how he got 60,000 subscribers.
It's what got Keemstar to notice me.
It's what launched him to stardom.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Part of what we've done, we're trying to create a timeline of where you were, so we can talk. You told us, what was it, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, you said you were at Walmart on 101A and Amherst. But we're going to go back. We're going to check that. Okay, he says he was here. He was there. Okay?
When a suspect acts defensive, such as Stephen is doing here, this can be a red flag for deception, but his age may be a factor in his behavior. The logical part of the brain, known as the prefrontal cortex, isn't fully developed until around the age of 25, and even a few years later for men, which can partially explain why teenagers and children tend to act based on their emotions rather than thinking things through. It's also possible that Stephen sees the interview as a big inconvenience for him.
Well, what did Chris pawn?
At least he had some new gold necklaces. I didn't really look at it. He told me it was worth money, and I needed money for weed. Mm-hmm. To be honest with you.
Okay. How much? How many necklaces do you remember?
We had like two or three. Like $130 worth of gold.
Christopher and Stephen had only recently become friends again after previously meeting during their time in the Boy Scouts. Years later, they would
Oh my god! Oh my god! I love how the people in the gang called whatever dick-sucking disciples, they all met at like Mormon church or whatever the fuck, or they didn't. I know they didn't say Mormon, but they met at Boy Scouts together. Like, what the fuck? Although, to be honest, they said Boy Scouts, right? It was probably part of the church. Am I wrong to say that a lot of the Boy Scouts are just linked up with the churches and you can go to church? Like,
no, for sure, 110%. I went to, when I like, it was funny. I actually was like, yeah, Mom, I want to do the Boy Scouts. And I was probably like the 5th grade.
Yeah.
And we went to some fucking church where they did the fucking meeting. And, like, he showed me, like, like, they showed you a little different bullshit, like how to make fucking fire with fucking flint and stone and shit. And we got back in the car and I was like, I'm sorry, you're not doing this shit.
Huh.
I don't know what it was about the vibe, but yeah, we met up at a church. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Yeah.
Your mom said that?
Yeah.
Dude, your mom sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah.
She's like, you're not going to be a fucking dork.
My mom's right.
I went to a church once with my parents, and then they had that, and I guess maybe somebody was like, hey, you should go in there and whatever. And I went into the room with the Boy Scouts and stuff, and I think, man, I don't know if I'm tripping, but I'm pretty sure it's like that episode of South Park where they were doing the little race car thingies, where they were building their own little race car.
Micro cars.
Yeah, they were doing that, if I remember right, and I don't know. The thing about, like, groups like that is, like, it'll be nice to an extent and stuff, but then it's just kind of lame because it's just full of what I interpret as fakeness. A lot of fakeness. It's a lot of just like fake, nice, fake
There you
happiness.
go, buddy. Here's your badge.
Yeah, and it's
We're
kinda,
all so proud of you. You earned it, buddy. Good job. I know your parents are paying out the ass for this shit right now, but good job. Here's your honorary Scouts badge. Scouts honor. So,
yeah, but I mean, like, if you go to a
shit.
Mormon church, like, people are like that. They're very happy and very nice, and that's cool. But a lot of it seems very just forced, and
that's super cool.
Yeah, it seems to me like it's not genuine for the most part. They're just doing what they're expected to do rather than they actually want to be nice and like you or anything like that. They act super nice and act like they really like you and all that because they are told that that's how we're supposed to be like God or Jesus, and Jesus was like that. He was super nice and happy and stuff. And
I'm just you know what, Shabisky?
I'm thrilled to see you.
I'm a Mormon. I'm thrilled to meet. Sorry, that's my Mormon face.
Hold on, before we drink, let's pray. Okay. Okay, now let's get drunk.
Rub-a-dub-dub. You know, Jesus turned water to wine. I'm gonna turn whiskey to piss.
Whiskey to pisky. Whoa. All right. Eminem needs to shave, right?
Reconnect, bonding over the same interests. What?
I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with the video.
Yeah,
it's fine. We just had
I just said I can't drink Sunkiss anymore.
I can't believe. Yeah, we're an hour and 10 minutes in. We're only 18 minutes in on the video. Let's make some progress.
Just like his friend.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a 5-hour long show.
Had grown up with issues of his own. As Stephen's mother was allegedly struggling with addiction during her pregnancy, Stephen tested positive for illegal substances upon his birth, but would go on to beat the odds and was adopted by a loving family at only 5 days old. Wow. During his childhood years, Stephen was a picture of happiness.
Yeah, Scooby, that was my joke, okay? I was being like half Mormon and half gangsta biscuit drinking. Bitch, get the joke, ho.
Going and personable.
Okay? And by the way, I really like you, and I'm Mormon.
Free opportunity in life. He participated in various sports and joined both the Boy Scouts and a theater group, all of which gave him the chance to make friends. But once he approached his teenage years, it was like a switch had gone off. In an instant, the once lovable boy turned cold and became uncontrollable. This would later be confirmed through one of his close friends, Autumn, who had much to say about the troubled young man.
I just knew Steve was getting worse from talking to him. And then at some point, he went away. I don't know exactly.
Dude, don't name your fucking son Autumn. I'm sorry.
Oh,
just don't name your son Autumn. Okay.
So look,
if you want them to be bullied as they're growing up, then name them Autumn, I guess.
That sucks. Listen to this. My mom had 3 girls before I was born.
Oh yeah, you have a girly name.
Well, they just assumed that I would be a girl. But I shit you fucking not. I was nameless for like more than a week. Literally, yeah, because I was nameless for a fucking that's why they named me Dirt. But you know, you know what? I was literally, because every time they got an ultrasound, they didn't know what I was gonna be until I was fucking born. Because every time they did an ultrasound, I would turn over, so they didn't know what the fuck I had.
Right, you would turn over. Right. I just don't think the camera had a good enough zoom.
That's so funny. But no, yeah, like literally, I was gonna be Autumn. That was gonna be my name.
If they were so confused on what you were, not knowing, they should have like came up with 2 names. One if you're a male and one if you're a female. Wait, so I forgot you're named Autumn and they're named Autumn, and I was just making fun of how your name's Autumn, huh?
My name's not Autumn, it's Dirt.
Oh, I mean your name's Brittany or whatever. All right, cheers, you guys.
Brittany.
Brittany. Oh, look, he's got a big pimple on his nose right there.
Dirt would hide his pee-pee from the camera. It was so small.
He's scared. He was shy.
Where when he came back, he was not the same person. He wasn't that emo kid who had issues at home. He was this kid who wanted to be a gangster, a big drug dealer. It was odd because somehow he always managed to have money for drugs. He would sneak out at night. He'd quote-unquote borrow his parents' cars. Like, we'd hang out a lot. He was someone I could talk to. It was nice to have someone else who understood.
His mood swings could happen in the blink of an eye, leaving his friends and family to walk on eggshells. But even worse, Stephen was developing violent tendencies.
Oh, dude, that's kind of like hanging out with that one person that starts with a K and ends with an O. How you always had to walk on eggshells with
Crow,
them?
Dude. Crow is
yeah, Crow. Had enough of that Crow. It's like walking on eggshells with that bastard. Oh, man.
His mother, Christine Spader, noted that at one point, Stephen had punched a wall out of sheer frustration. During a most memorable incident, Stephen and his father were having a heated argument, and the teenager, engulfed in rage, allegedly pulled out a knife. He started to associate with kids from different high schools, where he apparently joined a gang known as the Crips, although his father, also named Stephen, believed this to be nothing but teenage nonsense. In addition, he would take recreational and prescription drugs in order to help with his supposed anxiety. Stephen's parents grew increasingly worried about their rebellious teen and finally took him to see a psychiatrist in 2006. Stephen's behavior indicates that he was showing signs of having conduct disorder. Sometimes when behavioral problems are sudden and severe, like in Stephen's case, it occurs due to some sort of trauma or major stressor in the young person's life. And because Stephen was heading down such a dangerous path, his parents reportedly spent thousands of dollars in an attempt to help their son. However, he was eventually diagnosed with bipolar disorder and major depression. They would apparently go so far as to enroll him in an addiction treatment center, but were devastated to learn that he required a higher level of treatment than the facility could offer. Stephen was then taken to a residential treatment center, but left within a month. Yet another failed resource. He even spent a few short days.
Dude, I just want to say this real quick. Subi says, LOL, I'm a Crip, but I also have anxiety. What a dork. Dude, it's just a bunch of cracker-ass bitches who want to be gangsters get together and they're like, yo, let's call ourselves Crips. We're Crips. Right? Don't you think that's what this is? There was no connection to anything. There was just some crackers in the middle of nowhere. Like, yeah, we want to be gangsters too. We'll call ourselves that. We're Crips.
Being gang affiliated and getting like put in prison, that just makes the shit like way worse on you, like how they treat you. I just heard a story about a guy in LA that whenever he was a kid, he got all these like Mexican gang tattoos, and he got arrested for a DUI. And then he like stayed in jail like way longer than what he should have just because he had these gang tattoos.
Don't get gang tattoos, Dirk. Tired of you and your gang tattoos.
Skip says, of course he's not a Crip.
Yeah, right, Skip BB, but that's what I'm saying. They're just like these dorky cracker bitches that get out of high school or middle school, whatever the fuck they got out of. They're like, yeah, we want to be cool. Let's call ourselves Bloods. No, I don't like that color. Let's do Crips instead. Okay. Yeah, I do like blue. I got a lot of blue shirts at home, so this will really work with my wardrobes. All right, let's do it. We're Crips now.
I like blue because it goes with my eyes.
It totally goes with my eyes. Bro. All right, we're
gay. That's sus.
We're the gay Crips. We suck dick and we kill, bitch.
Days in psychiatric hospitals in 2008, and supposedly ran away with his girlfriend later that year, but was found in New York and returned home
like
within
he has
days.
a girlfriend.
It seemed that there was nothing left to try, but the devoted parents would...
He has a girlfriend. She might be missing all her teeth, but she's still a girlfriend.
Oh my God.
Okay?
Yeah, she might be imaginary, but she's still a girlfriend.
On their child, although not a single thing could have prevented the heinous acts of the monster that was about to be unleashed.
Back to early Sunday morning. There's no way that you could have been in Mount Vernon with those not that risks and Billy? No. No? Oh. Alright, well, I got some more information when I was downstairs. Yeah. Billy is basically giving it up.
This may be an example of the prisoner's
Billy is
dilemma,
basically giving
in which
it up.
Stephen now faces the decision of whether
Damn, the pressure just got put on Christopher over
to
here.
confess or
And
to
that could be
stick with his-
complete bullshit too.
Yeah.
The cop could just be lying. The cop just could have went and took a shit.
Oh yeah,
Like-
yeah, they'll do that a lot. There was one case where like the I think the person died, and they told the person that she was still alive or whatever to fuck with him. It was something along the lines of that, where they
I remember that.
or they, yeah, it was something like that, and it was
The cops told the murderer that the person was still alive to get them to confess more.
to put the pressure on them, yeah. To tell like
They might have even said something like, "Oh, they might still."
like
be
they were in the
alive." I
hospital.
can't remember.
They were in the hospital, and I think they said that they survived, which that doesn't mean they're still
Or
in
that they
critical
could.
condition or whatever.
They could survive.
Yeah, something
That's
along the
probably what they
lines. I
said.
can't remember what it was, but they lied about the
the status.
The status on the victim to try to fuck with them and manipulate them, and that's cool. That's cool when things are done correctly to get the justice, right? If there's some manipulation,
yeah, it's cool when cops can lie.
It's cool when they lie for a good reason, you know?
Yeah,
like if
sure,
it's to get
sure.
this bastard who cut a little girl's leg off, get him in prison, then the cop's the hero at the end of the day. The cop that lots of people want to just be like, oh yeah, all cops are pigs and stuff. They're every day there are cops saving the day doing shit like this, you know?
I don't think they should lie though.
If they have to lie to get the truth out,
they shouldn't. They shouldn't. They should never have to lie to get the truth out.
Well, you'll see in different cases that it's
it
useful.
Yeah, it does work, but is it right?
Yeah, if justice is served, then it is right. They were heroes at the end of the day. If they got the truth out, and the truth is something horrid, and they're getting those people locked away so they can't do that horrid thing to more people, they're a hero. That's even if they had to play a little bit of mind games, even if they had to lie a little bit, like lying, like to lie to get a dude that cut off a little girl's leg in jail. What's worse, lying or cutting off a little girl's leg? Like
I get it, but I get it.
As long as their line lines up and it's something, it's about getting the truth out, and that's what the process is, because that's what matters. Just if they're helping cause justice to get served, then they're heroes and they're doing good at their job, you know.
All right, so Billy's giving it up and Chris is on the
yeah, at least that's what he said. I feel like he probably is bullshitting here.
The story. If Billy says nothing and Steven says nothing, it's possible that there is not enough evidence to tie them to the crime, and they'll face no punishment. However, if Billy has talked and implicated Steven, it's possible that Steven could face a harsher punishment if he doesn't give his side of the story. But if Steven confesses his role and Billy has admitted his part as well, they will likely both be punished. The prisoner's dilemma is such an effective tactic because Steven is separated from the others. He doesn't know what they're saying or if they've cracked under the pressure. If he knew for sure the others weren't talking, he would feel more confident in keeping his original story. But the seeds of doubt are likely gnawing at him now, leaving him panicking about what to do.
I'd like to be let out, or I'd like to hear from a lawyer now. So you guys are going to start accusing me of doing something.
Well, I mean, I kind of accused you all along. I'm trying to tell you what I know and what I found out. And if you want an attorney, all you have to say is, I want an attorney. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, this is all voluntarily. I don't know why I can't be let out right now. I want to leave. I would like to leave right now.
I'm told that you're not leaving. Why?
I want to leave right now. I'm told that you're not leaving. I love that response. It's not you can't leave. It's I'm told that you're not leaving.
Look, I'm on your side, buddy. I'm working for you, but as far as I know, you're not working, buddy. You're not. Yeah. You're stuck here.
Yeah, it's not. I have no control over this. The higher up guys, they told me you gotta stay. Okay. Not like I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. You know.
I'm not the man on the case.
Yeah. Right, I'm not the one in control here. I'm your friend. We're buddies. Let's do a drug deal.
They believe there's enough information to place you at the scene of the crime, and that you're someone that's caused this to happen. Huh?
Do you think that they shave their heads? And I'm asking this kind of satirically. Do you think they did it to try to leave less evidence behind, like hair?
Dude,
Possibly. I thought that.
I don't think they're smart enough for that. It's just a stupid gang thing with them.
They're fans of Dexter or whatever, so they probably did think.
Maybe they did learn it from watching some show or something. The idea, if that's what they meant to do with that.
Also, a victim can't grab your hair and fight you if you don't have any hair. Especially if your victims are women, and women are known to grab hair.
Yeah, again, Scooby be like, we're friends, let's go murder a lady and her kid. It's like, they could have went up in that house with no, seriously, like, they could have went up in that house with a simple, like, $200 gun or something, And I mean, they didn't need to do that though, because and told them, like, I don't know, it's just so stupid. Where in their brains did they get it?
What about the housing alarm? Didn't they have a housing alarm?
They said it messed up
broke
that day. They said that it was messing
How
up.
convenient.
Right?
Well, I think those
smashed it.
I think the home security people owe this family a fucking, reimbursement. What the fuck? They weren't there for them.
I mean, fuck. They didn't call the repairman. You want to blame the fucking company for that? Tell that to the company's $5 million lawyer.
Yeah, it was the mom's fault. That bitch, she should have called earlier and got that shit fixed.
Yeah, they probably all shaved their pubic hair too, Skabibi, just in case. They don't want any pubes
oh my
left behind.
God. Make sure you get your ass cracked too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, wait, I forgot where this crime took place. Make sure you get your ass cracked too.
I think this is bullshit. I came down here voluntarily.
Yes.
To voluntarily talk to you guys. Now you guys are telling me that I can't leave, and I didn't do anything. I want to be let out.
Okay.
And I want to smoke a cigarette.
Okay.
Frustrated, the detectives must end the interrogation. It's
The thing too with his I didn't do anything. I want to be let out. Most people.
Did he get let out?
Oh, I don't know, but most people in that situation, they have more emotion. They're a little more angry than he is. He's a little too nonchalant about, I didn't do anything, just let me out. Like,
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
to me, that's a red flag. Most people in this situation would be they'd be
that's
more
preposterous,
stern.
bro. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, he's just kind of like, well, I didn't do nothing. I don't know why you're acting like that.
Yeah, I mean,
Slim
I
me
was at
out.
Walmart, bro.
I want a cigarette.
Walmart.
Yeah.
We watched Dexter.
I was hanging out.
We watched Dexter, where this guy, he just really loves blood, and we were watching that, and then we fell asleep in my buddy's car.
Dude. Me and my buddy were cuddling. Yeah.
possible that Stephen refuses to believe his friend has betrayed him, but, as we will later hear from Billy, he was ready to come clean. In the meantime, there are still a few things that Christopher's interrogators would like to cover.
And right now, I'm going to tell you that there are some other stories that are being told. You better think long and hard right now about what happened this weekend.
Okay.
Okay? Let's go back to Saturday night.
All right.
What happened after you left your girlfriend's the party that you went to?
I was pretty sure I was back home.
What? Oh, sorry. I hate to do that. Do we know what state this is? Because, damn, this dude talking about the party.
New Hampshire.
It was New Hampshire. Okay, see, I see the name Gribble. And I'm thinking, like, this is bumfuck, goddamn. All right, sorry. Excuse my presumptions. The first funny accent I did was correct.
Yeah. Another red flag, like, the dude's, like, asking, like, okay, after you left your girlfriend's, where did you go? And his response is, not straightforward and stuff. What did he say again?
Okay.
Okay. Let's go back to Saturday night.
All right.
What happened after you left your girlfriend's the party that you went to?
I was pretty sure I went back home, but
I was pretty sure I would be back home. It's like it's lots of that constantly throughout, and if there's too much of that, that's a red flag. Like he's not trying to be.
Probably, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I think. I don't know. The playing the dumb game, playing dumb.
Fuck, man.
Okay.
I don't know. I may have been cutting a little girl's head off. I don't know. I may have been watching Dexter. I don't really remember. I don't know.
Might have been her head. It might have been her foot.
I don't know. I don't remember nothing. I was high on, like, weed, man.
Phase of the interrogation is now underway, but Christopher maintains his original story, although the detectives aren't buying it.
What do you know about what happened up there in Mount Vernon?
You'd think for the most part, like, stories like this, they would be high on, like, some crazy drug that caused you to be like this. But we don't hear that. We don't hear, like, oh, they were fucking high as... They were speedballing or something like that.
They had a gallon of PCP.
Like, honestly, you don't hear that. You would... Honestly, don't you think that would be a thing in this world? That you'd hear that a lot? There's a lot of drug problems and stuff. You would think that there would be, like, a big, connection between people doing shit like this and one of these drugs that like PCP, like you just named, or meth or something. I don't know, but it's like most of these stories, just like this one, it seems like they were like they weren't high or anything. Like they may have been on something like weed or something.
Dumb.
Yeah,
they're on that dumb juice.
You just don't you think you would hear that? I would just think. I don't know. Just thinking about it, I feel like it's weird. You would think you'd hear that a lot, like a big pattern of one of these drugs at least causing.
People like this is why we need abortion to be legal. Because these people just don't need to be born. They're just too fucking
We need
stupid.
late-term abortion being legal. That's what it is.
These people are too dumb to work at McDonald's,
late-term
bro.
forced abortion. Yes. It's great. Let's do it.
What the fuck? It's great. Let's do it.
Wait,
you should
what?
run for president, Shab.
Wait, what did I say?
We want late-term abortions.
Yeah.
Great. Let's do it.
Late-term forced abortions. Yeah, those are the best
Yeah,
ones.
forced ones.
Yeah. Fuck mom. She can't choose. Okay? Fuck that chick. Alright.
All I know is, like, this morning, like, really early this morning, we were looking on the internet, on the Telegraph, to see what was going on, and there was something about,
on the Telegraph?
There was a lady killed in Mount Vernon, and there's, like, a young girl.
Oh my god. So also during the interview, or the cops interviewing me,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
I got
out of
this-
my way to mention the murder that I was involved in.
No, the cop asked, but the
Oh,
cop
did he
asked him.
ask? Oh, okay, I
yeah,
wasn't
he
paying
said, "What do you?"
attention.
He said, "What do you know about what happened on Mount Vernon?"
Oh, okay, sorry. Go on.
But he said, I was on the internet, and my friend seen it on the Telegraph. What the fuck's? Who in the fuck looks at telegraphs? Is this fucking 1870?
Wait, yeah, he did say that. What the fuck even is a telegraph?
Yeah, busted. Cold busted. What the
Hold
fuck's
on,
a telegraph, yo?
I need a reminder on what a telegraph is.
That's motherfucking wires and Morse code, my dude. And it comes in. Stop. Somebody has to listen to it.
Yeah. Yes. They were talking. What? Hold on. Why did he? Yeah. Why didn't I? Hold on. Let's rewind this.
I was like
The
really
confrontation
satirically eating a sandwich right there. It was super satirical.
Oh, Telegraph is a messaging app. Okay, so it's an app. That makes sense.
Okay, we're
like
are we boomers?
Dude,
I'm 24. Am I a fucking boomer?
I'm not. Now that I'm thinking about it, I have that app.
That's kind of funny. This was kind of like an old people reaction or something. But yeah, I've never heard of Telegraph. That's Kabibi. I don't know. I've never heard of the app Telegraph. I've never heard of it.
I have it, and I didn't know what it was.
Oh, I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it.
Phase of the interrogation is now underway, but Christopher maintains his original story, although the detectives aren't buying it.
What do you know about what happened up there in Mount Vernon?
All I know is, like, this morning, like, really early this morning, we were looking on the internet, on the Telegraph, to see what was going on, and there was something about, there was a lady killed in Mount Vernon, and there's,
Telegraph.
like,
Maybe is that like
a
their
young girl
like?
that's in state.
Hold up! Stop! Pause! Stop! It's Telegraph. Telegraph might be like their local news.
No, it's like they said in the chat. It's probably some app. If you look up apps,
maybe. I don't.
It's probably like Instagram or something. It's just another app that. But we.
Chris said no, it was an actual telegraph where Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, he was looking at the telegraph. and that's where he learned about the woman and the little girl getting her foot chopped off or whatever. Like the telegraph told him.
I can't believe I'm drunk enough that I actually believe for just a second that these fools were communicating.
I believe that he said that, but I don't think it's stupid because I don't know what telegraph is. I think it was stupid for Negan because they have telegraph.
Shut up. Move
Well,
on.
I literally am,
play.
yeah. I just can't. But like seriously, I've never even heard of the app. I didn't know there was an app called Telegraph, but that all makes sense now.
I quit using it because the only person who used it was a drug dealer, and they're in prison now.
I like drug dealers. Ah.
For shooting somebody, so I quit
Shooting
using
people,
that app.
That's not nice. That's bad manners.
No.
That's
He was
bad
on
social
Xanax.
skills.
He just didn't give a fuck.
What a jerk!
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't see this stream and come murder me.
I don't know if it was me or one of Steve's friends or something. Somebody texted one of us or emailed us. I just remember that we heard that the girl was conceivably in the same class as one of our friend's sisters.
Damn,
or something.
2008
So I
looks
guess
like
she's about 10 years
1998
old,
with that
which-
big ass computer.
What about big computer? Oh, was there a computer?
I said, yeah, I said 2008 looks like 1998 with that big ass computer.
Yeah, that's the old monitors.
It's crazy it took computers so long to look cool.
Yeah, I guess. Technology advances like so fast nowadays.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm drunk and I'm laughing right now because we are 25 minutes into this video talking about the fucking Telegraph. We've been streaming for over an hour.
Look at this. Alright, let's continue.
I just remember that
We need to make it farther on this. Yeah, there's still... Oh my god. There's still an hour left on the video.
The girl was conceivably in the same class as one of our friend's sisters or something. And so I guess she's about 10 years old, which, honestly, that's...
Guys, tip! We need more tips. I got beer here. Tip to make me drink the beer here. Tip to make me drink the beer here. What's wrong with the... There's nothing wrong with the Streamlabs link, is there? It's cutting out part of Jack here. Let me see if I can fix this. I'm tired of him not being able to show up on the stream. People need to see his beauty. He's too black. Look how cute Jack is. Isn't he the cutest?
What a sweet boy.
Big whiskers.
What? Dude, chap, why are you doing that to your cat, bro? He doesn't like being held like that, bro. Your cat doesn't trust you like that, Shabisky.
Yeah, right.
It's like, if you keep doing that to your cat, Shabisky, I'm gonna slap you.
No! I'm gonna nah. I was kidding about this.
Don't do it, no. It's perfectly fine to do when they're kittens, not so much when they're
Hey, finally we got... Did we get a Negan? Thanks for having me. Orn, sorry for derailing. Nah, it's I think you've derailed less than we have.
I mean, no, me and Shab are notorious shit.
Oh, hold on, another tip came through. Drunken Crow coming through with a 10. Thank you, Drunken. Thank you, guys. Heck yeah.
Thank you, Drunken.
Cheers, homie G. Wait, I'll wait for Shab. Shab, you better do a good guzzle because this is 35% alcohol.
That's gay.
And I'm drunk.
I'll hit my cart for as long as you guys chug.
I
got a shot. What are you gonna do? Chug Sunkist?
Alright, so all right, let me open up this beer. Hold on, I'm gonna heat up the nail. Well, hold on. I can chug beer first. Alright.
I'll do a blinker.
I'll blink.
I'll take a shot and hit the bowl because everyone's raising the stakes.
So yeah, thank you guys for helping with the goal, and I think me and Dirt are derailing far more than you.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah,
mainly Dirt. It's all his fault.
I'm a piece of shit.
Right.
What can I say? I'm good.
Cheers, everybody. You gay. I gotta move the cameras around all the time. Oh wait, here's Drunken Crow.
Drunken Crow.
Is that the real?
Explain yourself.
Yeah, explain yourself. Why have you not sucked my pee-pee, Drunken? You're a bad pee-pee sucker, Drunken. Maybe the worst. Alright, let's get back to the video. Play Mo.
I hope she's gonna be okay. Because that's horrible to do something to her.
Hey, Disciple of Dick Sucking coming through with a $10 tip. Thank you, Disciple of Dick Sucking. See, they're a fan of me. See? They're probably tipping from prison or whatever. They're using...
Oh my god.
Yeah, thank you, Disciple.
It's Chris Gribble himself.
Yeah.
Dale Gribble's son.
Chris Gribble.
King of the Hill.
Yeah.
His true-born son.
Yeah, thank you, guys. That got us almost halfway on the goal already. We're only a couple bucks away from being halfway. Awesome.
Love to see it.
And I'm going to take a dab and chug for all the tips.
Oh, he's going to do a second chug for the tips.
Yeah, I'm a psychopath, you could say. You could say I'm something like Chris Gribble. Gribble.
Cripple?
Chris Cripple. Dude, how many times do you think people made that joke when he was a kid? Chris Cripple.
Oh my god. I don't know. In his time, dude, he probably got hit with the King of the Hill more than anything.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that would have been funnier to make fun of the King of the Hill shit. I would have been making fun of that.
Me too. I seen your dad on King of the Hill.
Hey, Negan coming through with $1.50. Your math sucks. Well, I said like a couple bucks. Well, I mean, if people did a couple bucks, it wouldn't be bad. It would just be a little over halfway. But thank you. That got us halfway exactly. Thank you. We're doing great. Thanks to all the supporters and Chris Gribble. Gribble.
Oh my god.
Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chris, for doing this so we have in the show.
Yeah, oh god, Negan. Dude, Negan thinks
you said it, Chad. You're the
No, I was saying thanks for the $10 tip. Not thanks for murdering the little kid so we could do the show. Okay, God.
Oh,
now that's taking it too
I wouldn't know what to talk about.
We're about to be Andrew Tated the fuck out of because of this. Okay, this is all your fault, Drunken Crow. We're getting canceled.
What did I do?
You didn't stop this. Okay?
I'm sorry if I went over the line, if I said something too inappropriate.
It's okay.
I don't want that to happen.
It's okay, because you're not...
I want to talk about games you love.
Games I love? That's my new channel, Games You Love. Make sure to subscribe to Games You Love.
I mean, Chris did take a leg from someone, so cripple does fit the name.
More like crippler. God damn. See, now you're canceled, Drunken Crow. We just got, all of us are Andrew Tate at this point, basically. Alright, let's continue this. Here he's acting like he cares about the little girl. Like, oh man, I hope she gets better and stuff.
It's common in the read technique for investigators to ask what the suspect thinks the purpose of the interview is. Individuals who are being honest are more likely to use realistic words to describe the crime, while deceptive individuals may answer vaguely or use
I'm going to be right back real quick. I'll leave it going.
Soft words like hurt or attack instead of murder. Christopher's use of the word killed here is in line with what a truthful subject might say. However, his reference to the girl in the hospital is vague. This may be an example of how most people who are being deceptive won't answer every question in a deceptive way. People will generally provide a mix of deceptive and truthful behaviors, but there will be more deceptive indicators when someone is lying and more truthful indicators when someone's being honest. This is why it's important for detectives to interpret body language and verbal responses in conjunction with the actual physical evidence.
I mean, I know it sounds cold, but it wasn't a huge deal to me because I didn't know him.
Although Christopher has not been formally diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, it's always interesting when people such as psychopaths use language like this, because it shows their awareness of what empathy, or lack of, is, but also their ability to be manipulative.
Assuming that somebody specifically tried to kill them?
Assuming.
Like, that rubs against my conscience personally. I'm one of those type of gentlemanly chivalry sort of guys that...
What?
Go back 10 seconds so you can hear what just transpired.
Disorder.
You can do that with
It's always interesting when people such as psychopaths use language like this because it shows their awareness of what empathy or lack of is, but also their ability to be manipulative.
Assuming that somebody specifically tried to kill them, like, that rubs against my conscience personally. I'm one of those type of gentlemanly chivalry.
Dude, I don't know who it is, but he reminds me of somebody I've known.
G-Money.
Dude, I don't know who it is, but there's somebody I've met and talked to, and this reminds me of them.
You know what's funny? He's got a similar face structure to a Chris I knew, which is pretty funny.
It was especially just the way he talked right there. I feel as if I've heard this. I don't know. This is weird.
Dude, you've replayed the video. Of course, you've heard his
no,
voice.
This is my first time hearing that part. But
I'm just kidding.
no.
I'm just
Yeah.
kidding.
Oh, this was his room? Wait, was this his room? Oh, look at all his belts. Dude, that's how you know he's cool.
Look at the spank material. He's got some chicks on the wall, man.
Bro, look.
He's got some dudes. He's got some dudes.
There's like Justin Bieber all the way to the right.
Dudes. Maybe
Yeah.
you know this. There's also a baby seal, and I think I see a pink table and a pink radio. This is probably.
Yeah, this looks like a girl's room.
Yeah, this is the case photo.
Oh yeah, this might be the girl that got her leg cut.
This poor girl, she had martial arts skills, and they fucking.
She was using her feet for cool guy tricks. But yeah,
That's
it looks
her
like
belt.
it. This looks like a little girl's room.
That's her karate belts.
Girls that she looks up to on like Disney Channel and shit, and boys she thinks is cute. Yeah.
Like, that rubs against my conscience personally. I'm one of those type of gentlemanly chivalry sort of guys that you don't even hit girls, let alone go out and treat them badly.
Christopher's statement here may be what is known as a convincing statement. Individuals who were telling the truth.
Hold on, let me open the chat up. Gotta see what these dumbasses are saying.
Don't usually feel the need to prop
I mean, I gotta see what these geniuses are saying. They're dumb.
their story with convincing statements about what a great person they are, because they know the facts are on their side. On the other hand, individuals who are being deceptive may use these sorts of statements to bolster their image and persuade detectives to believe them.
If the girl's in the hospital, obviously she probably got injured or something.
Well, Chris, it's funny you should mention that, because I want to let you know.
He looks like G-Man.
She is going to survive, fortunately.
That's good.
Yeah, that is real good, because it's real good because she deserves to be alive, and so does
so does the lady, I'm sure.
You know, but you know what else is good? It's good because she can ID the two people that
That'd be
were
great.
in the house.
That'd be awesome. I hope you guys can do that.
Christopher's voice is slightly shakier, and he overall sounds less sure of himself here as the detectives attempt to break his confidence. And although Christopher states his relief that Jamie is expecting...
Yeah, right now, if I, like throughout this interrogation, if I was in his place and innocent and everything, I would be a douchebag back to these cops. Like, I'd be like, yeah, okay, cool. Like I'd be rude and stuff back, because I'd be like, why are you even suspecting me of this bullshit? With him, he's trying to have a confident response, but it's not.
I would tell the cops to be like, you better be ready to apologize to me.
Yeah. Anybody like you or me who would be not in the wrong or whatever, we would be mad, or we would react with anger. He's reacting with just like a fake confidence. There's no anger there at all. I would be pissed. I'd be fucking talking to these cops like they're little bitches for even fucking trying to act like this. I'd be telling them they don't know how to do their job and they're stupid.
He's like so dumb. He's like so dumb that he's like, as the cop's saying, like, yeah, this girl, if she lives, she can identify the two people, and that it just clicks in his head, like, oh fuck, she could identify the two people, like he's so dumb he didn't even think that through. Like,
Yeah.
if she lived.
And think of what the stupid ass. It was all over. It was all over a couple $100 or a couple $1,000. And I mean, in life, really, what is that? Like, you know, that's when you're working a normal job. That's a month worth of working the job or whatever the kind of thing at the most that he got out of this. It's like just what a loser ass thing. Just go get a life. Gotta victimize other people over getting, like, basically in the end just like pocket change kind of thing. It's all over this something so petty as like hundreds or thousands of dollars. Not saying more money would make it any more maybe justified, but like it's just so lame. How, like, it's like fucking hey, just go get a job. Okay, so like, what the fuck?
Do you think people make $100,000 a month?
No, he stole some jewelry, and I assume that the jewelry is worth at the most $100 or a couple thousand or hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I thought you said 100.
Gene,
No.
get in here right now. Gene,
No, they never
bad.
said.
Get in
What's
here
up?
right now.
My bad.
They never made us think that the jewelry's worth that much. It just seemed to be some average jewelry. So I would assume hundreds or at the most 1,000 or 2,000 kind of number is what we're looking at. And it's like, sure, that's a good amount of money. But
I thought you said
like,
100. I thought you said 100,000.
No.
My bad.
Nah, if it was worth that much, they would have talked about that on this video. I'm sure if it was that much money worth of jewelry. But no, it was. I mean, not like that would make it any less. I mean, any less stupid or whatever. But or actually, I guess it would make it a little less stupid. It's just so petty and stupid. Like over something that somebody who works a 9 to 5 makes it in a month. They're going to kill a mother and daughter over. It's like why don't you guys just all get together and like work a job and make money?
How did they know the jewelry was in their house? Let's keep watching because I want to know how.
It was just a nice house, and they I doubt they knew it. It's just a nice house, and they probably like I assume they saw maybe the car leave, saw the mail leave, and thought that it's a good place to go. But I don't know. I'm not sure how that worked out exactly. Maybe they were just lucky with it only being filled with a daughter and a mother.
You froze on my screen. I don't know if you're frozen for anybody else in the Discord thing.
Am I froze for you, Dirt? No?
No?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I took a screenshot of it. It's a funny.
You're funny. All right, let's continue this. Let me open up the chat. And then wait, is Gene coming in here? Gene's not in here. Gene, you suck. You were supposed to be here for high crimes. And you're not here for high crimes.
To survive.
Negan's here. Negan's the new Gene. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be Gene Point 2.
Yeah, 2.0. Yeah. What? Dirt?
Gengen.
Oh, Jinkin. Dude, I love sniffing Jinkum.
Jinkum, dude.
Jinkin.
I'm a
That shit
Jinkum.
gets me so fucked up when I snort some Jinkin.
I'm a jankaholic.
Yeah.
He's likely panicking at the thought that she may be able to identify him.
Let's say it was a robbery gone wrong. Mom ends up dead. The little girl ends up seriously injured. People involved in it.
They're pretty nasty people.
What do you think should happen to those people?
Well, they should probably get sent to jail for the rest of their lives or prison. I honestly don't know what's the difference between jail and prison.
Although Christopher's response
You're about to
sounds okay
find
at
out.
first glance, it's a red flag that he qualified his answer.
The way he talks, like, I'm trying to think of what the actor's name is that he reminds me of. I think that's what it is that he reminds me of.
Pete Davidson?
No, have any of you guys ever seen, I don't remember the name of the show, but there's like a show where there's a dude and then he has this like kind of imaginary dog friend.
Wilford?
What's the actor on there? He
Elijah Wood?
Yeah, tell me he doesn't kind of talk in the way he does. Maybe that's why what he reminds me of.
Jamie is expected to survive. He's likely panicking at the thought that she may be able to identify him.
Let's say it was a robbery gone wrong. Mom ends up dead. The little girl ends up seriously injured. People involved in it.
They're pretty nasty people.
What do you think should happen to those people?
Well, they should probably go to jail for the rest of their lives, or prison.
Shep called me when I was sleeping.
Although Christopher's response sounds okay at first glance, it's a red flag that he qualified his answer with the word probably.
Jane, you're fine. Okay? You are 2 hours late to work, Jane.
Wait, stop. I have something more important than even Gene's.
I didn't know you were streaming until, you called me in the middle of the night when I was sleeping.
Yeah, and that was hours ago, John. Listen, Danny has something more important to say. Everybody stop.
I don't know. She's a woman.
Good night, Shabisky.
She going
Good
to
morning,
sleep?
Danny.
Good morning, Gene says.
All right. Good night, drunken Danny.
Good night, drunken Danny.
Good night, Timmy.
Timmy's not
Who
here.
is that?
That's Megan.
That's you here.
Oh, Timmy, turn on your fucking camera. Just me and Shab. Flex them muscles, dude. Put on
Okay,
your Bruins
one
jersey.
more. I'm sorry. Good night,
Dirty, drunken Dan.
I probably look all gross because I just woke up.
Hey, you look gay. You look like a maggot with an F. Tell her have a good night. Give her.
I didn't ask you to turn your camera on, John.
Oh.
Yeah, John. You ugly you cutie pie.
All right. Early morning, Gene.
Early morning.
Wow, you look like
Bedhead
a fucking
Gene.
hippie.
Gene, this is the first time I've ever seen you.
You've never seen Gene? Have you never seen the
No.
Danny Pedestrian podcast?
Really?
I've never seen you. No, I've
Come
never
on the
watched
camera all the
it.
time.
Just like this one. I've never actually watched an episode of this.
Wow, that's why you've never seen Gene's beautiful forehead.
That's why I never seen your intro. I had to go back and rewatch the intro.
Wait, what?
Well,
That's
Danny just
1984.
asked John if he was at 9/11 right now.
No,
I gotta
it's
go
1984,
take
right?
my meds. I'll be right back.
Yeah, he's at
He
9/11.
said, I gotta be medicated for this shit.
All right. No, you're gay.
Most truthful individuals would provide a firm response in a situation like this. If the officers had...
Tell that chick to go to fuck to sleep. What's wrong with her? The fuck? She said good night. Now she won't shut up. The fuck? Fucking broad.
About his involvement before,
Danny
then
just
they
thought the face behind John is fucking pimp monk, dude.
To be okay, here's what I'll tell you this, Danny. I am not joking with you. It's been fucking 30 times I probably looked at that picture and thought pimp monk. Probably more than that.
Are you serious?
I do it all the time.
Hold on, wait. Repeat this in Danny's ear right now. I'm giving her a headphone.
I all the time I look at it and I think pimp monk. I've been doing it for since he's been using it. I swear. Every time I see him and that comes up, I think pimp monk, and then I'm like, oh wait, no, that's not pimp monk. That's like Saddam Hussein Bolt or something.
No, it's
I don't know.
from 1984.
Saddam Hussein Bolt.
Yes.
Dude, did you just coin that term? Because holy shit, that's some fuck shit.
I coin every term. I'm the greatest. Okay.
Hussein Bolt. Oh my god.
Bald Hussein. Okay.
Okay, from afar it looks like Pit Monk. But
Yeah. Like skin monk. Because he's kind of skinny.
Skin monk. Skin monk.
I'm skin monk. I'm not as fat as the other monk. I'm skinnier, so they call me Skin Monk. I do a lot of cocaine. I'm Skin Monk.
A vape. I don't smoke cigarettes.
I don't smoke cigarettes. I smoke cocaine.
Definitely don't any longer.
The thing that seems to have led you to me is the car.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to learn about my hero, Chris. Chris Gribble, okay? Can you guys shut up while I learn about my hero, Chris Gribble? Crippler?
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Maybe a car like that was just seen in the area, and so you're checking out that lead. It's quite possible I was in the area. I could have been driving down that road right when it happened, which kind of scares me.
I see Pimp Monk.
Now you see Pit Monk?
If I blur my eyes again.
I'm Skin Monk! I'm really skinny and I don't eat a lot because I spend all my money on cocaine. Cocaine!
I didn't think it until I squinted.
Yo, exactly.
I used to be fat until I got my cocaine addiction. Now I'm Skin Monk.
Have you guys talked to him lately?
I've DM'd him recently.
Every now.
He just got in his house. I don't know. Did you see that, Shab?
Good.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. Good for him, man. I'm happy he's in a place now with his mom. I'm super happy for him. Love Pit Monk.
Me too.
Gene. Shut up, Gene. Okay, this is Chris Gribble. Gribble.
Chris Gribble. What are you showing us?
Yeah,
you're
he's
muted,
like,
John.
He's like, look, look, my glass is empty, guys.
Look at my drugs.
Look, I'm stupid.
Look at all my pills.
We don't see pills. Oh,
we see right now.
Oh, dude, chug.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. No way. No way.
He's got prescriptions for it all.
Show the cup. Show the
he
cup.
doesn't have prescription for that vodka he's chasing it with though.
Holy shit, Gene.
Dude,
Gene,
Negan,
I just started.
Negan, he has like no gag reflex, right? That's why I think he's so fucking hot.
Dude, like I just started swallowing pills like whenever I was like 23.
He can do a whole handful like nothing. You know he
Dude,
can. You know he can
like
suck a dick.
champ.
It's hard for you to swallow pills.
Yeah, I could not swallow a pill until I was like after I was like 21.
I'd have to say for most
Yeah.
most people doing what you just did is hard. Swallowing that much pill, yeah. Like I would do like one of those at a time, maybe two. You just did like how much pills was that?
It was like 20, 30, something like that.
Oh my god!
There's no way,
bro.
What do you mean, no way?
Dude, he did it. I just watched him do it.
I saw a lot, but that was 20 or 30?
Yeah, it was all my Plaquenil and Lamictal and Keppra.
Yeah, you got no gag reflex. That's hot, Gene. Alright, let's continue this video. That's hot, Gene. Isn't that hot, Negan? That's hot, Gene.
They'd come out of the house.
I'll stick my finger down his throat.
I like the sound. I like the sound of gagging.
Okay,
yeah.
Never mind. You're not hot anymore, Gene.
I needed a getaway car and killed me for my
frozen
car.
waiting.
That kind of makes me nervous.
That cocksucker needs to help us farther on the goals. Okay? Yell at him, Gene.
Bad crow.
Bad crow.
Maximized it.
Gene, John, sorry. I'll address you quickly.
No.
If I Photoshop that picture behind you to have Pit Monk there instead, would you use that?
Yeah, sure.
Is that from 1984?
Yup.
Dude, I just recommended that book to somebody yesterday.
Yeah, have you seen the movie?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, alright.
I probably won't try.
Shab doesn't like us.
Shut up, we're watching the video, Gene.
Shab doesn't like us derailing stream.
Yeah, well, dude,
I don't like
Gene,
it either because I'm actually
Gene.
curious on how this unfolds.
Yeah, Gene, we're only 30 minutes on this video, but the stream's been going on 2 hours. Okay, so there's an hour left, so shut the fuck up!
Go ahead.
This statement indicates that not only does he know the exact area the police are referring to, but he won't go there again. This may have been a slip-up on his part, as Christopher was likely trying to convince the detectives that not only was he not involved in the crime, but he could have even potentially been the killer's next victim. However, in doing so, he seemingly confirmed that he had been in that area. In addition, asking the suspect to elaborate on their knowledge of the evidence is a common way to get them talking, and a possible opening for them to make mistakes.
Let's say you were on that road that night.
Assuming I was, that scares me shitless.
It should.
Because not only does it make me a suspect, obviously, since you're questioning me, but that really scares me. That
again, he says that way too casually. Like, he's playing it cool too, like, to the point where it's like it's unnatural. No normal human being would react this way, except Gene. But other than that,
I was about to say it's like I don't think what he's doing is that special.
yeah, because he's being like you right now, emotionless. Oh my god, that's why I said Gene.
are for betas.
Yeah, beta.
To attack, even if they were just trying to get out of the house, a woman and a little girl, of course they're gonna attack me for my car. Like, I've never had my car jacked, but I've been scared of it sometimes.
Apparently, while driving around on Saturday night, Christopher and Steve...
We've already talked about that. There's a gang of four cracker bitches.
Let me catch you up, John. I'm drunk, but let me give you the recap.
He killed somebody.
There's 4 gentlemen. There's Chris, Kyle, Kevin, and Steve. Just kidding. They're all white. Anyways,
one of them was named William.
Quinn, William, or Billy. There's Chris, Quinn, William, Chris, Steven. Right. So, but really what matters is they're the disciples of destruction. And they all shaved their heads, and they did a jewel thievery. They allegedly, potentially, maybe even disrupted with the security system in the home. But, it just conveniently happened to stop working days before the incident.
They just got lucky, it seemed like.
Are you sure the guy second to the right, Billy, are you sure Billy's not Asian?
If one of them joined. See, Crow is actually... The name of the group is the Disciples of Destruction, John. That's actually lore. They said that. And Crow, if you can't tell from the lineup and our friend here, he's part of it. Disciple of Destruction.
He's the 5th.
Yeah, he's the
like
leader.
A bunch of cool dudes.
Yeah, right. You want to join their club? All right.
To be fair, they do look like when I was in high school. Like some of the more dorkier kids and stuff. I mean,
this looked like some normal kids in the school. They all just happen to be shaved, and they call themselves the Disciples of Destruction. Gene, that's their gang name. Disciples.
I don't
of
know.
Destruction.
Chris and Billy, the two of them, they kind of remind me of these two kids in high school who were like these giant fucking dorks. So it's hard for me to take them seriously.
That's the two who they've mainly interviewed too. In the video is Chris and Billy.
Yeah. So all right, back to where we were here.
I thought I was looking in a mirror.
Yeah, I thought that was you too.
They're gonna attack me for my car. Like, I've never had my car jacked, but I've been scared of it sometimes.
Apparently, while driving around on Saturday night, Christopher and Stephen traveled all the way to Mont Vernon. Christopher states that they eventually parked in a driveway down one of the back roads for a bathroom break, but he doesn't clearly remember where they were. Unsurprisingly, the detectives find this to be more than suspicious, but rather than confront Christopher just yet, they switch gears to a new topic: the gang. Stephen had recently formed the Disciples of Destruction, looking to achieve a sense of brotherhood along with financial prosperity.
The double
He
D
recruited
gang.
none other than Christopher, Billy, and Quinn, where the essential values of the group consisted of loyalty and violence, with the only way in being the commission of crime. The recruit would invade a house and...
Gene, what do you think about that name? Do you think you could come up with a better name than Disciples of Destruction?
The Pedantic Pedestrians. The
Hey,
PT
we
gang.
didn't even...
Dude, that could be a gang, yo! Yeah!
Hey,
what's up?
Hey, we didn't even tell Gene what they did. They broke into these people's house to steal jewels. They beat them, they beat the mom, and then they cut the little girl's foot.
Yeah, one of them
was
had
a
foot
nice...
fetish.
Well, they cut
Ooh,
her
was
foot.
that their memento?
There's a little girl that was only 8 years old or something, and they cut her foot off. During this robbery.
They cut off the inner side of her foot. So they say the inner side. I don't know if that is the big toe or the little toe, but they fucked up her.
Now, did they?
Foot. You know what's fucked up? She had a bunch of martial arts belts, bro. And Danny's that's the least of her worries. But all I can think about is this poor girl loved doing martial arts, and now she's got half a fucking foot.
Wait, did they do it when she was dead, or did they? Is she alive?
The only reason she survived is because she pretended to be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's, I don't know, she's 11 years old.
Smart for an 8-year-old. Oh, 11, not 8.
She's around 10, something like that. I don't remember what age, but she's young.
Well,
and dispose of anyone.
I mean, 8. That would be pretty fucked up.
I
I don't know. Once you're 10, I think you can handle it.
She was either 9 or 11, and she could fly a plane.
Whoa!
Seeing as Christopher was having trouble at home, he wanted more than anything to be part of something where he could freely express himself. Christopher had been accusing his mother of emotional and physical abuse for quite some time, claiming that she would allegedly pin him to the floor and pop acne on his back, spank him, and require him to carry a vacuum around the house.
Wait. Like, she did that to him now as he's like a teen? Like, look at how fucking big he is.
But he's a chivalrous type. He doesn't hit women.
Okay, I mean...
Yeah, he's a Boy Scout and a Mormon. He doesn't hit women.
Yeah, dude, he is a Boy Scout, Gene, and a Mormon, literally. And he
Boy Scout, a Mormon, and like, what's his game? The Double D?
The
Disciples of Destruction.
And gangster. Mormon, Boy Scout, and gangster. See, you don't want to be a Mormon, you don't want to be a Boy Scout, because it just leads you on this path.
Yeah.
Well, John, he was also homeschooled.
Yeah, homeschooled people suck. I was homeschooled.
Damn, Shab, look at you generalizing. Well, speaking of generalizing, one of the things I noticed is that when I was in high school, kids who were like, yeah, we're going to be part of a gang, and they're white kids, are usually just a bunch of dorks that are cosplaying. They're like stupid, pampered white kids that are just not smart. But then it's also Boy Scout kids who are part of like the Cub Scouts and shit like that. I don't know, Boy Scouts is pretty dorky.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like, I went to church once with my parents when I was a little kid, and then I went
what a dork.
I went into one of those, like, Boy Scout rooms or whatever to see what it was like. And the thing is like, it's maybe kind of cool to hang out with those kind of people and stuff, but at some point, the like, fake niceness... the fake happiness.
Well, that's just religion. That's just
exactly. It gets old. Like it's cool. Like it's kind of cool, but at the same time, it's like seems like a lot of it is forced and just fake, and I don't know. It's just silly. The only reason they do it is because they get told that that's what Jesus was like, or whatever, and that's what they should be.
He was a Boy Scout.
It's nice to be nice to people, but it's like I feel like it's just full of this fakeness.
They said Jesus was like a Boy Scout.
What the fuck are you talking about?
We were talking about the Boy Scouts, and he said he went to church and stuff, and there were a bunch of.
What's the thing that he was part of? Dirt.
Oh, Mormonism.
The Mormon Church.
No, but the other thing.
He's the Eagle Scout.
Eagle Scout.
It's one of those things. I don't know. I went to a church and they had that kind of thing where it was like.
Well, I think the Eagle Scouts are like when they're older.
I don't remember which one it was. It was just I just went to it once and I was like, nah, not for me, and I didn't.
Well, it's one thing if they're like little kids in elementary school and it's like, hey, do you want to do the Boy Scouts? And they like sell popcorn or cookies and something. But then the kids that still do it once they're like in high school and stuff, that's like the Eagle Scouts. I mean, those kids are pretty nerdy, and they're usually some kids where their parents have them go to high school every Sunday.
Well, imagine yourself as the founder of Boy Scouts or Eagle Scouts or whatever Scouts, and you're going around and you're just like knocking on doors like, hi, I'm a 30-something-year-old and I want to take your son out in the woods for like 2 weeks.
You pay me to do it.
Yeah, you want to give me money to take your son out to the woods for a couple of weeks?
Priest, scout captain, and wrestling coach. Those are the three things you're supposed to avoid. You like your kids.
I probably would.
The problem is that parents who love priests also love Boy Scouts for some reason. Why are those things so connected?
Yeah,
you know,
sometimes you just gotta go camping and learn about life.
Learn about it.
Dude, the old Speaker of the House, he was like the Speaker of the House like 4 or 5 terms ago or whatever. It turned out he was a pedo. They were covering him. They're like, he was a wrestling coach, a priest, a Boy Scouts captain. And it's like, wow. And they were trying to depict it, like, look at how wholesome he was. And I don't think as they were covering it, they were being mindful of the fact that, like, yeah, you'd expect a pedo to be...
I think you need to quit being a heathen, Gene. And that was a good man. Just like these boys. These boys never did nothing wrong. They cut a little girl's foot. Who the heck does that?
Yeah, Gene. Dumbass. God.
Mormons do it. Church lovers do it. Boy Scouts do it.
Coaches.
All right, let's
Patients were never confirmed, but his mother did recall a time where she had spanked the child so hard.
I'm sorry. I know where this girl can get a job at. IHOP.
Oh, dang. Oh, my God. That's it. You're canceled. You're Andrew Tated.
A wooden spoon that the utensil broke. She would later admit that she regretted losing her control, but has since denied any of the other allegations, and there is no evidence of them being true. Nonetheless, during his early teenage years, Christopher began to have dark and twisted fantasies about his mother and wished that one day he would carry them out. Confessing his evil thoughts to a counselor at cadet camp, he supposedly stated his thoughts of wanting to cut his mother into pieces and listen to her scream like I screamed. The counselor, horrified at what they'd heard,
Wait, I had thoughts like that all the time when I was a kid. I cut some other kid's foot up.
Dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Everyone stay away from Gene, okay?
What?
Stay... Okay.
I'm just saying, having urges is no excuse
Gene,
for giving in to
you're
the
not
urges.
coming to the meetup, are you?
I thought you wanted me to.
I guess.
Christopher's parents.
Yeah, saying these kids lack self-control.
Okay. We're gonna have to have protection when Gene comes around us, dude. We're gonna...
Absolutely shocked at the confession.
Take
and
shit
didn't wait
with me.
long to bring Christopher in for a psychological...
Danny has one final wish before she goes to bed.
Tell her to shut up.
She wants you to see what I just posted in the general chat in Dank Dumpster.
Just tell her to shut up.
I think Crow needs to see it.
Shut up, you fucking...
Tell her to shut up.
Yeah, Shab.
What am I supposed to... Oh, ha Quinn.
I don't know. I think
oh my God,
Danny's
that's
being
funny.
very dishonest because she said she was going to bed like 10, 20 minutes ago, and she still
That's
hasn't
not
gone to
funny.
bed.
Yeah, it was more closer to 20.
That's not funny.
That's so funny.
What?
I'm sorry.
Now you gotta look at the picture. Here, I'll show everybody on the stream. So this is the picture that they just made.
Wait, I don't see anything.
That's not Crow. It's in the general chat in Dank Dumpster.
It's still not funny.
It's still not funny. It was Danny's idea.
Wait, it's in the
looks
general
funny.
Dank Dumpster?
Yeah.
Is what?
I only said the comment.
Oh,
I
it's
said
Crow.
it. Okay.
Detective, okay.
Yes,
Sorry.
baby. No murder allowed at the Shab Fam meetup, guys. First rule of the Shab Fam meetup: no murder.
Well, what about small animals?
Shut up. Shut up. You and your... Yeah, you're weird, Jane. All right, hold on. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
She would
Well,
later
I
admit
just
that she
make
was
sure, like, if
losing her
somebody does
control,
have...
but has since
Dude, he's
denied
leaving it
any
playing
of
as he
the
left,
other
that piece of
allegations,
shit.
and there is no evidence of
kinda
them
listening.
being true. Nonetheless, during his early teenage
Look at this
years,
picture, Gene.
Christopher
What's he
began to
holding?
have dark and twisted
Dude, that looks
fantasies
like when a
about
kid's
his
in high
mother,
school
and wished
Yeah,
that
what's
one
he holding?
day he would carry them
I wish
out.
we could pause it.
Confessing his evil
Oh,
thoughts
he
to a
said it.
counselor at
He
cadet
said the same
camp,
thing we
he
said.
supposedly stated his thoughts of wanting to cut his mother into pieces and listen to her scream
It's a
like I
knife,
screamed.
Gene. You fucking
The counselor,
dumbass.
horrified
You thought it
at
was
what
a
they'd heard,
killer?
immediately notified Christopher's parents.
I saw
They
him
were
with his
absolutely
headset.
shocked at the confession
I saw him with his
and didn't
headset,
wait
so I
long to
thought he
bring
was just
Christopher in for a
at a game headset.
psychological evaluation. The psychiatrist concluded that he'd been displaying traits of antisocial personality disorder, but was too young to be formally diagnosed. Despite the
thought that.
blood-curdling
We were all
fantasies,
blown
the
away when
teenager
we
was
seen
not
the knife.
considered a threat to society. Or at least, that's what was decided at the time.
Oh, Gene, I love you.
If these dark and twisted fantasies were expressed as just Christopher's angry thoughts towards his allegedly
that looks like the
abusive
kid
mother,
who
it would be difficult
put
to
in
have him
a
committed
like
to a
resume to be
psychiatric
hitman.
facility. In addition, inpatient psychiatric
this dude was a Marine,
hospitalizations are
right?
typically
Oh, I
limited
think
to
I know who you're
days or
talking
weeks
about.
at
Yeah.
most. It's rare for patients to be committed for months at a time unless they have a very
Oh my
severe
God.
mental illness. So, although Christopher displayed all the signs of likely being a hazard to society, it's difficult for his parents, his counselor,
He's
or his
perfect for the
psychiatrist to
Marines.
do anything to stop him from someday acting on those thoughts.
I like
Sadly,
how
in
they're
many
like, oh, the
cases,
camp
it's only when the
counselor. It's
person
like they're
acts that
not
measures are
some
taken to prevent
specialist
them
or
from harming
anything.
others.
Dude, shut up, Gene.
You shut up.
Your pee-pee look weird.
Now, Shab, remember the kid like a few weeks ago who sent in a resume to be like a hitman? He looks like that kid.
Oh, Shabs, you missed it too. Gene thought it was a controller too. In that picture, yeah. Gene
Right.
thought it was. Yeah,
Right?
he thought
we thought it was a controller too. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, when we saw it, we were thinking that too. And Danny said it and stuff, and I don't know who else in the chat.
I said it.
Yeah,
I said it
like
was a
then
controller.
and then finally they showed it backed up and it's a knife, and it was funny because like
That's what
a
it
lot
does
of
here. It slowly zooms out.
no, you're gay.
No, but what he's doing here, like this image, it looks like when kids are in high school post something on Facebook and they're trying to be like, yeah, I'm crazy. It's like that kind of attention-seeking kind of, yeah, I'm going to make a crazy expression and uses my profile pic. It's like
See,
when
I
kids
thought
cut
the-
themselves
I
for
thought the
attention.
I thought the smile was like off-putting too, but Shab said no. It's just. a
Well,
normal
I
picture.
thought it was he was holding a controller.
Controller. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so I was like, oh, that just kind of reminds me of me and the silly faces I'll make and stuff. But then we realized like 5 minutes
Dirty
later
his
that it's a
fucking
knife.
fingernail is.
If it's with a game controller, it's not unsettling. But if it's with a knife and you're talking about cutting your mother, then it's pretty unsettling. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I just thought it was kind of just probably him just being silly. But, I mean, maybe it still is him being silly, but it seems very weird now with a knife. Especially after with what he did.
It was right there. Yeah.
You're gay.
Basically, what they talked about while you were gone was, he seems like the perfect person to not be stable for society or whatever. Like, he has all the
personality
symptoms.
disorder,
Yeah, right.
but was too young to be formally diagnosed. Despite the blood-curdling fantasies, the teenager was not considered a threat to society, or at least that's what was decided at the time. If these dark and twisted fantasies were expressed as just Christopher's angry thoughts towards his allegedly abusive mother, it would be difficult to have him committed to a psychiatric facility. In addition, inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations are typically limited to days or weeks at most. It's rare for patients to be committed for months at a time unless they have a very severe mental illness. So, although Christopher displayed all the signs of likely being a hazard to society, it's difficult for his parents, his counselor, or his psychiatrist to do anything to stop him from someday acting on those thoughts. Sadly, in many cases, it's only when the person acts that measures are taken to prevent them from harming others again. Angry and frustrated, it seems to be of excellent timing when he and Stephen had reconnected in 2009.
What would you do if Steve put you in a position, a pretty hairy predicament? Would you stop him, or would you follow him?
I would stop him.
And deal with the consequences later?
I would definitely stop him, because I don't put up with stuff from anyone to a certain degree.
I don't put up with stuff from anyone. Like if anybody messes with me, I like to totally tell them not to mess with me. Okay, I swear.
That's probably how Michael Jackson talked, but he was like serious.
I was gonna say that too. Like,
he doesn't. My point is, like, he doesn't sound like strong and confident at all. It's just like, yeah, I totally. I don't deal with any.
He'd
crap.
kick your ass, Shab.
I don't deal with any crap from people.
I don't hang my baby outside the balcony.
If people disrespect me, I tell them what's what. Okay.
You wanna
fight, bro?
Okay.
You wanna fight? If he's gonna smoke cigarettes and he's almost 18, I don't care.
We're not talking smoking cigarettes.
So yeah.
We're not talking drinking beer if you're underage.
No, I'm just using
I'm
that
talking
as an example.
serious stuff.
I don't think you really get the big picture. You are here for a reason, okay? You want to know what the other guys are talking about? They're not talking about cigarettes. So you better start
talking about cutting
thinking
people in
really hard
pieces
and pull your head out of your behind and start telling us what happened on
about
Saturday night,
destruction.
because it's not looking very good for you. People are talking about something different than what you are telling us. This was Saturday night. This wasn't 3 months ago Saturday night. This was Saturday night. It is Monday right now.
Oh my
there should be
God,
no
they got these
question in your
fuckers quick, and
mind.
they went around bragging
what you
about this
did.
shit.
You just
Gene, this is another point. Like literally, they were going around bragging about what they did.
Yeah,
That's probably why they got picked
they
up.
killed the little girl's mother, and then the little girl, they thought they killed her, but they chopped like her leg almost off or something.
I have a question
or whatever,
for Gene
or
about
foot.
this.
Well, my thing is, if you're teens and you cut off like some little girl's leg, like what else are you supposed to do? You want to go around and brag? I mean,
I don't think they're actually
no.
teens.
No, Gene.
I think they're adults.
Have you ever heard of an address where the housing number is just a single digit?
Actually, now that you say it, I haven't really come across that.
We thought it was like maybe a private community, and like if it is, then these dumbasses are like, that's so fucking even more dumb to brag about it, because like this type of shit does not happen in like this area at all.
It's probably not a private community because the town is like 2,000 or less. It's probably because it is 2,000 or less. That's why there is a single digit.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying it's like an incest community?
No, it's just it's in New Hampshire.
There's
so
just not
there's
many
not a lot
people
of
in it,
population.
so
Yeah.
There must be incest.
the streets aren't very big.
Sure, John. Let's go with that. Straight with incest.
Yeah, yeah, it's full of genes in his family.
It's full of defective genes. All the incest.
Yeah, they're fucked up genes. They're not like this gene. This gene's perfect. There's only a little
Well,
bit
that's
of
something I
incest
thought
in his
about. Like,
bloodline.
if the average like village in like the Middle Ages and stuff only had a few hundred people in it, how are people not engaging in incest then? Because you think about it, like a third of the people would have to be kids, a third of the people would have to be elders. So there'd only be like a little less than 100 people within your like age range to fuck and stuff. And it's like, I don't know. How did people not engage in incest? And
people move out, new people move in.
The Habsburgs.
Not everybody lived in the same town their whole lives.
Yeah, the Habsburgs.
I can fuck my cousin if I want.
inbred.
Shut up, everyone. All right. Gene, tell these people to help with the goal.
people help Shab with the goal because he's poor. He needs
I did
extra
$20.
handouts.
And you did 20?
Yeah, I did one of me, and then what was it, disciple of?
Oh, that was you?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought that was Negan that did that.
You're so unappreciative, Shab.
Well, no, it's you that I'm not appreciating. I appreciate Drunken Crow. Okay, look at him. How can I not appreciate him? Look, he's part of the disciples of dick sucking, or whatever.
I got paid today.
Yeah.
So all those quarters and pennies, opened up.
All right, back to the video. Let's keep making progress on the cool guy goal.
Drugs.
Cheers.
You don't drink. No. You have no reason to have this memory loss.
I just don't put anything into long-term memory unless it's in.
Let's take a deep breath.
I don't put anything into long-term. He acts like it's a choice.
Well,
what you remember?
Yeah, you gotta free up space.
He acts like it's an actual choice that you make whether you remember these things. Like he's a PlayStation or something.
Oh, Shab, some people, if they like meditate their chi and stuff, they can learn how to compartmentalize certain memories. So it's probably good if you're
I don't like to
Murder a bunch of
remember those
people.
things.
I think he did say in the beginning that he had selective memory.
Well, everyone has selective memory to some part or some
Murdering somebody is.
I don't
probably,
remember that when I
selective
cut off the
memory.
little girl's foot. I don't remember that.
Well, there are like he's probably full of shit, but there are cases where people are like abused or traumatized, and they kind of like it's
Block it out. Yeah.
it's dissociation. It's like they can't remember it happening at all, and you have different dissociative like disorders, and like dissociative identity disorder is the big one. That's like multiple personality like disorder and everything. But there are
this kid is bipolar too, so
well,
he could like dissociate.
He's Chris Gribble.
DID could be part of it.
He's Chris
Well, DID is rare, but like there's this one Netflix series about the church and all their like abuse and stuff, and there's this one woman, they brought her in a room and all the memories came back, and she wasn't aware of this stuff at all for like over a decade of what happened to her, but they brought her in the room and it just sparked all that like trauma that her head just naturally like piled away.
And think long and hard about what happened Saturday night.
This is the prisoner's dilemma at play again, this time with Christopher being on the receiving end of it. He likely believes that his selective memory is a safe bet right now, as it leaves the door open for him to suddenly remember something later and adjust his story. However, what he doesn't seem to realize is that having a memory of extremes like this is highly suspicious. With this in mind, the detectives are hoping to back Christopher into a corner, but the teenager refuses to budge. Although this won't last for long.
Well, I can't tell you anything but what I think I did.
What you think you did? Don't tell me what you think you did. Tell me what you did. Okay? Be a man.
And that guy's rude.
And tell me what you did.
We got in the car and left. I mean, we don't do anything on Saturday nights. We just drive around.
The issue comes down to
driving around, that's doing something. Duh.
Driving around is bad.
On a Saturday night in a small town, I grew up in a town of less than 400. Yeah, we fucked around. We drove around. I'm not saying I killed anyone.
Did you break into people's houses?
No, I didn't break into houses.
It was an accident.
I did steal beer.
Wow, you're a jerk.
You're a criminal.
Yeah, fuck you.
Can't associate with this guy. See, he said it on stream. We got to find the sheriff in
He's
his
part of
small
the
town.
disciples of beer stealers. Fuck you.
Hell, Shab. It's a really creative name. Disciple of beer stealers.
That's it. Someone silence this guy.
Why'd you say Steelers? What does Steelers have to do with this?
You want to wrestle about this?
They were beer napping.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Saturday night.
This
Do you
crazy
really think
video.
we did that? I think you know we did something. I think you know what went on there. I think you have knowledge about what went on there that can help us with our investigation.
Christopher's question stands out as a possible indication of deception. Someone who's being truthful is more likely to adamantly deny any involvement in a firm tone of voice. But Christopher's is weak, and his question is clearly lacking any actual denial. The detective is also using an alternative explanation that minimizes the suspect's role in the crime by asserting that Christopher has knowledge of it.
Yeah, and that's part of the manipulation, because you slowly work towards them admitting.
I don't know. I think that officer's being rude, telling that guy what to think.
Fuck you!
Did the officer also imply that he has a unibrow or is getting a unibrow?
Yeah, he does kind of have a unibrow like you.
Why don't the officers just waterboard them, get the confession out of them, and just get it over with?
I'm kidding.
What?
You have a much more prominent unibrow than he does, Drunken Crow.
But without accusing him of taking part in the act itself.
You guys really think that we did it, don't you?
You tell anyone you did it?
No.
No. You didn't tell anyone you did it.
Why would you
So if
tell
I told you someone is telling us right now that you told them that you cut that little girl's throat, that would be a lie.
Yes.
That would be a lie.
I would never hurt a girl, let alone some little girl. That would be horrible.
Stop telling us, Chris.
Yeah, that's bad.
about Why you guys
hurting
went
little
into that
girls
house.
is not good.
Because right now,
Who's the actor that I said he sounds like, guys?
I don't know.
Michael Jackson.
I'm thinking of like Tommy Wiseau. Like, I did not cut her foot. I did not.
No, like... You guys
I did not hit her.
And-
I did not.
And he's still holding the foot.
Scooby, what's the actor I was talking about? It's like the actor that played...
They like acted in something.
in the Lord of the Rings. That guy?
Elijah Wood.
Yeah.
Elijah Wood. It reminds me of Elijah Wood with his soft...
His eyes.
No, it's his soft-spokenness with the way he's talking.
you told them that you cut that little girl's throat.
Wait, Shabisky,
That would be a
have
lie.
you seen Wilfred?
Yeah, that's what I brought up to try to get people to say his name.
Oh, like, I was going to say, we got to watch that.
I don't...
People are like, what kind of stuff do you think's funny? And it's like, Wilfred. Yeah.
Wilfred is
Let's
good.
watch it.
Dude, that's a mind-blowing show.
I haven't seen it in a long time, so and I don't know if I watched it all the way through. I don't know.
Oh,
I'd
it's
say
a good
Wilfred and Louis C.K. That would be my type of
Louis
humor.
C.K.
No.
He shows me his penis.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I like when a celebrity does something and it's like, nope, that's all they're about now.
He showed me
Yeah.
his penis. All right,
That would
back
be a
to-
lie.
I would never hurt a girl,
I would
let
never hit
alone
a
some little
girl.
girl. That would be horrible.
Stop telling us, Chris, about why you
That'd
guys
be
went into that
horrible,
house.
Gene.
Because right
That
now,
would be bad.
it isn't a question if, it's a question why.
Why?
I
Stop
don't even know
talking,
what house. We were just driving around.
Who?
Just me and Steve.
You and Steve. And what happened next?
We drove around. We stopped maybe and
With her foot.
took a break to pee, and then we got back in the car and drove around more.
See, here's the thing,
Sounds
Chris.
like he fucking sits
You
down
feel
to
like
pee.
you're
Is this
giving
like
us just
Becky
enough
and
to
not
explain
Chris?
away what you think we might know, or things that we might have. And you're thinking that that's going to be enough where later on you can say, well, I told you that. Well, I said that. Well, I can explain that. You do not know all that we know.
No,
Rest
I'm telling you
assured.
what I know.
Rest assured, you do not know all that we know.
During the interrogation, one of
Yeah,
the
no fuck,
detectives has been
Sherlock.
stepping out of the room to retrieve information from the other interviews that are taking place with Billy, Quinn, Stephen, and Autumn. And little does Christopher know.
Wait, why the fuck is
Autumn is
Autumn?
Crow.
Why the fuck is Autumn not on the screen? How does he deserve his identity? What?
It's
Who's
because they're
on?
trans. They're
Oh.
trans.
That makes sense.
No, it's because they, like, Crow's dad has connections and they absolve Crow of the crime.
Fuck you, Crow.
And the real image.
Fuck you.
Why am I
Yeah.
taking
Dirt
part in
showed
this?
up.
It
I
is
just
Crow.
have one
That does
fucking
look like the
haircut.
shape of Crow. That
Jesus
does.
fucking
His
Christ.
friends weren't as willing to conceal the truth.
It's okay to tell the truth. It is okay to say what happened, to tell the truth.
I don't think it's okay to tell the
Because
truth. We'll go to
society
prison.
is going to draw its own version of this whole thing. They already have. You read the paper. You read the Telegraph.
It's just a paragraph online.
Okay, if that's all you read, fine. But I bet in that one paragraph, you can sum up what the reporter's attitude about the whole thing is. There's some
I'm
animal
still
out
laughing
there
at the fact that
hacking
you guys
people
thought
up,
that the Telegraph
killing
was an
people
actual
in their own
telegraph.
home in the
What's
middle
that,
of the
Crow?
night. That's an animal.
Well, earlier,
Shab, Crow's trying to say
Yeah.
something.
You're a bunch
earlier,
dorks.
Shab didn't know what telegraph was. He thought it was an actual telegraph.
Well,
Like-
Gene doesn't know what it is.
Like
know
the
it's some-
app Telegraph.
Let
Oh,
Gene
I didn't know about
respond.
the app.
Yeah, exactly. He would have been like a little thrown off by it too, because I didn't know there was an app called Telegraph. He said that he saw the news about the killing on Telegraph, And I'm like, what's telegraph? That sounds familiar. What is that again? And I looked it up. I'm like, what the fuck? That's one of those beep, beep.
Yeah, I thought he was just being like figurative, like it's everywhere, like you could see it on Telegraph or something.
Yeah, no, that's some app that I'm not familiar with, and apparently you aren't either. So I mean, like, have a good night, Danielle. You C word. Where the fuck is Dart? You see, we can
Dart?
see. Yeah, Dart. We can see his camera there, but and his shitty.
Well, no, I haven't seen that Dart guy in a while.
Dart. All right, back to the video.
That's someone that needs to be killed themselves. A guy like you, come on. You're not cruising yard sales on a weekend. Come on. No, you're not. That jewelry is going to be traced back to that house. And we're going to check the records of anything else you pawned off. Because you even said they take your name, your license number, all that information. How much of that other jewelry and those other goods that you pawned off are going to come back to other burglars?
See, you got to go to the black market in order to pawn things. Like, you don't do it where you disclose all your information.
Yeah, like
you go on Craigslist, obviously, to sell this kind of stuff.
Like I said earlier, it's like these a bunch of lame motherfuckers. Could you imagine?
They're not criminally like
yeah,
whenever
they're not
we cover
good
these
criminals
crime
like
stories.
me and you.
It's so obvious to me what you're supposed to do to conceal your personal information, to make yourself anonymous, how to keep your forensics out of the equation. These people are so thoughtless and careless. They need to be more meticulous.
Dude,
like
Gene, Jack has been acting weird, and I
Jack
figured
killed
out
somebody.
No. Jack has been acting weird, and I think he wants to breed with me.
Dude, Chad, did you fuck your cat?
No, like,
I think you're making excuses.
No.
I think you're projecting.
No.
I think you're projecting, Chad.
No. Okay.
No, Chad.
No.
Chad, you're trying to make excuses to fuck your cat.
No. Okay, let me tell you. So, like, my cat keeps on biting me and going crazy. So I'm making a bunch of noise.
Your brain's
shut up!
making up patterns.
You're not
You're
letting me
seeing what
talk.
you want to see.
And then and they'll bite me and nibble on me, and I've been letting them nibble on me and petting them during this and everything. And finally, I let them kind of like try to guide me on it, and I went down to the ground. And
you're trying to get it so he makes the decision, so he goes first, so you have an excuse to engage. See, he wants it. He's consenting.
No. I put my arm down on the ground, and he got on top of my arm, and he started biting my arm even harder, like really hard. And he looked like he was about to start humping my arm. So I pulled it away.
Dude, look, Dirt's cat showed up. It's like, ooh, I like this.
Yeah,
I thought that was Pikachu.
This is a hot story
is
for it. This is a hot story for the kitty.
See, here's the real star of the show.
Yeah.
Dude, I want them to sit in the chair like they're actually on the podcast.
What the fuck is all that cum or whatever on his seat?
I thought it looked like ice.
It's like cum. Buckets of cum. I don't
See,
know.
you're just coming in Jack, so that's why you got cum on the mind.
No, I didn't do that.
And then there's a cat on the chair. See, Chad, you're not even good at hiding it. You see a cat, you see some white stuff, you're like, ooh, cum.
No, shut up. Okay, the cat.
Because that's what happens with you and Jack.
He started being like aggressive and forceful with my arm, and I knew he was trying to breed with me, and I ran away immediately. Because
you were the one running.
I've never had any sexual relations with a pussy before.
Oh. Dude, Chad's trying to Me Too his cat.
Yeah, I'm going to sue you, Jack.
Jack was on your arm and he came and you were just like... And
I was
like, Tom was like Spider-Man.
But I swear, earlier it was so weird. He's like, he starts acting really weird, making like meow, like making a lot of noise vocally and biting on me like crazy. And I think he's literally, I think he thinks I'm cute.
Well, Shab. Shab's so proud of himself.
I think
it's like Shab's like, my cat wants to fuck me.
Hey, you just jealous because your cat doesn't want to fuck you, you ugly bitch. Okay?
I currently don't have a cat.
Yeah, they ran away because you were too ugly. Ah!
Oh.
I got Got him! Got him! Boom!
Well, to be fair, Shab, like, usually cats, I don't think it's abnormal, like, when they're playing where they'll, like, wrap around your arm and bite your arm and stuff. Like, I've seen cats do that all the time.
Okay, no! No!
Was he actually doing the humping, or was he just crawling around your arm and nipping at it?
Dude, I fucking hate you, and I hate people like you, Jane. Okay, I've owned more cats than you. Are you gonna take that into account?
So that makes you an authority?
No, it means that I've dealt my whole life with dealing with cats, and this is weird behavior that I haven't seen with other cats. It's very odd.
Oh, that's an anecdotal fallacy, Shab.
So, do you want to be called Siegfried or Roy?
I hate everybody. Back to the video.
Simple burglary.
You guys suck.
The most I've done is I was like 9 years old. I tried to take a thing of Pokemon stickers from a KD Toys.
Stop minimizing. Stop. We're not talking smoking when you're under 18. We're not talking
wow, Shab. He engaged in the same kind of crimes as you. Murder. He stole, like, Pokemon cards and stuff.
Yeah, me and him are a lot alike. That's why I like Chris Gribble. That's why I look up to him. That's why I'm thinking of shaving my head.
You should do it.
Maybe my head is shaved and you just can't tell. Maybe.
I don't do that.
I don't do that, Gene.
You may not have.
He's a gangster.
But someone in that house did. And you were there.
I was never in.
You were there.
Investigators again pose the alternate theory that gives the appearance of minimizing the severity of the crime. This is meant in part to keep the suspect talking and eventually willing to admit to something, and eventually the truth of their role in the crime. Nonetheless, Christopher refuses to waver on his original story, invoking that as an Eagle Scout, murder is not a core value.
No, is that not one of the core values as an Eagle Scout? I thought that was.
Do they advertise that to, like, the scouts? And we never murder. That's right. Murder is bad.
Murder is bad. Drugs and murder, don't do that.
Let me ask you this. You ever been to the Nashua River? That mean anything to you?
I don't know which river the Nashua River is.
You don't know? Been to the river lately?
Does that mean lately?
No.
I don't know.
No? You haven't been by a river lately?
Unless you're driving over one or walking.
Stop minimizing. Stop dancing around the issue.
Dude, look at how, like, assertive that guy's being. Like, he needs to stop, like, telling him what to do, telling him what to think. Don't you think he's being a bit too aggressive, this officer?
No. If this, because we're not seeing the whole interview and the mannerisms and everything, so this guy could be just like, oh, I've never seen the river before.
I think he's a guest at their, like, department and stuff, and he's just, I don't know, he's giving a bad impression of, like, what the general vibe is at their department and stuff.
Well, still, he's a suspect, and
that's no excuse for poor etiquette. If you're gonna, like, have people in, even if it's to interrogate them, I mean, offer them snacks, give them some coffee, sit down, actually get to know them, have a conversation. This guy's being rude.
And apparently, 50% of murders go unsolved, and the ones that are solved, out of that 50%, 90% of that 50%.
Look. This is the guy that tried to force himself on me earlier.
Dude, since 50% of murders go unsolved, I don't know, maybe I should throw my hat in the ring. I mean...
Well, go for it. I mean...
Dirt.
Well, I mean, you think, like, a lot of people who murder are, like, really stupid, so if you just, actually put some thought into it, I think you could easily be in that 50, like, your odds of getting away with it kind of skyrocket at that point. What do you think, Dirt? Like, if 50% of murders go unsolved, and you look at the kind of retards that commit murder, don't you think that if you're somebody who actually knows how to be clever and inventive and stuff, then your, like, chances of getting away with the murder kind of skyrocket quite a bit?
Me and Gene would be good murderers.
I would do it without Chibisky.
I'd say it's about a 50-50 shot, Gene.
Well, that's what it was. To go unsolved, 50-50 chance of someone's murder going unsolved or solved. But out of the solved category, 90% of the solved murder cases.
Now, what's the average IQ of a killer? And when you look at the killers that have high IQs, what percentage of their murders?
Right, they're stupid. They're not smart like me and you, Gene.
Go solved and stuff.
They're
you know what I'm saying?
Dumbass motherfuckers. We're geniuses. We could murder people all day and nobody would know. Okay? We'd be like, oh, I'm Trubisky. Nobody would care.
See, a lot of murders, there's some kind of pattern and stuff. Like, what you need to do is you can't do it all in one state. You need to travel to, like, different states and stuff. So that's your vacation. You don't tell people that you're traveling. Take, like, a different vehicle each time. And you can't have a pattern where you burn all your victims or you decapitate all your victims. You decapitate this one, you burn that one. You gotta add some variations, so they can't be like, yeah, we're gonna connect
Gene,
these
shut up.
different
Stop
murders
telling
from
everybody
the
your
different
tips.
states.
You already
What?
Like everyone's gonna become a pro like you.
What's that?
You ever ate this before, Gene?
No, those aren't healthy.
You never ate
imagine, Gene? Look, Gene, eat your heart out, Gene.
Oh,
have you ever gotten
those are Cap's fucking fries, aren't they? Cheddar fries.
Yeah.
Oh, those are goddamn delicious.
Gene, have you ever gotten 3 hours over nearly 30 minutes of content, Gene? Now that's really transformative right there.
Yeah, Gene.
Yes, I have.
Alright, back to the video.
I've actually done it more than once. I've gotten like 4 hours out of 10 minutes of content.
Alright, back to the video.
Have you been to a river lately? Yes or no?
Fine, yes, I've been to the river.
We're like Seinfeld there or something.
When was
Yes
it?
or no?
2 nights ago?
Maybe yesterday. But we
I
didn't
didn't
go
know it. What'd you go by the river for?
What's the thing about?
I'm just imagining this detective as
What did you throw
Seinfeld.
in the river? What was thrown in the river, Chris?
I didn't throw anything in the river.
What was thrown in the river?
In the
I
river.
didn't ask if you did. What was thrown in the river?
Nothing.
Nothing.
What's the deal
I
with
didn't throw
rivers?
anything in the
You're
river.
lying. You're lying. We have evidence. You're lying. You know what happens to people who slice little girls in prison? You know what happens to them? Do you know?
They get sliced in prison.
Yeah. Well,
Whoa!
They become the little
You
girls
find
being
out.
sliced.
Ooh.
Dude, Gene is crazy.
What do you mean I'm crazy? He said, do you know what happens to, like, people who slice little girls in prison? And I'm like, they become the ones sliced in prison. They
Whoa.
become the little girls getting sliced.
Whoa.
I prefer hot fries. I'll eat some hot fries any day of the
Oh
week.
fuck
Well,
yeah!
You guys
Andrew
are
Cap's
gay.
hot fries? Yeah. Cheddar fries? Nah. Hot fries?
Now
Nah.
you guys are making
Crow's
me
team
hungry.
hot fries, dude. Team hot fries all the way.
No,
Nigga,
I
you
like
still there?
Baltimore fries, where they're covered in, like, cheese and crab and,
Cheese
like,
and
bacon.
crab and bacon. Get the fuck out of here, John. I can't afford that shit.
What the fuck
do you
is that? Some sort
Yeah.
of like mutated poutine or poon, whatever it's called.
Poontang?
What?
Some mutated poontang.
They got
Dude,
crabs. I mean,
Every eating establishment within, like, a 10-mile radius of where I live has stuff like that on the menu.
Damn, Gene, I want to eat some fucking crab fries. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. The Baltimore burger has, like, a pound of beef and a pound of crab meat.
Get the fuck out of here, Gene.
Yeah. Pretty much you put crab on it, crab and Old Bay, Baltimore. Baltimore steak. Steak, bunch of crab meat on it. No, I've never had that.
I might have to move into a terrible neighborhood outside of Baltimore, Gene.
Well, it's very easy to stay away from the bad areas.
That sounds like my kind of fucking
Well,
food.
look up a map of Maryland and look at Baltimore County and Baltimore City and just look at how large Baltimore County is to Maryland. Baltimore County is all bougie, so look that up.
I don't feel like it. This isn't the PPP.
Lazy motherfucker.
I'm not the Google guy here, Gene. You know, it's not part of this.
Well, I'll be the Google guy for you. Well, where's the host? What's he doing?
You're gonna find out. That's what the subtitles say.
He's jerking his gherkin to Chris Gribble.
He's fucking Jack right now.
Oh my god, dude. Shab
Well, were you here when he...
I was listening, yes.
Yeah.
I was listening. You know, Shab Dawson? What?
No, but apparently, crab, or no, not crab, lobster is only expensive because it is too cheap or too expensive to get into the mid-state or the Midwest and whatnot. And at the time, I think it was like 17 something, even prisoners were getting fed lobster.
It was just
and
like,
they got
like the bottom tier meat.
Yeah,
I just want to say real quick, damn, Shab, you made Jack come quick.
Well,
yeah.
No.
We got to create this new meme, the Shab fucks Gene, or fucks Jack
Shab
meme.
fucks Gene.
Well, I think he does the same. I think he masturbates to me all the time. He always shares his feelings there, and then he literally fucks his cat.
Shab Dawson, dude.
Yeah.
He'll print out like a photo of me and then take my face and tape it onto like Jack's face and then start fucking Jack.
That would be really hot.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Oh my god.
I disagree with that statement. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Back to the art.
2 specimens, 1 dick.
There we go.
Back to the happy story. Shut up, bitch. Bitch ass, hoe ass, bitch.
My God, what were you thinking? What were you thinking when you were hatching away at her?
What were you thinking when you were cutting a girl's leg off? What were you thinking?
You were smiling? You were smiling, weren't you? You are that sick fucker. You are that sick animal that went in there with the sole purpose carrying that shit. Because the other guys might have thought it was just a burglary. They're just going to skim a little jewelry, go make a little cash, be done with it. But you went in there with another plan. You went in there to kill. You liked it. That rush, that adrenaline dump. You liked it. Until the lights came on. Reality hit. You saw the damage you had done.
The detectives have shifted from placing the blame on Stephen to making Christopher the actual ringleader. They've tried playing him as the victim who simply followed along, but since that tactic didn't work, their next option is to evoke anger or guilt in hopes that he will tell the truth. It's possible that the investigators believe that he's the psychopathic mastermind, and that calling him out on it would appeal to his nature. Trying to paint him as a follower
I just
if
got a
he is the
thought.
leader.
Like, imagine if there's a series of crimes of like breaking into people's homes or banks, but the one thing that's in common is that they always find some dead cat with a bunch of cum in it. You know, it's the Shab. It's the Shab crew and everything.
What the?
Wait.
What the fuck, dude?
Would
I don't. Why did we bring Gene on?
What?
Why?
I called you in the middle of the night because you wanted me here so desperately.
After every bank heist, there's a dead cat full of cum.
Yeah.
What?
They break in, they're like, hey, this DNA, it adds up with this one guy. What's his name? Shabisky? They do a raid on his house and they just go in and there's nothing but a bunch of bags of money that have been laundered and a bunch of dead cats with cum in them.
He's so smart.
It wasn't me, I swear.
This man's so much smarter than the cops. He leaves his DNA everywhere, and he thinks.
No, he just can't help it. He would have gotten away with it.
Hey,
resist the urges.
Hey, what can I say? I love pussy.
It's like Shabisky's
a little
robbing
too much.
Shabisky's robbing a bank, and he's almost got it done, but a stray cat walks by.
Oh,
Exactly.
damn. Guys, we have to hit this goal.
There's always some stray cat that's pumped to death on the side.
It was an accident, I swear.
After all,
I
be
swear.
an insult to him.
If you were given that opportunity, would you offer an apology to that little girl for what happened to her and her mother? Would you?
If I had done it, yeah.
Most people would tell a person that was severely injured they were sorry it happened, regardless of their involvement. It's part of an empathetic response. Christopher's answer lends significant credibility to the idea that he is on the psychopathic end of antisocial personality disorder, since lack of empathy is a key component of psychopathy. This statement labels him something of a deviant, whether he was guilty of this particular crime or not. Following the heated confrontation, Christopher decides that he doesn't want to speak with the detectives any longer. But over an hour later, he seems to have changed his mind. Not only this, but now we're able to hear from the much-talked-about Billy, who has been confessing all along. The detectives begin by reading
Billy the
Billy's
fridge
words
after he lost all his
quickly
weight.
dives into his side.
So that's Billy the fridge after he loses all his weight.
No, that
Billy
Billy
was
looked
singing
like
like
a
a
bitch.
canary the whole time. They weren't shitting him. Billy went in there and spilled the beans.
Instead of a cat, it's Billy.
Oh my god.
Billy
I
the
trust
bird.
Billy. I trust him. He's a good rat.
Of the
Oh my god.
story.
This is your chance to talk, Billy, so I'd like you to just tell us what you know about the incident. I don't much Charlene or whatever from my teachers in school.
Does he not know how to cut his hair?
The information we have is it.
It looks like his hair is receding when he's like 12.
Yeah, what a loser.
Dude, no, hold up, full stop. I know a dude who ain't like he lost the entire hair on top of his head in freshman year of high school.
He sounds like a fun person to bully.
Dude, honestly, he's so fucking cool. Like he's in a band and dude fucking shreds. Like poor guy's got no hair, but it don't matter if you got no hair if you can fucking shred, dude.
Can you
Dude,
shred, Gene?
I'm going gray.
What,
I
did
don't
he
know about
shred the
you guys,
flute
but
or
I'm
the
going
trumpet?
fucking gray.
You know what? He wears a fucking cabbie hat everywhere he goes, like Pimp Mike. He wears a fucking cabbie hat to cover his fucking skull.
Well, to be
He's a
fair,
cool dude.
like, yeah, you do have kids that, like, I mentioned that one girl who had Tourette's, and she would just strout like bitch tit and stuff like that. She had a.
Shit, that's where you got that from.
Well, yeah, I told the story.
I don't.
God,
remember this
dirt.
one. I don't recall this one, Gene. I don't recall. This
Yeah,
one.
but she had a cool personality. Everyone liked her, so if people talk shit, people would stand up for her. So it's almost like, I don't know, like having a cool personality is the way you get around, like being a kid with one arm or balding at freshman year, or who randomly shouts out bitch tit or something.
You're gay.
You were there.
The detective informs Billy that he's not the only suspect being interviewed at this very moment.
So why don't you go ahead and tell us what you know about the incident out in Mount Vernon? What I know, like, about which part? About your involvement in the incident. Yes. My involvement was, I was just there. Okay. Who were you there with? Steve Spader and Chris, and I what his last name is. You don't know Chris's last name? I've never known him for a week. Okay. Okay.
Dude, he's known
And,
this guy
who
for
else
a
you
week,
know?
and he's a disciple of destruction together. I think not. I think not. You don't just. meet
Or maybe
him
it's just
together.
some dork
You're
cosplay.
disciples of destruction.
Well, as
Yeah.
the leader, I'll accept everyone.
Well, I'm saying maybe it's just they couldn't find anyone to join, so they're just desperate. Like, okay, you can join.
Oh my god.
But it's some
Oh
dork
my
kind of
God,
like
that's
game
honestly
cosplay.
really fucking funny. That's actually really fucking funny.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But they are
Billy
like,
sang like a bird.
because it's like some gang cosplay. They're just kind of like desperate. They're like, you want to be part of our gang?
Oh my god, dude.
You want to cosplay with us?
We're gonna go hit a lick, dude.
We're gonna go lick a dick, dude. Come on.
And this was in New Hampshire, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what the?
No, it's in
fuck
South
is the-
Dakota.
It could have been. We got Mennonites. We got shit.
We got Crow in South Dakota.
Dude, fuck.
Besides me,
I hate to do it, y'all. Honestly.
Hutterites
I hate to
and
do it.
Mennonites.
It's 4 a.m. here. I need to pull a Negan, except I'm not gonna fall asleep on camera.
Wow. Pussy.
I'm sorry. We had too much fun. We made too much content, and I have too much work to do tomorrow.
Well, are you going to be on tomorrow night's stream?
Yes, and that's why I need to be healthy and well rested so I can go to work for 8 hours and then do your stream.
Because I woke up early, I'm probably going to do the stream early. I might stream around 9 or 8 tonight.
Well, in that case, I might be late, but I'll be there, Gene. I'll pop in and...
Well, that's okay. We'll still have like 10 hours left of the stream by the time you come in.
Oh my fucking god. Sounds about right. Good night, you guys.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure. I'm going to listen to this while I fall asleep, however long that may take.
Oh, like I said
before, so we can't talk shit about Dirt.
like I said, Dirt, I hope Danny wakes up with both her legs.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
For sure.
Hope she wakes up with no legs. Alright, peace out.
Good night, dude.
Dude, you see how my nipple pops out of my shirt here?
Yeah, it's fucking hot, Jane.
No one's ever fucking mentioned that whatsoever until
It's so
this.
fucking hot, Jane. I want to see your nipples so bad right now.
Yeah. You see my nipple? Ready? Wait, let me see if I can.
Gay guy.
Okay.
See it?
Billy is minimizing his involvement by using the word just. This is likely an attempt to lessen his punishment and possibly any feelings of guilt. Given how quickly he admitted to being there, it's possible that he either felt compelled to clear his guilty conscience, or he's a person who succumbs easily to pressure. In addition, when more than one person is involved in a crime, a psychological phenomenon known as diffusion of responsibility occurs. This means that each person feels less responsible for the crime because the responsibility is shared. If Billy is...
I think what it is he was dragged along with this, thinking that they were just going to steal stuff.
The bandwagon effect.
That they were just going to steal stuff. And then he ended up watching this horrible thing go down. And then he didn't respond right off the bat by calling the cops and telling them about it. Next thing you know, the cops are already hitting him up, interviewing him, and then this is what happens. And he easily gives it up because he doesn't want to try to hide it, because he wasn't trying to do that in the first place, because he wasn't trying to murder people. I think that's what is going on here rather than whatever he's trying to say.
If you were with a group of people and they broke into a place we're going to steal some jewelry, and then they started decapitating somebody or cutting them into pieces or lighting them on fire, what would you do when you're right in the middle of it? You had no clue.
I'd have to start helping. I don't want to fill out a place. Okay, I don't want to.
What would you do?
That's how much
if
I
they
care
went
about
in.
fitting in. What?
They were gonna break into somebody's place to steal their merchandise and stuff, and then they all started fucking a bunch of cats. What would you do?
I'd push them out of the way and start fucking the. I mean, I would be like, what the heck?
Oh, Chef showing true feelings.
I mean, I would be like, no, why are you guys doing that?
Chad didn't want it to be some bestiality orgy. He wanted it to just be him and all the cats. He doesn't want other people involved.
I mean, no.
He doesn't want to share the pussy.
Do you like pussy, Gene?
Not the kind you're thinking of.
Shut up. This guy on the screen looks like he's one of your offsprings.
Okay, I don't think he looks anything like me.
Being honest and saying that he was there but didn't actively participate in the attack, he may have justified the crime to himself because others were doing something much worse.
I get a call or a text from Stevie saying
they were doing things much worse. They were fucking cats.
I think this guy's doing a lot of maybe and a lot of reading into it without evidence.
Wait. Young-minded in the chat. Why are you calling people gay, young-minded? You're being homophobic.
It was an accident. He didn't mean to do it.
We don't take kindly to homophobia around here. We're a PC group of people.
Yeah, you maggot. Alright.
Partner with him, yeah, and he wanted to meet up with me. He wouldn't tell me why or anything. So I'm like, whatever, why not? So I met him down the street. So you going to meet Steve? Yeah. And who's with Steve at this point? I think it was just him. And was he on foot? Was he in a vehicle? He was on foot. Okay. And what happened at that meeting? He told me that we were going to Walmart to meet Chris.
Apparently, Stephen had texted Billy around midnight. After meeting Christopher at Walmart, their next stop would be Quinn's house before heading off for the night. However, as we'll hear from Quinn himself, he wasn't all too thrilled to be joining the trio that night. Apparently, Stephen had informed him earlier that day of his plans to commit a robbery, whereas Quinn was a little apprehensive at the idea. Regardless, Stephen would ensure his friend's compliance and made his way to Quinn's house a little after 12 a.m.
There were text messages, there were calls. I told Stevie that my dad had caught me going out, which I didn't even attempt yet. My dad was downstairs, so I said it very softly into the phone, but he said, "Your dad caught you?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "I don't care if your dad catches you. I don't care if you walk out the front door. You have to get out tonight."
Eventually, Quinn agreed to go along and even brought an extra pair of gloves per Stephen's request.
When did you end up in Mount Vernon? When? Yeah. Oh, what's that? No idea. No idea? I have no idea when we ended up in Mount Vernon. Okay. I just don't remember. All right. I don't remember much of that night. How come? I just tried to block it out. Yeah, I bet. Were you using drugs that night? No. Drinking? No. Okay. Were any of the other guys? No. How did you come to target that house? It was their idea. I have no idea.
Dude,
okay.
Cheb.
At what point did they bring?
Now young-minded, he's burrito size shaming.
Well, yeah, you got a tiny burrito. You mad about that?
Cut out Cheb.
You have a tiny burrito. You mad about that?
Well, I mean, they're less calories, so it's like young-minded, encouraging people to overeat and everything. Yeah. Saying he's encouraging bad eating habits. Do you want Crow to die of like high cholesterol or something, young-minded? Is there something you want to tell us?
Hey, you know what? It's good that you have a small burrito.
Now you're cutting out again. Jesus. Bad
Come on. You have a small burrito, and I'm happy for you, Jim.
Yes. It's the way to go. It is the way.
Okay, what did they discuss? You and me. Okay. I just don't remember. All right. I don't remember much of that night. How come? I just tried to block it out. Yeah, I bet. Were you using drugs that night? No. Drinking? No. Okay. Were any of the other guys? No. How did you come to target that house? It was their idea. I have no idea. Okay. At what point did they bring you into the idea and tell you what was going to happen? When they picked me up or when I met them at Walmart? Okay, what did they discuss with you? They just discussed that they were gonna like try to just, I don't know, they kind of, I don't usually understand him. He doesn't make sense most of the time. Yeah, I've known him for a while. And when he says stuff that he wants to do, he usually doesn't mean it. Yeah, because I don't know. He's just, that's just how I interpret it. But he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go try to do this. Go try and do what? If you don't understand, just use his words. What we're gonna go try and do? Just make some money. That's his expression. We're gonna go try and make some money. Yeah. And that was Steven saying that? Yeah.
He doesn't want to say what he really was saying.
Billy isn't a violent criminal. It makes sense that he's tried to block that night from his memory. It can be traumatic to witness such a scene, and oftentimes those who come along for the ride, like Billy claims to have done, could be somewhat afraid of speaking out or trying to stop the others from committing the crime. In addition, Billy may think that if he keeps the details to a minimum, it will make him seem less culpable and save him from having to answer uncomfortable questions. But what Billy may have known was that Steven, the supposed ringleader of the group, had apparently been discussing his urge to commit a brutal crime.
He started off saying, would you take a hit for me? Would you take the blame for me? He would wait for me to agree. And then he would move on and say, would you break into a house with me? Or would you steal something with me? And then he would wait for me to agree. And then closer to the event, he started talking about, would you kill for me if somebody was on my back?
Next, Billy explains that Christopher had driven the group of 4 to the address of 4 Trow Road. They originally planned to burglarize the house next to the Cates, but abandoned the idea out of fear that it would be too big and confusing. Christopher dropped his accomplices off at the residence, but quickly drove off to find an appropriate parking spot, deciding on a house's long driveway down the road. Around 30 minutes later, he met the 3 back at the Cates' home to plan their entry.
They couldn't figure out how to get in the house. That's basically what we were doing, trying to do. They were trying to figure out how to get in. Okay. They said they got in. They said
Billy
they got
the
in.
snitch!
Over standing somewhere.
Yeah!
And they're gonna find Billy in prison. You better hide.
Billy the snitch!
Watching the people. Okay. And who came and said they got in? I don't know. It was dark and I couldn't really see nobody, so I don't know who. Did you go into the house with them?
My lover's in chat.
Yes.
There is a noticeable delay before Billy...
What, Rick and Morty guy?
Yeah, it's blowing me kisses. I don't know. I feel a little awkward.
If he's of age and not related and STDI free, you should fuck him, Gene.
Wait, so if he's Rick and Morty, wouldn't he be half Rick, half Morty? So he would be the average age of both Rick and Morty?
Yes.
Oh, Negan's up.
That's still of age.
Oh, that's
of
still
Rick
age.
and Morty. Because I think Rick is like 50 something and Morty is like 17. So
when Rick gets into fights in Rick and Morty, like, how does he not like break his arm and his like hips and stuff? Like, he probably has some like serum he injects himself with or cybernetic implants. That explains it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
He answers this question. When someone hesitates before responding, this usually indicates they're thinking about what to say. Since this was a simple question and he should have readily known if he went inside or not, the pause was likely due to him considering what would happen if he said no. He may have pondered if he would get in less trouble. However, Billy rejected this idea as he may have realized that the detectives already knew he was inside. So lying might make things worse for him.
You're a little guy. You know, how tall are you, Billy? I'm like 5'2". 5'2", how much do you
Whoa!
weigh? 96 pounds. 96.
Well, what?
He's 5'2".
The detective is like
What a
96
shrimp.
pounds. Holy shit. I'm like twice that much.
Whoa, he weighs 96 pounds?
That's what the detective said. 96 pounds?
Pounds. Little guy, it would be...
It's like almost 100 pounds, like less than I weigh.
Dude, I didn't get up to 100 pounds or 5 foot until I was in like 9th grade.
Wow, Crow, you're short.
Oh, you're a little bitch. I mean, you're the greatest.
No, I am a little bit.
I'm kidding.
I was like 6 feet when I was like in my freshman year. It's good when you like grow like to full size really early, because then for a while you get to be bigger than all the kids.
I was like that. Definitely not 5'2" at whatever age he is. Like, fuck. I was like 5'2", probably in the 4th grade or something.
Well, of course he's 5'2", and he fucking went into the goddamn the basement. He's probably the only one that could fucking fit.
Huh.
That's why you need a little guy on the team. A little man. Dude, I want to make a story about a bunch of like bank robbers and stuff, or like criminals, and one of the people on their crew is a little person.
He's like their little gremlin on their team.
And who is it? Peter Dinklage? Is he's the He plays the one like midget Stark or whatever, or Lannister.
Red Eye, you're like 5'2", right? Red Eye. I think so.
Handy to have that.
Australians are short.
Yeah, they're all
Americans
short.
are always taller.
Yeah.
Window.
Except for all those like
The opening there wasn't a big
Dutch
window,
and Norwegian
right?
people.
For the cellar window? Did they lower you into the cellar window? Yeah. Okay.
Next, we pick up with Christopher, whose confession is one of the most chilling that you'll ever hear.
Steve and I are very similar. Steve and Spader. Both of us grew up with problems in our families. Technically, we're both...
I just figured out who this sounds like.
Trubisky. Trubisky's mom.
Okay,
Nikocado avocado.
No. Was anybody there for... Recently, I deleted a video because a dude named,
Trubisky.
John Morgan.
Crow.
A dude asked me to delete my exposed video on him.
Honest Red.
Hold on, let me...
Shab's slow. Well, meanwhile, I just looked up, because I'm a dork, the countries with the top 10 tallest citizens on average. And number 1 is the Netherlands. Number 2, Montenegro. Number 3, Denmark. 4, Norway. Serbia. Germany. Croatia. Czech Republic. Slovenia. Luxembourg. God.
Okay.
Europeans, they hog in all the lists, like listings and everything.
Yeah, Sebastian...
Montenegro is weird.
So that's like that's the only one.
There's a dude named Sebastian Podcast or whatever who I had like beef with in the past. That's who he reminds me of with the way he talks.
Has Sebastian killed anybody?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I feel like he kind of looks like this too as well.
Pull up Sebastian on screen so we know who you're talking about.
Oh, you say Sebastian, and I'm thinking about the fish from Ariel.
Yeah,
It wasn't a fish, it was a crab. God.
Yeah.
No, Sebastian.
The crab?
Was the crab. No. Yeah.
Are you
sure? Yeah,
learn your Disney mermaid characters,
it started with,
Jesus.
It started with an F or something. What was the fish's name?
Flounder. God, you guys need to learn your Little Mermaid names and everything. I did not know that. God.
Yeah, well, you're gay. All right, let's continue the video.
Next, you're going to tell me you don't know the name of all the different dwarfs and Snow White.
Oh, you're gay.
Dopey, Smokey, Bopey.
There was no Smokey.
Well, one of them.
Smokey's a bear, not a dwarf from Snow White.
Dopey, Pokey. All right.
There should be a paper in the scripture case in the top drawer of a black dresser that says as much.
Okay. Sociopathy is not an actual clinical diagnosis, but rather a term that describes a set of personality factors. The terms sociopath and psychopath are sometimes used interchangeably and have many similarities, but there are a few key differences.
Oh, who's told you this stuff
form
before?
Some attachments to a select few people, while psychopaths are unable to have a genuine connection with anyone. Psychopaths are more likely to be calculating and appear charismatic, whereas sociopaths are more reckless and disorganized. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder may fit the description for sociopathy or psychopathy, but the official diagnosis would be antisocial personality disorder. Christopher's traits seem to heavily align with this disorder, which may not come as a surprise to everyone. Only days before October 4th, 2009, Christopher had sent a frightening message to his ex-girlfriend, Ashley Martin. "I've tried letting my nice side run things. It didn't work. Now the dark side of me will." Many people with antisocial personality disorder will describe having these two sides to their personality.
What? Yeah.
He's a Sith.
Black and white thinking. That's one of the symptoms of like the neurotic cluster B personality disorders, like antisocial personality disorder. See, he doesn't consider that there's a gray side. He's just like, nope, it's black or white.
It's black.
My light side, my dark side. He doesn't know there's a gradient.
Super nice or super mean.
It's like, I don't have to be absolutely nice, and I'm angry. I can do something like punch a pillow. I don't have to cut somebody into pieces. There you go. See, that's the problem with people that think like that.
You don't have to, but you could.
Yeah. But if you go into the gray area, just cut some animals into pieces. There you go. Gets rid of the urge to cut the person in pieces.
However, it doesn't take much for the other side to emerge, which is often triggered by anger, stress, or if the person simply has a need to fulfill.
Ooh, Shep.
We decided that we were...
Red Eye says, Shep's probably getting mad at me impulsing constantly. Red Eye's like, Gene did it. He juiced those hookers with kale and drank the kale and hooker smoothie. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Hookers probably have STDs in their blood and stuff. You probably get some bad stuff. You drink that. I don't know. You should probably go to women who are into yoga. Go into one of those personal fitness places or gyms and take those women, turn them into smoothies. They probably got some blood. It's rich in nutrients and everything. Yeah. No, Planet Fitness is a cheap gym or whatever. You need to go to a more bougie gym.
Oh, unless you're a bougie serial killer.
Well, to be fair, the hookers, they probably got a lot of meth in their blood. Maybe that's where Red Eye's going. Yeah. And Crow's mixed vodka with the kale and hooker smoothie. Rated it a 7 out of 10. I don't know. I think you got to go to Moms and follow the women around that shop there, Whole Foods and stuff. And then you need to go to the ones that are more fit. And then when they go to their yoga class, it's yes. That's where you get your fine organic specimens that you put in the mix.
Red Eye.
You get your kale at Mom's.
Actually, fucking trying to be healthy. No, I'm not.
No, but you get your kale and all your fruits and stuff at Mom's, but you also get the women that you put in a juicer at Mom's as well.
You're gay.
No, I just get that. No.
You're gay.
Do you have something to say, Negan?
Better not say nothing, Negan. About to backhand you. Okay. Boom.
So low on cash. We couldn't manage to get jobs. And we were going to try and get another robbery. Mm-hmm. We weren't sure when or how we were going to do it. Saturday morning, when I was with Steve, he told me that him and Billy had...
Dude, I want to show you after this is done what the kid sounds like. I swear he sounds just like
cruising around and had found a house out in Mount Vernon that looked reasonable enough. It was out in the middle of nowhere. Mm-hmm. And we were thinking we were going to go in there. When it was just me and him together in the car.
You and him meaning?
Me and Steve.
Okay.
In the car. He said, yeah, we're just going to go in there, grab some stuff. If anybody's there, we're going to kill and have some fun. I agreed. We could do that. That sounded good.
This strongly suggests that although Christopher did not know the victims, there was a conditional intent to kill if people were present in the house. However, premeditation doesn't require a certain period of time to form as an element of murder. Only enough time to form the intent, consider the crime, and then act. This can be as little as a few seconds.
Oh, never mind. He already said it. I was if you're hanging out with somebody and somebody makes a joke about your hair, and it's you know what, I'm going to kill them, and you grab a knife and stab them. It's I guess that would be premeditated. It took a few seconds to be I'm going to murder them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this may not have been the only crime committed by Christopher and Stephen. Apparently on Sunday, September 27th, only 1 week prior to Kimberly's death, a robbery had taken place in Brookline right next to Stephen's house. The McNeil family had left for church at the same time they did everything.
They have longer hair than I do, and I am completely almost bald.
Well, I have longer hair than you.
Hold on. This was after the murder. Okay, they didn't cut it since the murder. Okay,
I'm not part of it. I'm not part of it.
Dude, imagine somebody being so dumb that they commit a murder and it's they're oh, I heard they found our hair at the crime scene. and they like take a straight razor and they just cut their cranium off to be like, yeah, now they won't be able to like find our hair.
You're silly, Gene. That sounds like some cartoon shit. You're silly.
Yeah, exactly.
Every Sunday and returned later that afternoon.
Dude, imagine that in a cartoon. Imagine like you got a dumb character and it's like you realize like you got like hair and you can get DNA from their saliva.
Until around 7:30 p.m. that they noticed their back door to the porch had been kicked in. Along with this, they discovered that various items of jewelry were missing, in addition to an iPod, a piggy bank, and several other valuables. Supposedly, Christopher had known the family quite well, as they attended the same church, and Stephen was also well acquainted with them on account of the family's close living quarters. Although it hasn't been confirmed, it is most likely the previous robbery that Christopher is referring to here.
Billy was in on it too. He was all for it. We all had pocket knives. I had found a machete that my father owned, and Steve had mentioned he liked machetes, so I brought it along.
Okay.
And there's a Boy Scout knife, a straight knife, about 4 or 5 inches long.
Okay.
Thin blade. I liked it. It had a very nice handle, and it had a leather case that could go on your belt.
Yep.
So I chose that. We met up. Quinn was going to be on it too.
Okay.
Autumn was going to be our cover story. He said we'd get there whenever we told him. He'd say we were there from that time on.
Okay.
So that we had an alibi.
This information clearly shows preparation for the commission of the crime of murder and goes to support premeditation. Christopher also has an interesting deviation from the story here, as the knife he had seems to hold just as much interest to him as the upcoming story.
We looked around for a good entry point where we wouldn't make a lot of noise. We didn't see any alarm systems, so we figured we were probably set. All the doors were locked. We finally found one basement window we thought we could get Billy into if I could get it open.
Yep.
I used the black mechanical assist knife that I own to cut the screens. There were 2 screens between us and the window. And I tried to cut the frame out of the window, but ended up breaking the glass. At which point I basically bashed in the window, not the glass, but I managed to break it off of the handle that was on top holding it down. We couldn't get anyone else in any other way so far, and so we started sliding Billy in. Billy got in and was because he went over to the basement door and thought it was locked because he pushed on it instead of pulling. And so he was stuck in the basement and they were trying to get him out.
Okay.
Steve had the idea that we could take the air conditioner out.
Okay.
So I cut the panels off from around the side.
Yep.
And we moved the air conditioner over.
Take note of Christopher's wording here. He asserts his superiority over Billy, who most likely had an emotional response and panicked, whereas Christopher believes himself to be someone that would never get locked in a room.
He acted like a retard. How about you don't do this retarded shit to begin with? You're the fucking retard.
Continuing with the course
was that
of
the actual R word that they were trying to?
Yeah. He said his friend was acting like a retard because he wasn't like using the door right or whatever, which maybe he was, but shouldn't have been doing this retarded stuff to begin with. He's fucking stupid for doing this. It's stupid.
events. Once Stephen was inside of the home, he quietly made his way to the back door, where Christopher and Quinn were waiting outside. They eventually found Billy in the basement and proceeded with their depraved plan. Upon their entry, they noticed that the residence had motion detectors. In hopes to avert the system, Christopher swiftly located the breaker's front door, cutting the power within a second. As they began to search for jewelry, an iPod was discovered in one of the several rooms, most likely Jamie's. Using the iPod screen light to guide their way, Stephen led the sadistic pack towards the master bedroom.
Wait, so the dumbasses didn't bring any sort of light with them during this? Okay.
Where Kimberly and her daughter were peacefully sleeping.
When Stephen opened the master bedroom door quietly, he looked in, and he said that there are people, but we thought he said, there's no people. So he started to get a little bit relaxed and started talking. He started to quiet us down. And then he shined the light on the bed, and that's when they woke up.
Okay.
The mother said something like, Jamie, is that you? Stevie threw the light, he went around to one side of the bed where the girl apparently was sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
I started to circle around to the other side in case something happened. The mom sat up in the bed, started asking who was there, what was going on, tried to turn on the lamp and it didn't turn on.
Yep.
And when she did that, Steve started hacking at the bed with a machete.
Okay.
They started screaming because they heard something. Apparently he missed them mostly. But I heard him hit the mom. And so I dove in and stabbed her a few times in the chest. Steve was just hacking away. He totally lost it. I was controlled, but I didn't really feel much of anything.
Yep. Okay.
I thought I would, but I didn't.
What were Quinn and Billy doing?
They stayed by the door. They didn't do anything. All honesty. We did everything. The girl jumped up. I almost sensed her in the dark get up and jumped over her mother. As Steve was hacking away, and she jumped right into my arms. I stabbed her once towards the face. Then I went for the front as I was swinging her around, and she got free of my hand and went flying into the glass door, knocked her head. Stopped crying completely.
Okay.
I figured she was probably toast.
Yeah.
The mom was still gurgling and kind of breathing deeply. Steve just went at her. I was actually kind of scared of him. He just kept hacking at the bed. Came over at our side and hacked at it some more.
Yeah.
And then went over and kicked the girl a couple times with his steel toe boots, and then hit her in the head with the machete. Or at least that's so he said he did aim for the head.
Yeah.
I was backing off because I knew Steve was losing it. I could tell. Then he turned around. He looked like Jason from Halloween with the machete in his hand. And I told him, Steve, relax. It's just me. It's Chris. He was breathing hard and relaxed. And Quinn had the good sense to go turn the breakers back on and the lights went on.
Yeah.
In fact, Quinn couldn't believe the horror before his eyes.
When the mother woke up, she made a comment. She said, Jamie, or something, you know. Then you covered your ears and ran.
I didn't run, I walked.
Walked out of the room, okay? That's because you knew what the purpose was to be there?
I guess I didn't believe it was really happening.
Wait, Shab.
I was shocked that...
I just want to say, like, from a distance, like, the way he has his facial hair there and his chin, looks like it's like butt cheeks.
You like butt cheeks, Gene?
No, but that's what his chin looks like.
You need to stop discriminating against butt chins, Gene. Okay?
What?
Yeah, you're a discriminator, Gene.
You guys weren't talking at all. Is that the first time we've posted and said anything since I came back? Or since I was away?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
Where'd Drunken Crow go?
I don't know. Our butt chin talk scared him away.
Drunken Crow owes me a dick sucking. Alright, back to the video.
I was shocked that this was actually happening, and I walked down the hallway because I didn't want to face the reality.
The mom was obviously not going to make it. The girl, I was pretty sure, wasn't going to. She was completely out. There was blood all over the place.
According to Christopher's description of Stephen's behavior, it seems that Stephen was experiencing a rage blackout, which is similar to those that people with anger management issues struggle with. The person often acts very primitively, as was the case with Stephen and how he brutally murdered Kimberly. Christopher's actions are calmer and more methodical. Evidence of this can go to show many things, among them a sense of self-control and understanding.
What, baby?
Did you ever have, like, an anger blackout where you just had this, like, infuriating rage and you beat somebody to, like, an inch of their life?
I blacked out once and then I woke up with blood on me. I didn't know what happened.
Well, apparently they don't actually, like, black out. To be fair, like, I've actually seen people do this before. Like, I talked about Rika. And those kids, they would, like, attack staff members. They would just start slamming their face against the ground and punching that. They would send them to the emergency room. Yeah. It's pretty horrifying stuff if you actually witness it.
Yeah, right. You know what I heard, Gene?
Crow left us.
You know
What's
what I
that?
heard, Gene? I heard that Landon is a towel. Yeah.
I thought you were the towel.
No, Landon's a towel.
Which negates any sort of non-culpability defense. A court-appointed psychiatrist would be able to interview Christopher and easily determine that he understood the nature of his acts and knew at the time of the crime that they were wrong. However, he may have wanted to portray himself as remaining in control because he believed it made him look stronger compared to Stephen. For someone with antisocial personality disorder, they might see it as very negative to lose control, as they often view themselves as superior to others. Whether he lost it or not, the outcome of their twisted idea of fun was something beyond your worst nightmare.
Now, Shab.
Horrifically so, Kimberly had been...
What do you think about, like, if somebody has, like, a mood disorder or, like, an anger disorder, and they snap into, like, one of those rages and start attacking somebody and seriously injure them, do you think they should face criminal charges?
Yeah.
What if it's, like, a kid who does it, like a 9-year-old, a 12-year-old?
They should be held accountable as an adult. Okay? They should be charged as an adult, Gene.
To be fair, if you want to feel, like, really uncomfortable and just, like, feel really down, look up some clips of, like, people who have those mood disorders actually freaking out. It's, like, one of the more, like, fucking disheartening and depressing things to observe.
What's disheartening?
Like, people who have, like, extreme, like, mood disorders, and there's, like, 3-4 people holding them down and restraining them as they're, like, screaming on the top of their lungs and, like, bashing their head against, like,
You watch that stuff a lot?
Well, like, I read a lot about psychology. I went to school and took a few classes in psychology, and when they show videos of them, like, dealing with patients like that who have those conditions, it's pretty, it's pretty unsettling.
Yeah, here, let's... Well, that reminds me of the video we're watching, Gene. Cutie Pie. Sapphire, we're almost done. We're almost done with the video.
Sapphire person?
She's my biggest fan. Sapphire, Casburn, everyone knows that about her.
Struck with the machete in the head and torso 36 times, while her daughter had suffered 18 severe wounds, including a punctured lung, a fractured elbow, a cracked skull, and a partially amputated foot. Following the murder, Quinn had unexpectedly turned the lights back on, forcing them to look at the disturbing scene. However, this may have given them even more of the gratification that they so greatly desired. And although the perpetrators were convinced that their work had been done, they underestimated just how strong that 11-year-old girl really was. Petrified, Jamie lay there on the blood-stained floor while her attackers stole a few pieces of jewelry before fleeing the scene. Pretending that she had succumbed to her injuries, Jamie was able to escape the cruel fate that they had so mercilessly tried to bring upon her. She was able to gather all of her strength and dial 911. When someone encounters a threat, they may stop all movement and sound in an attempt to hide from whatever the threat is, also known as the freeze response. The idea is that by drawing as little attention to themselves as possible, they may
You know, like, the instinct, fight or flight, there's actually 4 responses that a person can have. Do you know what they are?
Fight, fly, or shit.
Fight, flight, freeze, or plain dead.
Whoa. And she played the dead.
Well, no, it's the froze response. You're not paying attention, chat. Jeez. Paying attention to his own video. Oh, and Crow's back in the smoke circle, or now in the waiting room.
Is that the real drunken Crow?
It says JM knows who I am. Is she, wait, is that Sarah?
Sarah?
What?
What was that, Jack?
Jack wants attention.
What the fuck was that, Jack? the fuck are you doing?
I'd say playing dead's a little different because usually they like drop on the floor and stuff. They faint. Isn't Shab a wonderful host, people? Just keeping me here all, like, got to be all awkward tending to the chat while Shab's all AFK. I think something scared Jack. What are you doing, young-minded? And Timmy went AWOL and Megan fell asleep. You get to see Timmy ceiling. Oh, Timmy's there. What are you doing, Timmy?
Timmy's there? Alright, let's continue the video.
Minimize the danger. In doing so, there's no doubt that Jamie showed an incredible amount of courage. And although it seems we've heard every blood-curdling detail from Christopher, Billy is suddenly rather hesitant to give the full story.
You never go in that master bedroom. No. You never confront these people. No. Your knife was never used. No. No, not at all. All right. Did you ever, I know this is a tough thing for you, did you ever see the people? I don't talk about it. You don't want to talk about whether you saw them or not? Just that whole part.
Billy's answers have been brief, and while not completely avoidant, they have been limited. This could be taken in one of two ways. Either he's guilty and trying to hide his crimes, even feeling remorse or disgusted about what they took part in, or he's a traumatized onlooker who had no idea what was going to happen, and whose brain blocked out much of the memory as a protective measure. We know that our brain is capable of protecting itself from traumatizing events in this way, but this is also an awfully convenient excuse that someone can use when trying to avoid openly and honestly retelling the events that occurred. In spite of this,
I think most people know about
Billy
that
that
element of
forensic
psychology.
evidence will always prove fact from fiction, so it's in his best interest to be completely transparent. He finally admits to stepping foot in the master bedroom for a short amount of time.
It was pitch black. Okay. And then someone turned the power back on. I don't remember who. Okay, I don't remember why. Yeah, but the lights came on, and I saw that. And you saw what? Billy, I know it's time, guy. I know it's time. You know, I don't know. Did you see the woman? Yeah. Where was she? Was she alive? I doubt it. I didn't think so. Okay, did you see the little girl? Yeah. Where was she?
You need to not watch these episodes so far. You need to wait until I cover them on here. Crazy girl.
She was on the floor. Was she alive? I doubt it. I didn't think so. You ever touch any one of them? No. Your knife ever touch any of them? No. Did you lend your knife to anyone that night? No. Just stayed with pocket all the time.
The fact that Billy even took a knife to the burglary indicates that he may have had the intention of using it. On the other hand, the knife possibly helped Billy to feel tough, so he could build up the nerve to enter the home.
And don't you feel a lot tougher with a knife?
Yeah, but like...
Yeah. I love buying weapons, like knives and guns, and just showing them on social media, show how much of a man I am.
The thing is you shouldn't be going and doing burglaries, but it makes sense that if you were going and planning a burglary to bring...
Take some weapons, stay armed.
Well, because, like...
Be pragmatic when you're going to rob somebody's
People want to
home.
beat the shit out of you if they catch you trying to rob their place. So, like, it doesn't show, like, intent on his part for sure to damage someone else or assault someone else. It might just show intent to defend themselves. Like, and not to say what they were doing was right and the defend, like, whatever, but it makes like, it doesn't seem like this kid was trying to go there to cut off a little girl's foot and
Wait, he wasn't the one that actually, like, mutilated the girl, or...
He just told the cops that his knife didn't even get used at all. It just stayed in his pocket. So they're talking about why he brought it, whether that showed what intent that showed, and I think for the most part, if anything, that probably showed first and foremost intent to defend themselves. As silly as that might be to bring up during I'm talking about a burglary. I mean, that's the reality. If you're going to do a burglary, you bring a weapon with you. Most people, I think, bringing a weapon with them on a burglary are doing are doing it for their own defense in the first place. Sometimes
Fair, that's a word that's easy to flub.
Yeah.
Burglary.
You're flub.
And commit the robbery. It seems, however, that the violence, blood, and death was too much for him to handle.
Had you guys sat around prior to Saturday and talked about doing a burglary? Well, I didn't with them personally. I don't know if they did. You're telling me right now, you're looking me in the eye, and you're telling me you've never done a burglary before. Breaking in part, yes. Okay. You ever heard any of those guys talk about killing people? Like kidding around? Yeah, well, okay. What kind of kidding around? You know, just like normal, like, oh, I'll kill you, how kids are. Just saying that all the time. Teachers, people like that. So,
I do. See, Red Eye hates.
You know what? I was thinking, like, if you wanted to burglarize somebody's house, like, maybe it should be, like, a cousin or somebody you know, like a friend of the family. So you already know what the layout is of their house and stuff. You know where their spare key is and stuff. Now there's, like, Ring doorbells, so it'd be easy to get called. So, but I was going to say, like, check under people's pots, check under people's mats. You might be able to find some spare keys that way.
You're gay, dude.
I don't know, somebody where, like, maybe you've gone to their house, steal their key they have on the counter, they just think they lost it. Wait a few months, because by that time they've already made, like, a copy and stuff, and then use the key to go in. Stalk them on social media, assume they're going on vacation. You got to be more methodical when you're going to break into somebody's house. Chef, do you think I should publish some kind of informative text?
No.
Like,
no, let's continue the video.
Gene Morgan's Guide to Committing Crimes.
Manipulative killers will often seek their partners using a certain pattern. As we see here, they'll joke about things like crime and murder to see who's completely repulsed and not a potential accomplice and who will let it slide. Eventually, they'll take it further down the path of dark crime jokes or actions until the other person is complicit in something serious with no way to escape. This may have been the case with Stephen, although Billy asserts that there was never an orchestrated plan, and he thought the mutual understanding between the group was that it would be a robbery and nothing more. But later it was revealed that he and Stephen had previously scouted Trow Road for a house to burglarize, even telling a friend on Saturday, October 3rd, that Stevie was planning a breaking and entering. Not only this, but Billy had been flaunting his assisted opening knife, allegedly stating that he was planning on using it on a police officer or someone else.
To be fair, a lot of guys like this that are like, especially like in high school, when they're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna join a gang," they like getting some kind of like pocket knife or something, and then they post it on Facebook like, "Yeah, I'm a gangster. I got a knife.
I'm gonna use that on a police officer."
Yeah, I'm so hardcore.
Yeah.
I'm a Crip motherfucker.
I'm only 5'2". Well, I'm gonna use this knife on a police officer, and it's gonna show how big I really am.
Wait, what was it like? Gangs in New York. It's like it was the Bear Rabbits or the Dead Rabbits, the Bowery Boys or whatever. They had all these weird names. What would their name be?
The Little Bitch.
Something has to do with it. I'm trying to think of something that's more clever.
He reminds me of a rat. Even though he ratted and it was a good thing, I still want to say he reminds me of a rat. Doesn't he? He's a little rat.
Was it Little People, Big Heist?
Yeah.
Nah, that was bad.
Little bit people, big peen.
So I wasn't planning on it. I was just in there I just wanted to make some quick money. But what were they there for? I thought the same. I honestly couldn't tell you what their intentions were. But they had a plan if they confronted somebody, didn't they? I guess so. Did they tell you what that plan was if they confronted somebody? I heard. Well, then yes, I did, but they told me that if there were people in the house, that they would tie them up and use chloroform, the cord, whatever. That's, that's what I thought would be happening. When did they tell you that? Probably the day or two before, maybe. Not even. So, you had discussed a burglary ahead of time.
Gene, don't be typing.
Huh?
Don't be typing.
Oh, you can hear it?
Oh, yeah, I can hear it. It's louder than you are. Gene.
Sorry.
Okay. You're a bad boy. Guys, help me with the goal. Help me finish the goal. We're only $25 away. Is Timmy falling asleep? What's going on over there?
Me?
Yeah, you're
Maybe.
Timmy. You dorky.
Timmy, you need to contribute more to the stream.
Yeah, you bastard.
I'm gonna have to let you go, Timmy.
Yeah, we're gonna have to fire you, Timmy, if you don't stop being a bastard.
Crow's back and waiting.
Oh my god, what a cloaca owner.
Timmy, what are your thoughts so far? How do you think they could have gotten away with the crime? What are your ideas?
They should have been able to get away with it, but
Alright, let's continue.
Some of them should have had a gun.
Timmy's advocating for anarchy. It's like, you know what? Let's just let people commit crimes.
Yeah.
Have them purge their aggressions and
Timmy's
everything.
a bad guy.
Stephen had even requested
Oh, I
that
kinda
a
like
friend
Timmy's views.
research
We've
how
never
to
tried
make the
it.
Drunken Crow's real name?
Well, Shab, we've tried communism and capitalism
I
and
said-
everything. Have there ever been any, what's the proper term? Not anarchy, but anarchist societies?
No, we should start one. It makes plenty of sense.
Yes. We're going to create our own little micro state, and it's just do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, we're gonna create our own country where the law is there's no law.
There are no laws.
Yes.
The only law is everyone's given a house with armaments and machine gun turrets and stuff, and an advanced security system. And then beyond that, you're on your own.
Yay.
He wanted me to look up how to make chloroform. And I was like, alright, whatever. I didn't see it as a big deal because I had known Steve to own copies of the Anarchist and Terrorist Cookbook. Knowing Steve and his history, I took everything I heard with a grain of
To
salt.
be fair, I read some of those books when I was in high school and stuff. It's not that hard to make chloroform, you know what I'm saying?
This sounds like some autistic ass motherfucker. Let's continue playing.
Because as much as, Steve was like a brother to me, I couldn't really trust anything that Steve said in all actuality.
Why'd you say he sounds autistic?
He'd give these
'Cause his name's Autumn.
grandiose stories, and there'd be no one to corroborate anything he said.
Apparently, the Friday before the attack, Stephen had told Autumn that he had a plan in mind for that weekend, but didn't want to divulge any details to his friend. His reason being that he wanted Autumn to stay out of trouble. However, Stephen will involve him soon enough. Despite Stephen and Christopher's alleged plan, Billy asserts that they did not bring the chloroform after all. While the little girl struggled to call the police, the assailants quickly fled on foot back to Christopher's car, where they each had a new pair of clothes to change into. They drove Billy back to his vehicle at Walmart and later dropped Quinn off at his house before Stephen and Christopher made their way to Autumn's place around 5:30 in the morning. Before leaving the Cates' house, Stephen had allegedly wished to carve the words "You're lucky" into the neighbor's outside wall, seeing as they were almost chosen as the innocent victims. This likely indicates that Stephen may have been on a sort of high after murdering Kimberly, feeling like a villain and that he had the power to spare the people next door.
So yeah, we basically planned that if someone was there, we were going to kill him.
Did you think that it was, if somebody was there, if they resisted, you were going to kill them, or it was just...
We were just going to kill him.
Yeah.
I'll be perfectly honest, I wanted to kill someone for a long time. It's like an urge, and it was kind of a time that I could get it out.
It's very rare for a murderer to make this sort of admission, although it's horrific to hear and very confusing for the average person to understand such a desire. It's this type of information that helps us to understand the mind of someone with severe
Reminds me of Jane.
antisocial personality disorder.
How does he
They
remind you
don't
of me?
value
How does he not remind me of you?
Why does everyone think I'm like a
Human life the way a typical
You're weird
person does.
Oh, so
and
all
only
weird
think of
people
their
are serial
own needs
killers?
and desires, their own urges, as Christopher insightfully described. They often know right from wrong, as Christopher verbalized earlier of how horrific it would be for someone to harm a woman, let alone a little girl. But they don't guide themselves by moral principles. People with antisocial personality can often learn to mimic normal human emotion, but they don't actually feel that emotion.
I thought at least I would feel bad about it.
Yeah, see,
I'm
Shab,
almost sorry to say I don't.
people with
I'm not sure why.
antisocial personality
I thought I
disorder,
would, but
they
you
know
can't
how to
get through it
mimic
or
real
something.
emotions.
After looking at
Like,
her,
I still can't do
her
that.
form,
So there you go,
open
I
with
don't
the
have
bone showing. Her,
When you say her, you mean the
mother.
woman? Yeah.
Stabbing the girl as she was saying, "Please don't do this," because the mom was
Who was saying, please don't do this?
the girl, the little girl. And the mom was like, "It'll be okay." I think her mom probably hoped that we weren't going to hurt the little girl because she was a little girl. It was kind of cool because it was different.
Yeah.
But
It was kind of cool because it was different.
Yeah.
I
Well,
thought he
you
said
gotta-
cruel at first, but he said cool.
Well, here's the thing, Shab. Like, you don't want to do the same thing every day. Like, did you
Yeah.
know there's research that shows that if you engage in novel experiences, you perceive time as going by much more slowly? So if you want to feel like your life isn't passing you by, you gotta go on adventures. You gotta climb some mountains, travel, kill some people. There you go. Novel experiences. Slow down time.
You're the worst kind of person ever, Gene.
not really sure if I
The
have that
worst.
interest anymore.
I agree with him there.
Christopher may very well be enjoying the process of telling the story because he gets to relive the incident. This may be why he's being so forthcoming, providing so much detail, even laying out his feelings and thought process. He's giving the detectives much more than what they're asking for. But it's unlikely that he's doing it to help the detectives because, like he said, he doesn't care or feel bad, and he isn't sure if he has a conscience. Even with the possibility of being locked in prison for the rest of his life, he may be able to feel some satisfaction thinking back to the memory of the crime.
Steve had mentioned that we weren't going to have time to torture and that we'd do it some other time.
It's likely that Stephen was the more sadistic of the two, although Christopher seems to definitely have sadistic tendencies. It seems that Stephen was more of the savage, violent criminal who plotted the crimes, while Christopher was more of the brains of the operation.
I think Steve enjoys just the butchery part of it, just the power.
Yeah.
I'm more of a precision sort of guy. If I went in there to kill, I'm just going to kill him. Steve was pretty much excited, but it definitely wasn't his first time. It was like, yeah, it's awesome. You'll get used to it, Chris. It gets addicting, but we'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Even Autumn can recall Stephen's volatile nature.
Steve had always talked about doing shootings and killing people, and said he'd killed a lot of people, and like he had
seemed
got a
pretty
lot of
interested
respect
in
on the
it.
streets and whatever. And he'd always said he wanted to kill someone to know what it felt like. I never took it as anything more than, the ramblings of a troubled kid.
According to Autumn, Stephen had apparently
Well, Shab,
proclaimed at
to
one
be
point,
fair,
"You have."
There are a lot of kids in high school that like when I was in high school and stuff, they go through that neurotic kind of edgy phase, and they just say stupid shit like that all the time because they want to act like they're tough and stuff. And most of them don't engage in any behavior that comes anywhere close to the kind of stuff they talk about. So lots of kids in high school do that little hey, I'm crazy. I talk about cutting myself, and I post photos of knives and stuff, and a lot of them are just emo kids looking for attention.
You're emo.
Oh, thank you, Shab.
I have no idea what I'm capable of.
Steve had mentioned in the past that he wanted to kill his mom because there was a lot of animosity between them because she degraded him in his opinion. He was thinking very seriously and discussing with Chris Gribble about murdering his mother, Stephen's mother.
This sort of obsession with murder and enjoyment of the act itself is common among people with severe antisocial personality disorder. Oftentimes, they'll commit murder as a means to an end, such as to obtain money or to avoid being caught if a victim lives and is able to identify them. It's less common when the person actually takes pleasure in the act of murder.
Shut up, Tim.
Yeah, Timmy talks too much. It's too disruptive.
Yeah, shut up, Tim.
But Chad, you never think about murder? Never tried to get off on it?
I think about it all the time, Gene. Especially when I'm.
I mean, with video games and stuff, it seems like the average kid, it's fun going around killing people in GTA.
By the weapon that is chosen and the manner that the murder was executed.
Cool.
For instance, using a machete may indicate enjoyment of the process, since it involves closer contact with the victim and their death is prolonged.
Yeah, Chad, you can tell a lot
Using
about somebody's psychology.
Indicate that the person simply
when it comes to the kind of
victim.
guns. God, Chad, you gotta learn to pause it when other people are giving commentary. Are you being such a bad host, Chad? You ruin the timing and everything. Oh, but I'm going to say, you can tell a lot about somebody's psychology. The weapons they use to kill
as
people.
It provides
Fuck you,
physical.
I'm kidding. Okay. Go on, Gene.
Dude, on our stream tonight, I'm just going to, play the video whenever you talk.
It was funny, Gene.
I'm going to start server muting you.
I only did it that once, you stupid bitch. God.
We're only allowed to joke at the expense of others, not me.
Yeah.
Distance and often kills quickly.
Steve had mentioned before that he's killed multiple people. He said this one wasn't his first mom and daughter job either, but we were in the driveway.
It's possible that Stephen was lying about his alleged previous murders to impress the group. However, it may have also been a form of manipulation. He wanted them to feel confident that he'd already gotten away with murder before, so they could trust that he would make sure they got away with it this time too. Although Stephen's claims have never been confirmed, the fact that he would make such alarming claims is enough to shock you to your core. After the horrific ordeal, Christopher and Stephen made their way to Autumn's house around 5 in the morning.
Sapphire's not all games are shooters and stuff. And she's like, there's some game, Animal Crossing, you can kill things in Animal Crossing, you can kill the insects, when your, house, if you abandon the game for too long, and their little ghost whips come up and you, crush the insects.
Gene's
and you can get, NES games in Animal Crossing, Zelda and stuff, and Metroid, and, yeah, Metroid's a shooter, so there is shooting in Animal Crossing, actually. Yeah. My sister had Animal Crossing for the GameCube, and that was the game she would always play. And we both had our characters in the game. Yeah.
It was cool. You'd start with the fox being like, "Hey, you're my bitch. I'll give you a house. You're my slave now." And then you work as a slave.
He's a raccoon, Shab. He's not a fox. God. Actually.
Wait, Sapphire, wasn't he a fox?
He was either a raccoon or a tanuki.
No, he's a fox.
No, he was a raccoon.
Sapphire, isn't he a fox? Am I tripping? Isn't he a fox?
See, Sapphire's bugs deserve to be killed. See, that's proof that she is a killer in the making. Because killers, they like torturing animals.
Sapphire,
that's where it starts.
Sapphire, is he a fox? I need to know.
Just Google it. Just Google it, Shab. Tom Nook Animal Crossing. What else is Google for? Yeah, but my sister, she would always be in my bedroom because I was the one with the GameCube. And I'd come home and she'd be in my room just hogging my TV.
Oh, yeah, he's not a fox.
Yeah, I told you. But in a lot of Japanese games, sometimes you get tanukis in Japan, they're the raccoon dogs. So a lot of times you'll find out, oh, it's not a raccoon, it's a tanuki.
Tanuki is a fictional character.
No, it's not. It's an animal in Japan. They are canines. They look like raccoons, but they're actually more related to dogs, and they're cute. You can look up can find Tanuki videos. And same way you
looks
got
like it looks like this is a Tanuki. Then that's what it's known as in Japan.
Well, then what does it say? That's not what raccoons are known as in Japan. They're different animals. Raccoons and Tanukis are different
Tom
species.
Nook, known in Japan as Tanuki.
Is that what its name is in Japan?
Yeah, is a fictional character.
I guess he's a Tanuki, but Tom Nook's a fictional character. Tanukis are real animals.
Okay, so I was right. He's a fox.
He's not a fox.
No, I just proved it. I was right.
Where
Well,
the
I
young
guess
man seemed to be
technically he's more close. If he is a Tanuki, Tanukis are more closely related to foxes than raccoons.
Yeah, it must be that he's a Tanuki because they call him that in Japan.
Yeah.
of what had just occurred.
I was looking at him, and I was like, "What do you want?" And he's like, "Nothing. I'm just amped. I mean, I've got a massive adrenaline rush right now." I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Oh, we just killed 2 people." Like, he said it really nonchalantly, and being Steve and his stories previously, I was like, "Yeah, okay." You know, I didn't believe a word of what he said.
Autumn was of the impression that they had committed a robbery and not a murder. However, as the attackers showcased their newfound possessions, he was more than willing to help dispose of the evidence.
Chris grabbed the bag of clothes and was carrying it, and Steve and I knew the path pretty well because that's where we used to go and smoke weed. And so we went down there. Steve and Chris were trying to decide who was going to throw the stuff into the river. And Steve's like, "Autumn, why don't you just throw it in?" And I was like, "All right." I was extremely disturbed.
See, when it comes to evidence, Shad,
to the story which they were telling me.
What?
When it comes to evidence, you shouldn't just like throw it in a river because they can like track the car with like the license plate and stuff. You need to dissolve the evidence.
You need to bury it in a river.
You need to do the Breaking Bad. You like take your tub. They could probably tell that you were dissolving some stuff, but they won't be able to connect it to the dead bodies and the cell phones and stuff. So you got to make sure you need to find a place to dissolve all the like objects of interest and stuff that the detectives can use.
No. What you do is you take the evidence, and
you can get all the stuff to dissolve the bodies at like Walmart. So these people need to.
What you do is you
need to go to a coffee shop, a few zip codes over. You need to use the dark web and hide a VPN, hide your IP and stuff. Use a friend's car, not your car. Make sure you're not in a place with any surveillance. Get on the laptop, look up the tutorials and the chemicals to mix to dissolve the things, and then go to Walmart.
Can you play the original Animal Crossing from the GameCube one? Can you play that on Nintendo Switch? Sapphire?
They might have like emulators and stuff on the Switch. Like you might be able to download it on their market. But I know like the GameCube emulators actually the emulators for the PC work very well. I know like the PS2 and Xbox emulators are really shitty and a lot of the games are buggy, but what is it, the Dolphin? That's the known like PC emulator. Probably get it for that. It would run very well.
I used to play the GameCube one, so I'd like to play it again on stream.
The Animal Crossing, it was originally for they were going to make it for the Nintendo 64, and apparently the game is doesn't require much hardware to the point where if you take the disc out, the game can run on the console's RAM alone once it loads the game from the disc. So you can actually play the game without the disc loaded.
That's dumb. You're dumb. Do you think that I'd play the Animal Crossing on GameCube good on stream, Gene? You think I'd do that good?
Yeah, I hear it's a game. It requires a lot of skill. It's very difficult. It takes a lot of time to master all the complexity of the game.
That's why I'm good at it.
Dude, the GameCube is the most like underrated console. The GameCube had a handle, and no other consoles had a handle.
It was so whenever you're pissed off about it, you could grab it and throw it.
It's like I don't know, like no other consoles have had a handle, so I think the GameCube deserves to be branded as the most like innovative console of all time, just because of the handle alone.
You know what's funny is it has.
If only the 360 had a handle.
You know what's funny is it has a handle, but whenever I would take the GameCube and take it apart and bring it to someone else's house, I don't think once I used a handle.
Well, Shad, clearly you don't know how to GameCube.
I'm pretty sure that I never actually...
You're doing life incorrectly if you never use the GameCube handle.
I'm pretty sure I never actually used the handle, even though I took it.
That's what it's all about. That's the reason to own the GameCube.
You're all about that.
Very, very nervous because from the detail, it just seems to be incredibly real.
Hoping to put some distance between them and the murder, they planned to burn the remaining evidence. But Autumn supposedly had the idea of throwing it into the Nashua River instead. Although, ironically enough, he would ultimately be the one to lead police directly to it. Although Autumn asserts that he had no previous knowledge of the intended crime, his story seems to contain a few holes.
I was scared because, as far as I know, I was sitting in a room with two murderers. Is that why you made jokes? That you're not smarter than a fifth grade? I make jokes because it helps me stay calm. And I was very scared. Those jokes didn't start occurring until after Billy had texted Steve saying that the little girl had survived. On Saturday, Steve had looked me in the face and said, "There are only 5 people who know about this. 4 of us who did it, and you.
Only 5 people.
If it comes down to police showing up, we know you ratted. And I love you like a brother, but I'll kill you. I will kill you and anyone you care about."
During his interrogation, Autumn jumped at the first opportunity.
Remember when I told you that?
Nah.
Oh.
I must have blocked it off. Dissociation because of the trauma.
Oh, yeah, just wait until after the stream. I'll repeat it.
No, but I think, like, one of the, like, huge plethora of stupid things they've done, if you're going to murder some people, maybe you shouldn't tell anyone, let alone 5 people. I think even minor secrets, if you tell, 5 people, they're going to get out.
No. There was 4 people there, so there's only, if they told any people, it's just one person.
Still, the fact that they brought along certain people that seemed like 2 of the guys seemed like they were just like there along for the ride. It's like if you're gonna commit a crime like this, include
they were part of a gang.
The smallest amount of people.
They were the disciples of
the one
destruction.
guy joined the gang like a week before they even.
Yeah, they were showing him how hard they was. What is your
once more, another tip: if you want to kill some people, don't tell anybody.
Don't kill people. All right, play the video.
He confessed, showing where he, Stephen, and Christopher had thrown a black trash bag with a small jewelry box, an air conditioner screen, rubber gloves, a plastic bag with an insurance card belonging to David Cates, a red sweatshirt with Stephen's name, socks with Christopher's name, and several other items placed inside. Christopher.
You know, when it comes to this kind of thing, just being honest,
dissolve all the evidence. Don't throw it in a river where they can get to it.
No, even at that, if you just put it in a random trash can it's less likely, I think, to get found than throwing it in some random place like the river. Don't you think? It would make more sense just to go and throw it into someone else's trash can or a dumpster or something than it would to be like, oh, we're going to throw it in the river.
Throw it in a vat of acid.
Well, no, but seriously, if you just mixed it in with the random trash, I don't know. Seems like that's...
I don't know, maybe.
Seems like that's a better answer than throwing it in the river. No, that's just so random.
If they do find a bunch of shit like that, especially after a crime, it's going to be a red flag.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it in somebody else's trash, though. I think... it
would make more sense than throwing it in a river.
I don't know. If you look at, counties and, what is it? I don't know what the department would be called, but when it comes to, dump sites and stuff, they're actually pretty thorough when it comes to their logistics, cataloging all the, junk and stuff they collect, so... They're more like organized and methodical than you think.
You're gay. All right, here we go.
Stephen had also buried some of the remaining jewelry, the machete, a knife, and 2 iPods. One from the Cates' home and one from their previous robbery.
Oh my God! What? So they're. You want some?
Are you feeding Jack?
No. So they stole an iPod. They murdered these people, stole their iPod so that they could bury it in the woods.
Well, they probably did it because they found out, like, oh shit, they're onto us, so they're trying to get rid of anything
that
can
might be.
lead back to them.
It's just so dumb. It's like just. Oh my God! No, Trubisky throwing it in the dumpster was a mistake Mark Hacking made. I'm saying that's a smarter decision, I would think, than throwing it in the river. Like I see a lot of.
Chad, do your research before you murder anybody or you try to get rid of evidence connected to a crime.
Wooded area near Christopher's house.
It's not just like people getting rid of illegal stuff. There's stories of like people that like they're trying to get like some hard drive that was thrown out, or they're trying to gain access to things that they lost, they regret throwing out and stuff. And when they look into it, you'd be shocked at just like these like junk sites and stuff where they're able to find like which general location it's in from like being thrown out like several months in the past and stuff. So they do have more thorough like logistics than you'd think.
Shut up, you're gay.
Oh, thank you, Chad.
But not before they had a chance to show off the terrifying weapons to their friends. Hours after the murder had taken place, Christopher, Stephen, Billy, and another friend, Eldon Spikes, had all been hanging out at their regular spot, Walmart.
At their regular spot, Walmart.
Yeah.
And it's supposed
The disciples, they control. It's like the Sons of Anarchy and their gang or their bar and stuff. Like how biker gangs will like take control of a bar. They took control of the Walmart. That's their turf.
Yeah, I could get like.
They're not coming to our neck of the woods. You don't come to the subway that's in our Walmart.
Like drunk.
That's where they loiter all day.
like Dirt was talking earlier about like getting drunk and going to Walmart with his friends and stuff, and so he gets that or whatever he was saying. But like when you make it like a regular hangout spot, like it's like it's like I could get going there every now and then for fun or something. Maybe like
I had a boss who he told me that whenever he got depressed, he would go to a Walmart and sit down and just watch all the people come and go to feel better about himself. Because he's like, he would say that, yeah, it makes him feel better about his status and stuff when he sees the kind of people kind of coming and going in Walmart.
And he was serious about that?
Yeah, I guess that was his medicine.
Dude, yeah, it was your boss?
Yeah.
Dude, he was a weird guy, dude.
Supposedly revealed the tale of horror.
Yeah, I was working at McCormick, like the factory, when I was in school. I had like an internship, and he was like the manager of the factory, or not the manager of the whole factory, but he was in charge of like all the machinists and stuff, the people that worked on all the machinery at the so he was a clever dude or smart dude.
You sound weird too. If he was serious about that, like I could get somebody
I
saying
don't know.
that as a
Maybe
joke.
he was joking.
Yeah, maybe he was, and you just didn't read him right. But if he wasn't joking, that's weird to me. That shows a very weird psychology with that person.
What? You don't look down on people to feel better about yourself, Shab?
He was
You don't watch My 600-Pound Life?
Every now
and
stuff like that to be like, yeah.
Okay.
Decided to
At
tell
least
the
I'm not
story,
bad.
supposedly stating that he wished he could do it again, although the friends were unsure if Eldon had taken the words into account, considering that he had allegedly been high on numerous drugs. Christopher and Stephen then traveled to the Pheasant Lane Mall in Nashua, selling the jewelry for $130 at a cash for gold store, where they were actually stopped by police for appearing suspicious. They were informed that multiple robberies had recently taken place in Brookline and Mount Vernon. But of course, the two didn't confess their guilt. As a result, the officer didn't question them any further, But little did he know, he was staring into the faces of stone-cold killers. Later that day, Christopher and Stephen traveled to their friend Kyle Fenton's home,
killers or
located in Brooklyn.
Cold killers.
You know, yeah, like the wrestler. Steve Austin, you know what I'm saying?
Is that what he's called? The stoned cold killer?
Stone Cold Steve Austin. Gene, can you hear that?
Like, did you know that, like, people who, like, they raise their eyebrows or their eyebrows are naturally, like, higher up from their eyes, come across as more peaceful and innocent and less intimidating than people who naturally, like, their eyebrows are closer to their eyes? So I guess if you want to appear, like, less than an asshole, like a mugshot, you should do that. Keep your eyebrows raised.
Yeah, I mean, when you draw, like, a face, and you do that with the eyebrows, you can see the difference with that. I feel like what you're saying makes plenty of sense. If you were to draw faces, and you draw the eyebrows different like that, you could see the difference in how you interpret it.
Yes, Steven Pinker,
They
like...
look more innocent or whatever, with the eyebrows higher, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah, Steven Pinker, who's like one of the leading psychologists, he wrote a book called Thinking Fast and Slow, like certain elements of human psychology that you don't really think about. And one of the things he was talking about, like things that will make people dislike somebody that you don't even notice, is just how their studies on like how close their eyebrows are to their eyes and how far apart they are. And apparently that's something that has a notable effect on how people judge others and treat others.
Yeah, like, I look like I'm pissed off because of my eyebrows, right? People don't like me because of my eyebrows.
Yeah, you got resting bitch face.
Yeah, like, I look like I'd fuck your mama and slap
No,
you
but
across
we're
the
really
face.
biased with our, like, Homo sapien brains because we look at Neanderthals and we think that they're all, like, violent and stupid. But you know what? Maybe they would have had a bias where it's the opposite. If they, like, outmatched the Homo sapiens, maybe if we were, like, in a Neanderthal, like, society, it's like they would look at it as... What? Neanderthal. That's how they're actually pronounced. Actually.
I thought you did it weird.
Oh. Yeah, but apparently they were more intelligent than humans.
What?
What?
What of our ancestors?
They're not our ancestors. Humans were around the same time Neanderthals were around.
Oh.
They were in Europe. We outcompeted them because we bred in greater numbers. We had tribes of like 300 people, and they lived in small clans of only like a dozen people.
Sapphire,
but
you
apparently,
sad? Yeah.
She's got what is it? If like looking angry all the time is resting bitch face, what would be like naturally like if you look sad? What would that be?
It's I cry all the time face. Sapphire has I cry all the time face. It's true. It's true.
Resting melancholy face, or
I cry all the time.
What about people who always look like they got fake plastic rins? Whatever, would that be like Barbie doll face or something? Resting,
like a Barbie doll.
Resting giddy face. Thank you, Shad.
You look so beautiful, Gene. Can't
Rick
wait.
and Morty wants to join. He wants to give us company.
You gay, Rick and Morty guy. We're gonna be ending soon, though, Rick and Morty guy. There's only 9 minutes left to this video.
Brought the machete and knife along with them. There they proudly revealed their haunting secret, spilling every shocking detail about the murder and parading the weapons as if it were show and tell. But what the teenagers managed to forget was that not everyone would share in their excitement at the gruesome crime, and some might even report it to the police. Fortunately, when Kyle informed his mother of the situation, she did exactly that. Christopher and Stephen's grandiosity...
The subreddit just neckbearding things. Apparently, one of the things that like people submit a lot are like neckbeards showing off their like knife or like sword collections. So for some reason, a lot of neckbeards are like really into that. They love collecting their ninja stars and their like, I guess archaic like stabbing weapons.
I saw some like short video or something of some guy being like, I got my weapons back because like the police took them for a minute or something. I don't know, but he had so many weapons, it was crazy. He panned across the room and he must have had.
That's what makes you a badass.
He must have had. I estimate 100 handguns, 100 like rifles, and then 100 like snipers or something, like all in his living room. But it's also, you could tell that he didn't live in like a really nice house. He lived in like a
that's like people who live it's like paycheck to paycheck, and they live in like a 1-bedroom apartment, but they buy like a really expensive car.
Yeah, it's crazy because, like, guns are expensive. Each one of those handguns, I don't know. I would say they're worth probably $500 on average.
Look at you, Shab, judging how people spend their money.
And so it's like when you start doing the math and all this, he has like $100,000 worth of guns or something in his living room. Or something. I don't know what the number would be. But it's like, you could buy a Ferrari with this shit. You could buy a house.
What would you rather have? A nice house or a large stockpile of rifles? Maybe that's what he
it's so
prefers.
stupid. All you need is 1 or 2 guns for your own protection and safety with your house. Why the fuck do you have enough guns to actually do a war? Supply a war.
Shab, like when like the liberals take over the government and get rid of all the conservatives and the Civil War breaks out, they're going to be prepared. All their buddies.
I saved this video and sent it to you because it's just like, seriously, there is like, he scans the thing and there has to be somewhere between like 200 and 300 guns minimum or something there. And it's like, you don't
he's going to go through all of them when they're raiding his home.
Yeah, it's like, how many hands do you fucking have? Like,
dude, that would be an awesome like superhero where they just like are able to grow like an endless amount of limbs, and they just arm like every single limb has a different weapon.
This guy needs to sell his guns and tip me on my stream so that some of his money can go fucking towards something.
Everything's about you, Shab.
Yeah, so some of that money can go towards something that matters rather than just all these pieces of metal.
Shadisky matters.
I matter more than the stupid pieces of. Yes, I matter more than.
You could be saying he could be donating that money to like some like children with cancer fund.
Yeah, to me.
But yeah, Shab, that's where the money needs to go.
How do you know I don't have cancer, Gene?
Well,
I might have like hecka cancer.
But anyway, like one thing I don't get is like the psychology of like people who like are all obsessed with weapons and stuff, is that they try to act like somehow like they're some big badass, like, yeah, no one will mess with me, I got a gun and stuff. And it's like, are you proud of that? It's like, you're proud of the fact that if you have a gun and you're in a confrontation, you have like an advantage and you could subdue somebody by shooting them. It's one thing if it's like, oh, I'm a martial artist, like no one would mess with me. I'm a big weightlifter and no one will mess with me because of how like rip I am or how efficient I am at fighting. But with, like, you have people that
I guess
it's like they're not in good shape at all, and they'll like carry a gun around and act like that makes them some kind of like badass.
I guess, but it just matters whether the person with the gun is the person that's justified or whatever, like, and stuff. If the person with the gun is the guy, like, being the aggressor and using, like, it's different if they're just defending themselves and stopping things from happening and everything.
A lot of people, they just
and there's
wanna...
nothing wrong with being proud that you have that power. To stop
I think it's kind of dorky
to stop
that
people from fucking with you. That's a power to be proud of.
Well, that's the thing. They don't want to use it to
that.
stop people from fucking with them. They act like they're somehow like some kind of like badass or whatever just because they have a gun.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a stupid thing. That's part of the like man bullshit. It's like I was talking earlier. It's like I was talking earlier about men will be that way about drinking alcohol that's not manly. So, like, say I'll be drinking wine sometimes, and there'll be people that'll be like, "Oh, that's a girly drink. What the fuck is wrong with you?" or whatever. Or maybe I'm drinking an actual drink that would be considered like a bitch drink, like some fruity drink or whatever. But it's like, and they'll act like that's not manly of me to drink that or whatever. And they'll try to act like it's more manly of them to drink liquor and stuff like that. And it's the same with like guns and stuff. It's this whole perception of what it means to be a man, and their big tough guy bullshit. And it's like,
well, they try to idolize. There's lots of like sub-demographics in America, and I guess the entire planet, where they try to idolize, I guess, lazy and bad behavior, like counterproductive behavior, as that's what makes you like some man and a badass, because like they're not successful at all and they need to do that to feel better about themselves. It's like, hey, this person who exercises, who doesn't smoke, and they don't drink, and they eat healthy, they're a soy boy bitch. That person that's in school for a STEM degree, and they are going to be making a lot more money than me and have a higher level of education, and they're more well-rounded and have a like wider range of skill sets. They're such a loser because I'm a fat fuck who eats nothing but highly processed food, and I smoke cigars and drink a lot of alcohol and like kill my liver and my heart and everything. It's that's how you prove that you're somebody.
It's like a little child. If you were to take a little child and give them something like a gun or something similar that kind of makes them or gives it, I don't know. There's something about it where like when you're a child, that mentality, like you have that kind of mentality about doing like what you interpret as a man doing or something like that. It's like they haven't grown out of that and understood that like you aren't that cool because you fucking bought a stupid shotgun or something like that. Like it doesn't make you any more manly and stuff, and being that this whole tough guy thing is fucking just lame. Like,
well, it's like those videos we cover of like the people that talk about being alphas, and it's like once again, it's like they're nothing special. They can barely like speak English when English is like their first language, and it's like they're not well read, they don't have any notable talent, and then they're in a wife beater, and it's like you can tell that they're probably working some kind of remedial job. They're nothing special, but it's like how to be an alpha. And it's just like once more, it's these kind of like standards that people who live in white trash hickland kind of like cherish. And it's like, look at people that live that kind of lifestyle and look at where they are in society. And it's just, if you're going to look down at people who don't abide by those ethics, it's like, do you think the average like doctor, the average lawyer, the average accountant is doing that? And it's like that one dude bro guy that we were covering. It's like they'll look down on those kind of habits, like those make you a pussy. And it's like, what if none of those people existed in our society? What if we had no engineers, no architects, no like doctors or chemists? Like, do you think you'd have your Xbox and your smartphone that you love so much? Do you think you'd have your like AC unit and like all these luxuries that you like take for granted? It's like I just don't get how those people fucking think.
Well, yeah, nobody ever thinks of the heroes being the people that figured out
Well, the thing is, all the qualities that they look down on are the kind of qualities you see in like kids that are students at Johns Hopkins to like become like surgeons and stuff. It's just do these kind of people honestly think that those kind of principles that they like pander to, you look at the kind of like areas where everyone seems to pander to that kind of lifestyle, and it's like, look at those communities. It's just I don't think that those are the cream of the crop when it comes to our society.
You're a cream of the crop. Gene.
Yes.
How you get so cute, Gene? Take your shirt off.
I don't wanna.
All right, let's finish this video.
Yet unsurprisingly
Hey, Rick and Morty
backfired.
guys here.
In their excitement, they got too boastful and essentially participated in turning themselves in.
If I were to tell you that Eldon said he was threatened, would that surprise you? No. No? Do you know Eldon was threatened? I don't know if he was threatened. Did you hear that he had been threatened? You don't know anything about that threat? No. Okay. Again, I'm going to ask you, have you heard any more details?
What it is?
After the fact, any of the guys?
What? What's up, Rick and Morty guy? Click and watch what I'm sharing, baby boo. We're almost done with the video. 8 minutes left.
Guys talking about it. They seemed quite amused by it. They seemed amused by it. Who's they? Stevie and Chris. Was Quinlan amused by it? I didn't really see him that much that night. Like, I didn't talk to him. He didn't talk to me. He didn't really talk much. What did they say that made you thought they were amused? They just laughing about it. They seemed to not really care. So initially you said it was just small chatter, but well, this was, yeah. After, in the house they didn't really talk much. But afterwards they said that, I guess they said pretty much it was like, it was fun. It was fun. Who said it was fun? Probably Stevie.
However, the disturbing jokes were not shared by everyone, as Quinn was in disbelief at the gruesome attack.
Chris was just saying that he was happy he got the kid, and we had a little bit of an argument over that, just over the ethics of it.
Who had the argument? You and Chris?
Me and Chris. It wasn't a heated argument, but he said he was happy that he got the kid, and I said, no, not women and children.
Quinn goes on to chillingly state that Stephen wanted to get Chris into killing by committing such an act.
That's one thing that
Unfortunately,
that I hate is the women and children kind of thing. Because it's like, I get it, but also at the same time, it's like, okay, is it okay to kill the man? Why is it okay to kill a man?
Yeah, I agree. That is something that's...
it's just like how police lives would be put above, like citizens or act like that or something. It's like, why? Like, stop acting like these...
Well, Chab, cops, they're, in the same way these guys are badasses because they're part of a gang, cops are the biggest criminal organization in the country. They pretty much spread across, the entire nation, and... Yeah, they need to show how they're the Uber citizen by having these massive police funeral escorts where, they pretty much create a bottleneck in traffic for, several counties and everything because, they're more special than everyone else, even though they're not even in the top 20 most deadly jobs in the country.
It's just like how we were raised with being told, don't hit... it's not okay to hit girls, but it's like...
It's not okay to hit anybody.
Yeah,
and when people make that argument...
anybody, exactly. Why?
They're always yeah, but men are usually, physically, stronger than women. And it's like, well, what if a woman is physically stronger than a guy? What about guys that are physically stronger than other guys? What about women that are physically stronger than other women? It's just...
life is more complicated and less black and white than... they want to try to put it, and it's like people should be taught as children, that it's not okay to hit in general. You should only be fucking physically attacking people in the right, if you see someone else getting assaulted and you feel they need to be protected or something like that, I don't know,
but even then it's reasonable. I think it's reasonable intervention. So like we were talking about that on one of my streams with violence, is that I don't think because somebody is being violent themselves, it's they hit somebody, now you can knock all their teeth out and assault them to the point where they're in a bloody mess. I think you have the right to try to restrain them. I'm willing to give somebody a pass if I had some kind of authority. If somebody slapped them and out of impulse they slap them back. But I don't think hey, if somebody slaps you, now it's all gloves are off. You can just beat them to an inch of their life. And there are people that are like that. Somebody shoves you and they shoved you, so now you can start strangling them by their neck and stuff. It's no, I think there's reasonable intervention when it comes to self-defense and everything.
Yeah.
The disturbing plan seemed to have worked.
Stevie and Chris were just going back and forth about just having a rush.
Did they say anything more specifically about what they had done?
It was halfway down the dirt road. That's when Chris said he was happy he got the girl. Stevie was making the machete joke.
I'm sorry, what was the machete joke?
He was making a joke about, she woke up to get hacked to death by a machete. Chris and Stevie were just very jovial in a rush. I was agreeing, going along with it, because I was just in a house and one of my friends and a new acquaintance just killed people, and I wasn't about to disagree with anything. Billy said something about being put in the newspaper, and Stevie said something. He said, yeah, we're going to be in the paper, but not us.
According to Quinn, Billy had wanted to be in the newspaper ever since he was a child, and given his crime, it seemed that it didn't
Ever since he was a child, he wanted to be on a newspaper.
matter how.
Okay.
Sunday night, the four criminals, along with Eldon, had
That's a
been
weird
visiting at
dream to
Quinn's
come
house.
to. That's a weird dream. I want to be on a newspaper.
It's not that hard to be in the newspaper, especially if it's like your local paper.
Don't lie.
When the hangout suddenly turned
Don't lie.
volatile.
Don't lie.
Stephen, worried about Eldon's knowledge of the homicide, wished to dispose of the loose end. Unsurprisingly, Christopher was on board to commit yet another murder. But thankfully, Quinn stepped between the three and pleaded for Eldon's life. He assured his accomplices that not a word would be spoken of the incident, ultimately ending the confrontation.
Billy, apparently either his friend or his friend, like, it was either one of Steve's friends or it was like Billy's sister or something like that. One of his friend's sisters goes to school, the same place that the little girl did.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's all around the school. And so we got on the online telegraph thing on Autumn's computer.
Yep.
And looked at it and found out the girl had survived. There wasn't a lot on there, but they gave me a really hard time. They were like, wow, Chris, you couldn't even kill a 10-year-old. Gave me a really hard time.
Who's they?
Steve and Autumn.
Mm-hmm.
Steve was like, at least I killed my...
Christopher says this almost as if he wants the investigators to feel bad for him, rather than focusing on the fact that they just murdered a mother and brutally assaulted her child. Presenting Stephen in this way may be helpful to Christopher's case, although Stephen may or may not have said this. It's in Christopher's best interest to display Stephen as the more unempathetic and violent criminal. That way, Christopher believes he looks like a bit of a victim compared to his monster of a friend. On top of this, the other three apparently referred to Christopher as a murder virgin, as he was unable to complete the thrill kill.
I'm kind of surprised she's alive.
Murder
I'm
virgin?
not sure. I kind of wish she died for her
Yeah,
sake.
you're not part of the cool
Just
kid
because
club until
she's
you
gonna have to
go
live
all the
with
way
all
through
that
when it
now.
comes to murder.
Oh, this is him, the dude that tried to murder her, saying that he kind of wishes that she did die just for her sake, he just said.
If I'm going to kill
Dude,
someone...
what is it?
I'm
It's
not-
like if you stab somebody multiple times, but you don't follow through with like completely killing them. Is that like, hey, you're kind of a virgin because you had sex and you pulled out before before you orgasmed? It's like
didn't murder him. You know,
Yeah,
no
murder
murder.
virgin.
She didn't
Actually do
murder
it
him.
so that they don't have to sit and live with a bunch of trauma. I've been through so much trauma. I don't want someone to go through that.
Nah,
So if I
I've been through so much trauma. Yeah, whatever. Shut up, you stupid bitch.
just end it for them, and I would.
This bizarre claim may all be a front. Christopher may feel a sense of failure.
I find it really odd for this person, for this video, to use the term front. Are you familiar with the term front, Gene?
yeah, it's like I guess like a veneer. It's something that's like some kind of ploy or some kind of like mask, red herring.
Huh. I thought that was just more of kind of like a street kind of thing. Because
Nah, it's,
people say that on the street, like you fronting or whatever. Like when people.
I mean, that's informal, the fronting thing, but I think that's just a casual term saying like it's some kind of front.
Yeah.
Because Jamie lived. He doesn't want to be viewed as weak, so he suggests that he's only disappointed for her sake when in actuality, it likely has everything to do with him and nothing to do with her. At the same time, Christopher is once again presenting himself as a victim. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. Following the chilling confessions, Billy had supposedly discussed with his dad the idea of selling his story to various media outlets. Another indication of how heartless he was. In the end, Billy and Quinn were given plea deals for testifying against Christopher and Stephen. Billy pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder, burglary, and first-degree assault, and sentenced to 30 to 60 years behind bars.
Ooh.
In comparison, Quinn pleaded guilty to burglary, robbery, and conspiracy to commit burglary, receiving a sentence of 20 to 40 years.
Wait,
Autumn was
burglary
eventually
and
sentenced
conspiracy to commit burglary?
Yeah.
Okay. Usually it's just conspiracy, so it's like if somebody robs a bank, it would be like bank robbery or bank, like, and then conspiracy. Conspiracy just means it's like some group of people that orchestrated a crime.
Yeah.
Minimum of 5 years for hindering apprehension and conspiracy to hinder apprehension. In an unsuccessful attempt to avoid a first-degree murder charge,
I don't know, like,
Christopher
I don't
pleaded
feel
not
sorry if people who commit like murder and stuff go away for like a long time, but it seems like with a lot of crimes they'll do this, where it's like somebody commits a crime and they just kind of stack up the charges. It's like they'll give them like 8-9 days.
That's part of the justice system that's kind of weird. Well,
that's something unique to America because we send people away a lot longer than other countries, and one of the big reasons because we do that, it's like in a lot of European countries, they'll kind of just be charged with one thing, and it's like, okay, this is what you did, this is the time. In America, it's like, let's take this crime and let's stack it up with like, it's now 10 different crimes because we're gonna create this like weird kind of like crime taxonomy. And then people end up going away for like 4 or 5 times the amount of time in other countries. And that's why there's a lot more people in like U.S. prisons than prisons in pretty much any other like country. It's like we have like, what is it, like we have like 25% of the world's like criminals or prisoners and like less than 5% of the world's population.
Yeah.
Not guilty by reason of insanity. The idea he'd been insane was quickly denied by the court psychiatrist, stating that he was well aware of his behavior and actively chose to commit such a horrendous crime.
Seems like
During
in every
his
case,
trial,
or
Stephen
in every
appeared to
crime,
not
that's the
take
case.
Proceeding seriously
When do you think
when he
somebody
made a
should
shocking and
be innocent by means of insanity?
Well, I don't know. There's obviously points where it's crazy. It doesn't seem like any of these people, any of these kids deserve, like, should get that.
Well, it was actually a lot more common. Like, in many ways, the criminal justice system was much more draconian in, like, earlier periods. But it seems like it was like the Reagan administration after, like, John Hinckley attempted to assassinate Reagan, and then he got off by means of insanity. And then after that, they started putting all these, like, bills and like executive like orders through and everything that made it much harder for people to get off on that kind of a plea.
I like getting off.
And but like, I don't know, like, do you think like I think like if somebody has like really extreme like bipolar disorder or schizoaffective like disorder and they engage in some kind of like they have like a mental breakdown, like, do you think people should get off on certain crimes like murder? I don't think that's an excuse, but it's like they have a meltdown and they damage property or something.
They should be treated probably different than a criminal. They should probably be sent to a different place than regular criminals because they aren't regular criminals.
What if they assault? Like, what if somebody is like assaults somebody because they're not very mentally well, and they kind of just have some kind of I don't know mental breakdown? It's like, do you think they should get off? Like,
they should be
on
put
like
to death. All right, hold on. Let's finish this.
unusual request to his attorney.
Oh, he looks happy.
He wanted the jury to sing happy birthday to him. You see that?
Wait, is that what it said?
Yeah, that was his unusual request, as he wanted
Oh God.
Or was it jury or the attorney?
I don't know.
No.
Autumn was eventually sentenced to a minimum of 5 years for hindering apprehension and conspiracy to hinder apprehension. In an unsuccessful attempt to avoid a first-degree murder charge, Christopher pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. The idea he'd been insane was quickly denied by the court psychiatrist, stating that he was well aware of his behavior and actively chose to commit such a horrendous crime. During his trial, Stephen appeared to not take the proceedings seriously when he made a shocking and unusual request to his attorney. There are a few different reasons behind this kind of behavior. One possibility is that Stephen could be trying to manipulate the situation and gain sympathy from the jury. By reminding them that it's his birthday, he might hope that the jury will feel more inclined to be lenient in their sentencing, or view him as more human and relatable. Another possibility is that he is simply trying to exert control over the situation. By asking about his birthday and the possibility of the jury singing, he's taking an active role in the proceedings, and potentially even trying to dictate the mood or tone of the courtroom. It's also possible that he's simply trying to assert some kind of dominance and show that he is unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Regardless of the specific motivation, it's clear that this kind of behavior is concerning and indicative of a serious lack of empathy or remorse, and shows that he's completely out of touch with the situation and why he's sitting there in the first place. In contrast, Christopher allegedly stated that if given the chance, nothing could prevent him from killing again.
Yeah. And how much you want to bet? I don't know. Is he going to get let back out?
Both Stephen and Christopher were eventually...
My attitude when it comes to like a life sentence where it's 20, 25 years where they can eventually get out, I think if it's something like, hey, you're robbing this house and it catches on fire, somebody dies in the process, or like, hey, you're mugging somebody and they make a movement, you shoot them. Like maybe if it's something like that, I am willing to be like, okay. Well, not even an accident. It's like in a scenario like that, you did murder somebody, but it wasn't like pre-planned. It's not like I want to murder somebody for the sake of it. It's you're committing another crime and it's just out of carelessness. I'm willing to be like, okay, 20, 25 years. And I guess when they get out, like when they're older in age, whatever. But if you kill more than one person, or even if you kill one person and it's something where it's like, I'm doing it for the thrill of the kill, don't let them out. That's my thing. Like if there's some...
Yeah, like this situation, I said it earlier, like there was no reason to kill these people. You shouldn't be robbing people, but they easily could have robbed them without killing them. It was just a woman. In fact, the woman was asleep. And then it was just a little fucking girl, the other person. So it's like they easily could have just subdued the little girl, put her in her room or something. Or I don't know. They could have done it without killing people. Like, I'm sure. At the very least, like I said earlier, they could have, like at the very least, they shouldn't do it. But assault just knocked people out. That's better than cutting people up and specifically killing them. Like, and it's still, that's not
tie
what
them.
Yeah,
like tie them up and blindfold them if you're gonna like not even knock them out. It's like you can.
Yeah, exactly. You can come in fully masked. You can tie them up, and still and they will most likely survive and stuff. But they went in there and chopped them up like some fucking psychopaths. But let's watch the last minute.
Convicted of first-degree murder
like
and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Although in 2012, the United States Supreme Court ruled against sentencing minors to life without receiving any chance of parole. But shockingly, Stephen filed a motion not to appeal his conviction, and the New Hampshire Supreme Court granted it. Stephen's rationale behind the decision being that he is the most sick and twisted person you'll ever meet and should never be given a second chance. We reached out to speak with Stephen, but he declined to comment on the case. William Marks and Quinn Glover, who stood by and did absolutely nothing while Kimberly and Jamie were attacked, are likely to be paroled in the coming years. Quinn was granted parole on his robbery charge and will likely be released in 2029. William will be eligible for parole in 2024. Autumn Savoy was already released on parole in 2015.
And Gene's
Oh, good morning, Troy.
All
Troy's
right.
late to the party.
Troy's late. So, that's the end of it all, guys. If anybody wants to come through with any last-minute tips, now would be the time. We
Just want to advertise something to the 9 people watching.
The PPP stream is tomorrow, guys. Yeah, it's amazing.
I'm probably going to schedule it for like 8 o'clock since I went to bed really early tonight. And woke up
Schedule
really
your
early.
mom.
Wow, Shad.
Yeah. Where's those last...
You don't joke about that stuff,
Shut up.
Shad.
Where's those last-minute tips, huh? Where they at, Gene? We didn't hit the goal, Gene.
Yeah, people, why aren't you tipping to Shab?
Yell at
If you don't tip to him, he starts to like not shut up about it. So
Yeah,
you really
so
got to
bitch.
help us all by tipping him so he'll stop like pestering me.
Yeah, if you don't tip enough, then I bitch to Gene.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Gene doesn't like that. He doesn't like when I bitch to him. He doesn't like that at all. You gay. Alright. I guess I'm going to end this stream and go fuck each and every one of your mothers. Okay?
Okay.
I hope you guys enjoyed this stream about murder and
how to commit murders
and how not and
how not to, yeah.
and feet decapitation. Is that the proper term, Gene?
What, feet no, because decapitation's when you cut somebody's head off.
I know. Okay, give this stream a like if you haven't yet. And fuck you. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid bitch.
I think it would probably be like foot amputation. I was trying to think.
Yeah, that's